The ISIS Papers, Chapter 1. The Cress Theory of Color Confrontation and Racism, White Supremacy. A Psychogenic Theory and World Outlook. Unlike religion, the body of knowledge known as science takes the position that all observable phenomena can be explained, or at least is grist for the mill of investigation, analysis, and understanding by the human mind. In today's very small world, at least 3/4 of the people are non-white, and the members of this non-white majority population are subjected to domination through their lives, either directly or indirectly by a tiny minority of the world's people who classify themselves as white. Racism, white supremacy, then, is revealed as one of, if not the most important observable phenomenon in the world today, for which social behavior and all other scientists should be seeking an explanation. Heretofore, racism has been defined and described variously, see Galati, corner butts, and Pinderhughes. Yet, in my view, the comment made by Oliver C. Cox in his 1959 award-winning text, Caste, Class, and Race, still prevails. It is not ordinarily realized that of all the great mass of writings on race relations, there is available no consistent theory of race relations. The need for such a sociological explanation is so great that recently, when one author succeeded, with some degree of superficial logic, in explaining the phenomenon in terms of caste relations, the college textbooks and social science journals almost unanimously and unquestioningly hurriedly adopted his theory. Perhaps social and behavioral scientists have failed to develop a sound and consistent theory of racism because of their tendency to be less demanding and less stringently disciplined in sticking to observable and measurable data than the so-called physical scientists are required to be in formulating hypotheses. Frequently contrary to all the basic premises of modern science, statements are made by some of these scientists a priori, that is to say, claimed as valid independent of observation. Similarly, society in general fails to impose a significant amount of pressure on behavioral and social scientists to yield viable theories and definitions. Such theories and definitions subsequently can stand and function as efficient and effective tools to be utilized by social engineers as guides for changing social reality. However, the contrary seems to be the case. If there is any pressure at all, it is to maintain a social status quo, and all too often institutions of the society reward the superficial, inconsistent, and dysfunctional theories of societal dynamics. Neely Fuller, in his 1969 copyrighted The United Independent Compensatory Code System Concept, a textbook workbook for thought, speech, and/or action for victims of racism, white supremacy, recognized the need for a functional statement on racism, when it could be utilized daily by those earnestly seeking to bring about social change. Fuller observed that, contrary to most present thinking, there is only one functioning racism in a known world. That's white supremacy. He challenges his readers to identify and then to demonstrate the superiority or functional supremacy of any of the world's non-white peoples over anyone, concluding that since there is no operational supremacy of any colored people, Fuller reveals that the only valid operational definition of racism is white supremacy. He observes that in spite of any and all statements the world's non-white peoples may make about themselves having economic or political independence and the like, in the final analysis, they are all victims of the white supremacy process. He places major emphasis on the present realities of the world that can be verified and tested, rather than on what one could imagine to be the case, such as a black or yellow supremacy. He further emphasizes that instead of focusing on individual cases or on specific locations, a perspective that examines the patterns of relationships between whites and non-whites worldwide must be developed. Fuller explains that racism is not merely a pattern of individual and/or institutional practice. It is a universally operating system of white supremacy and domination in which the majority of the world's whites participate. He discounts the validity of theories and that recognize the evolution of economic systems as the origin of this state of affairs. Instead, he reveals the inadequate analysis of such theories by suggesting the various economic systems such as capitalism, communism, and socialism have been devised, used, and refined in the efforts to achieve the primary goal of white domination. In other words, the goal of the white supremacy system is none other than the establishment, maintenance, expansion, and refinement of world domination by members of a group that classifies itself as the white race. Fuller then suggests that The word race, in this sense, has little biological validity, but is translated more correctly as organization, the sole purpose of which is to maintain white domination and world control. Fuller's emphasis on the concept of color amplifies the assertion made in 1903 by W.B. Du Bois, perhaps the greatest American social scientist in the souls of black folk, that the great problem facing the 20th century is that of the color line. Whether or not one is emotionally comfortable with Fuller's thesis and assessment is not germane. The question of such comfort never has been the important concern of scientific investigation. Of great significance in Fuller's work is a description of relationships between non-white and white peoples. Fuller defines and elucidates these relationships as a means of accounting for and illuminating many past and present observable social practices. Also, this examination reveals that despite all kinds of programs and pronouncements to the contrary, for the past several hundred years, white supremacist social conditions have remained intact as the dominant social reality. Impressed that the concept of a system of white domination over the world's non-white people could explain the seeming predicament and dilemma of non-white social reality, I tended to focus as a psychiatrist on what possible motivational force, operative at both the individual and group levels, could account for the evolution of these patterns of social behavior practice that apparently function in all areas of human activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor law, politics, religion, sex, and war. While Fuller clearly suggests that this system consists of patterns of thought, speech, and action practiced to various degrees by the majority of the world's white people, the only comment on etiology he makes is that most white people hate black people. The reason that most white people hate black people is because whites are not black people. If you know this about white people, you need know little else. If you do not know this about white people, virtually all else that you know about them will only confuse you. To make Fuller's account a step further, it should be noted that in a majority of instances, any neurotic drive for superiority usually is founded upon a deep and pervading sense of inadequacy and inferiority. It is not true that white people represent in numerical terms a very small minority of the world's people. And more profoundly, is it not white itself the very absence of any ability to produce color? I reason then that the quality of whiteness is indeed a genetic inadequacy, or a relative genetic deficiency state based upon a genetic inability to produce the skin pigments of melanin, which is responsible for all skin color. The vast majority of the world's people are not so afflicted, which suggests that color is normal for human beings and color absence is abnormal. Additionally, the state of color absence acts always as a genetic recessive to the dominant genetic factor of color production. Color always annihilates, phenotypically and genetically speaking, the non-color white. Black people possess the greatest color potential, with brown, red, and yellow peoples possessing lesser qualities respectively. This is the genetic and psychological basis for the Cress theory of color confrontation and racism white supremacy. The color confrontation theory states that the white or color deficient Europeans responded psychologically with a profound sense of numerical inadequacy and color inferiority in their confrontations with the majority of the world's peoples, all of whom possess varying degrees of color producing capacity. The psychological response, whether conscious or unconscious, revealed an inadequacy based on most obvious and fundamental part of the being, their external appearance. As might be anticipated in terms of modern psychological theories, whites defensively developed an uncontrollable sense of hostility and aggression. This attitude has continued to manifest itself throughout the history of mass confrontations between whites and people of color. That the initial hostility and aggression came only from whites is recorded in innumerable diaries, journals, and books written by whites. Also, records indicate that only after long periods of great abuse have non-whites responded defensively with any form of counterattack. This perplexing psychological reaction of whites has been directed towards all peoples with the capacity to produce melanin. However, the most profound aggression has been directed towards black people, who have the greatest color potential and therefore are the most envied and feared in genetic color competition. The experience of numerical inadequacy and genetic color inferiority led whites to implement a number of interesting, although devastating to non-white people, psychological defense mechanisms. The initial psychological defense maneuver was the repression of the initial painful awareness of inadequacy. This primary ego defense was reinforced by a host of other defense mechanisms. One of the most important of those defense mechanisms was reaction formation, a response that converts at the psychological level something desired and envied but wholly unattainable into something discredited and despised. Whites desiring to have skin color but unable to attain it claimed consciously or unconsciously that skin color was disgusting to them and began attributing negative qualities to color, especially to blackness. Interesting, the term non-white is a double negative, resulting in a positive statement. This is perhaps a Freudian slip, wherein the use of language ultimately reveals the primary psychological dynamic. Whites' desire to have colored skin can be observed at the very first signs of spring or summer when they began to strip off their clothes as many pieces as the law will allow, often permitting their skins to be burned severely in an attempt to add some color to their pale bodies and rendering themselves vulnerable to skin cancer in the process. Most cosmetics are also an attempt to add color to white skin. Such coloring makeup is provided for the white male as well as female. And finally, untold millions are spent annually on chemicals that are advertised as being able to increase the tanning potential of whites. The fact that some blacks have attempted to change the color of their skin to white does not mitigate the force of this argument, as it can be demonstrated readily that these non-whites are responding to the already established social conditions of white supremacy. Such a process as seen in blacks and other non-whites may be described as identification with the oppressor. Another example of the reaction formation defense is the elaboration of the myth of white genetic superiority, which continues to be reinforced assiduously. Note Jensen's latest elaborations and their acceptance at all levels of white social structure. Acutely aware of the inferior genetic ability to produce skin color, whites built the elaborate myth of white genetic superiority. Furthermore, whites set about the huge task of evolving a social, political, and economic structure that would support the myth of the inferiority of blacks and other non-whites. An additional psychological defense maneuver utilized by whites has been that of projection. Feeling extreme hostility and hate towards non-whites, whites began the pattern of stating that non-whites hated them. In many instances, this mechanism has served to mitigate the guilt whites occasionally experience for the impulse to aggress against blacks and other people of color. Another perhaps special instance of the use of projection is the historic and continuing desire of whites for sexual alliances with non-whites, a desire indulged by white males throughout the world. This deep desire has been projected into black males and females and is manifest in the notion that people of color have sexual desires for white males and females. The color confrontation theory postulates that whites desired and still do desire sexual alliances with non-whites, both male and female, because it is only through this route that whites can achieve the illusion of being able to produce color. The extreme rage vented against the idea of sexual alliance between the black male and the white female, which has long been a dominant theme in the white supremacy culture, is viewed by the color confrontation theory as a result of the white male's intense fear of the black male's capacity to fulfill the greatest longing of the white female, that of conceiving and birthing a product of color. There are other sexual behaviors practiced by some whites that can be illuminated by the color confrontation thesis. For example, in this autobiography, Malcolm X stated that the sexual perversion he was asked to perform most often by white men was for him, as a black male, to have sexual intercourse with white females in their presence, while they, white men, looked on. This behavioral pattern on the part of white males, instead of being dismissed as a perversion, can be understood when viewed as white males' fantasized identification with black males' capacity to give conceptual products of color to white females. Something white females desperately desire but white males cannot fulfill. Further, vivid testimony is given by black males who have engaged in sexual intercourse with white females. These men report that a frequent utterance of white females is that they wish to have black babies. The color confrontation theory also explains why black males' testicles were the body parts that white males attacked in most lynchings. The testicles store powerful color-producing genetic material. Likewise, the repeated and consistent focus on the size of the black males' penises by both white males and females is viewed by this theory as a displacement of the fundamental concern with the genetic color-producing capacity residing in the testicles. Since the fact of color envy must remain repressed, color desire can never be mentioned, or the entire white psychological structure collapses. Therefore, attention is placed to a less threatening object or symbol, the penis. Finally, the degradation of sex in the white supremacy culture allows for yet another area of insight into the fundamental psychological dynamics of whites and their self-alienation regarding their physical appearance. At the most primordial level, sex can be viewed as the reproduction of one's own image, or of self and of kind. According to the color confrontation theory, white supremacy culture degrades the act of sex and the process of self-reproduction because for whites both are reflective of whiteness and in turn their inability to produce color. This self-deficiency clearly is despised and is stated most explicitly in the religious and moral philosophies of the white supremacy culture. Yet this manner of degrading the sexual act is not found in non-white cultures. In fact, the very opposite is the case. The act of reproduction is held in the highest esteem, as reflected in non-white arts and religious practices. The artistic and religious practices of India and Africa give strong and continuous testimony to this fact. In whites, the initial core feeling of alienation from themselves and from the act that produced the image found subsequent expressions in their thought process, religious philosophies, moral codes, social acts, and the entire social structure. Psychiatrists and other behavioral scientists frequently use the patterns of overt behavior toward others as indications of what is felt fundamentally about the self. If hate and lack of respect are manifested towards others, hate and lack of respect are felt most often at deeper levels towards themselves. Facets of the behavioral patterns within the white supremacy culture framework support this thesis. For example, many white writers in all areas of the world experience and write about their profound sense of self-alienation. Additionally, some of the current political, social, and behavioral activity enacted by whites against the ideology and values of the white social structure, although not spoken of in the terminology used here, can be appreciated at one level as an expression of the same kernel of alienation against whites. Thus, the hippies and yippies, by allowing dirt to accumulate on themselves in one sense, and adding color to their skin, they also, by allowing their head and facial hair to proliferate, cover themselves from the only part of their bodies that was substantive, color, their hair. The present frantic attempts made by whites to counter this sense of alienation took form of free, open sexual practices and sexual orgies. Such attempts will be unsuccessful because, again, the core problem is a sense of alienation primarily from their own colorlessness, and secondarily from the social practices, structures whites have built around that psychological core over the centuries. Racism, white supremacy, having begun as a form of self-alienation, has evolved into the most highly refined form of alienation from others as well. The color confrontation theory views all of the present battlegrounds in the world as vivid reflections of this reality. The destructive and aggressive behavioral patterns being displayed by white peoples towards all non-white peoples is evidence of the inner hate, hostility, and rejection they feel toward themselves, and of the depth of a self-alienation that has evolved from the genetic and psychological kernel of color inadequacy. The mass inability of whites to live and attend school in the presence of non-whites is expressed in the patterns of blacks and white housing and education throughout the country and the world. In terms of the color confrontation thesis, this inability is seen as the apparent and psychological discomfort experienced by whites in situations where, in confronting their neighbors of color, they must face their color inadequacy daily. Also, the myth of white superiority is exploded in the presence of an equitable social and economic opportunity. The white personality in the presence of color can be stabilized only by keeping blacks and other non-whites in obvious inferior positions. The situation of mass proximity to blacks is intolerable to whites because blacks are inherently more than equal. People of color always will have something highly visible than whites never can have or produce, the genetic factor of color. Always in the presence of color, whites will feel genetically inferior. The difficulty whites have in according non-white socio-political and economic equality with the white supremacy structure stems neither from a moral issue nor from a political or economic need, but from the fundamental sense of their own unequal condition in regards to their numerical inadequacy and color deficiency. They can compensate for the color inadequacy only by placing themselves in socially superior positions. The color inadequacy of whiteness necessitates a social structure based on white superiority. Only tokenism can be tolerated by such a motivational psychological state, wherein the evolution of the myth of the exceptional non-white is used again as a defense mechanism. The thrust towards superiority over peoples of color, the drive towards material accumulation, the drive towards a technological culture, and the drive towards power are all cornerstones of the universal white supremacy culture, and they are viewed in terms of the color confrontation thesis as responses to the core psychological sense of inadequacy. This inadequacy is not measured in terms of infant size as compared with that of the adult, as postulated by Alfred Adler. Rather, it is the inadequacy rooted in the inability to produce melanin. This genetic state is, in actuality, a variant of albinism. The color confrontation theory further postulates that whites are vulnerable to their sense of numerical inadequacy. This inadequacy is apparent in their drive to divide the vast majority of non-whites into fractional as well as frictional minorities. This is viewed as a fundamental behavior response of whites to their own minority status. The white race has structured and manipulated their own thought process and conceptual patterns as well as those of the entire non-white world majority, so that the real numerical minority, whites, illusionally feel and represent itself in the world's majority, while the true numerical majority, non-whites, illusionally feel and view itself as the minority. Interestingly, the white collective, whenever discussing the question of color, never discusses any of its own particular ethnic groups as minorities, but constantly focuses on the various ethnic, language, and religious groups of non-white peoples as minorities. Then great efforts are made to initiate conflict between these arbitrary groups. This is one of the key methods by which a minority can remain in power. The divide, frictionalize, and conquer pattern, observable through history, wherever non-whites are confronted by whites, results primarily from whites' sense of color deficiency and secondarily from their sense of numerical inadequacy. This pattern then is a compensatory adjustment to permit psychological comfort through dominance and control. Similarly, the present-day frantic focus on birth control for the entire non-white world is another example of white people's conscious or unconscious awareness of the numerical deficiency status. There is neither great emphasis on controlling the birth of whites. In fact, there are some white governmental groups that give dividends to citizens for increased procreation. The above are but a few examples selected from millions of large and small behavior patterns practiced by whites in varying quantities. Yet, these examples effectively demonstrate the individual and collective neurotic need to focus on color, sex, genetics, numbers, superiority, inferiority, white supremacy, and power. The color confrontation theory contends that all of the above can be explained on the basis of the core psychological sense of color deficiency and numerical inadequacy. The individual patterns of behavior that over time evolved into collective, social, institutional, and now systemic patterns are seen as the origin of the system of white supremacy, which operates at a universal level and is the only effective and functional racism existence in the world today. Further, racism, white supremacy, in this historic epoch is viewed as a full-blown social contradiction and a major social dynamic superseding all others is in influencing universal social practices and decisions. The color confrontation theory recognizes racism as one of the dominating forces determining character development, personality, and formation type. Therefore, a functional definition of racism, white supremacy, is the behavioral syndrome of an individual and collective color inferiority and numerical inadequacy that includes patterns of thought, speech, and action as seen in members of the white organization. What are the practical implications of this theory? Of major importance is the fact that for the first time in centuries, non-white peoples throughout the world will have a rational basis for understanding the motivational nuances of individual and collective white behavior. The color confrontation thesis theorizes that the majority of the world's people, non-whites, were manipulated into subordinate positions because, never having experienced such a state in terms of their own thought and logic processes and premises, they were unprepared to understand patterns of behavior predicated upon a sense of color deficiency and numerical inadequacy. This is analogous to the man with the two eyes finding it difficult, if not impossible, to understand the behavior patterns of motivation of the congeniality of one-eyed man, who always looked upon a two-eyed state with jealous antagonism and perhaps aggression. Armed with such insight, knowledge, and understanding, non-whites will cease to be vulnerable to the behavioral maneuverings of individuals of collective whites, but non-whites will be less vulnerable to the messages of white superiority that radiate through the known universe and permeate white world cultures, which are dominated by the white supremacy system. The understanding will have profound effects on the developing egos and self-images of all non-white children who suffer severe damage under the white supremacy culture. Moreover, wherever they are confronted by the ideology of white superiority, supremacy, non-whites will understand it is only a compensatory psychological adjustment for a genetic numerical deficiency state. Thus, the white supremacy message can be evaluated and negated more readily. This allows non-whites to gain psychological liberation from the white ideology domination that negatively affects the total functioning of non-whites. Further, non-whites will be less vulnerable for being maneuvered into conflict with one another, thus weakening the continued domination of the white supremacy system. Also, white peoples of the world presumably also could benefit from such an awareness of the motivation behind behaviors that often baffle them. If they are sincere in their attempts to stop the practices of white supremacy racism, whites may be able to find methods to do so once the cause is understood. Perhaps some psychiatrists will develop a method of mass psychotherapy to help whites become comfortable with their color and their numbers. However, one can foresee a major problem arising from the possible difficulty of motivating whites to release the secondary gains historically derived from the racist system. The possibility of white people accepting this analysis of the white problems in human relations is not for me to answer. I do not know that the majority of the world's people are looking for an answer to the dilemma that was once called the American dilemma. They are looking for a change. Perhaps the Cress theory of color confrontation will help them to make that change. In any event, I am reminded of a statement made by Freud's biographer Ernst Jones in the analysis. The justification of every scientific generalization is that it enables us to comprehend something that is otherwise obscure. And as James B. Conant has stated, the test of the new idea is not only its success in correlating the then known factors, but much more in its success or failure in stimulating further experimentation or observation, which in turn is fruitful. This dynamic aspect of science, viewed not as practical undertaking, but as development and conceptual schemes, seems to me to be close to the heart of the best definition of science. This essay analyzes the unique universal behavior phenomenon of white supremacy, racism, and places it in the conceptual framework and contextual context of a theoretical formulation. The fundamentals of the dynamics inherent in the spectrum of relations cover all areas of life, activity between people who classify themselves as white and those people whom whites have classified as non-whites. The ISIS Papers, Chapter 2, The Origin of Alienation, Anxiety, and Narcissism. Dedication. This essay is dedicated to Genevieve Akate, a Nigerian journalist who, because of the profound pain of alienation, took her life on June 25, 1978, while residing in the United States of America. The world lost a brilliant mind and a generous person. Shortly before her death, she stated, "My superstructure is solid. I need a formidable foundation." This essay is my contribution to our understanding of the destructive dynamic of alienation. Psychiatry as a discipline is floundering on its previously established conceptual and theoretical foundation imported from 19th century Europe. My continuing question to myself as a late 20th century precautionary in general and child psychiatry practicing in the power capital of the world, Washington, D.C., is, can a greater understanding be achieved in the study of human behavior as it is organized and manifested in the world's dominant power system culture? My answer is affirmative. We can derive an ever-increasing level of order out of the existing chaos, a diagnostic and statistical manual that gets heavier and wordier with each effort. Thereby, we can enhance our diagnostic and treatment skills and increase the possibility of prevention, allowing us to serve a suffering humanity better. In Have Astronomers Found God, Robert Jastrow states, "There's a kind of religion in science. It is the religion of a person who believes there is order and harmony in the universe, and every event can be explained in a rational way as the product of some previous event. Every effort must have its cause." Jastrow continues, taking a quotation from Albert Einstein, "The scientist is possessed by the sense of universal causation." As a social and behavioral scientist, I'm convinced it is possible to understand in depth the patterns and systems of behavior encountered in the individual and in the broad collective. My further conviction is that we can serve humankind maximally as behavioral scientists and physicians only when we adequately analyze the fundamental causation and logic of these patterns of behavior. Three major focus of attention in Western social and behavioral science, particularly in psychiatry, alienation, anxiety, and narcissism, are not unrelated, isolated syndrome abstractions as they have been discussed by Western social and behavioral scientists. These separately described phenomena are not only interrelated, but they have a common origin and cause. They are derivatives of the same causal dynamic. Although that causal dynamic has remained unidentified, the source of these three phenomena and the origin of Western civilization itself. Alienation. In the color confrontation theory, I stated that racism, white supremacy, having begun as a form of alienation towards the self, now has evolved into the most highly refined form of alienation towards others as well. The color confrontation theory views all of the present battlegrounds in the world today as vivid reflections of this alienation towards others. The destructive and aggressive behavior patterns displayed throughout the world by white peoples toward all non-white peoples is evidence of an inner hate, hostility, and rejection they feel towards themselves, and of the deep self-alienation that has evolved from their genetic inadequacy. My extended definition of alienation centers around the recognition that it is a fundamental behavioral dynamic in Western civilization and culture. Alienation is a powerful centrifugal, genetic, psychological, and societal dynamic that over time drives human beings further and further away from all effective, meaningful, emotional, supportive, and truthful communications amongst each other. The alienation dynamic increasingly forces people away from one another as Western civilization and culture evolves, as seen through each successive generation since its origin, including Greek civilization and the Roman Empire. Alienation is the very same dynamic that pushes human beings away from respectful and harmonious relationships with the physical environment, leading to the pollution and destruction of the planet. Most important, the alienation dynamic forces the individual away from all manifestations of self-understanding and self-respect, including the most fundamental respect, the respect for one's genetic makeup. The Encyclopedia Britannica records that the roots of the idea of alienation are found in the works of Plotinus, a Roman philosopher born in Egypt, who lived up between 205 and 270 AD, as well as in the theology of both St. Augustine and Martin Luther. The latter addressed the struggle to alienate oneself from one's own imperfections by identification with a transcendental, perfect being. Entries on alienation did not appear in major reference books of the social sciences until 1935. But the concept of alienation was present in classical sociological texts of the 19th and early 20th centuries in the works of Marx, Durkheim, Tönnies, Weber, and Simmel. Eric and Mary Josephson in The Man Alone, Alienation in Modern Society had the following to say about alienation. Indeed, ever since the great technological and political revolutions of the late 18th century, with their shattering impact on a rigid social order and a promise of individual freedom, one of the most disturbing phenomena in Western culture has been man's sense of estrangement from the world he himself has made or inherited. In a word, man's alienation from himself and from others. This theme of alienation of modern man runs through the literature and drama of two continents. It can be traced in the continent as well as the form of modern art. It preoccupies theologians and philosophers, and to many psychologists and sociologists is the central problem of our time. In various ways, they tell us that ties have snapped that formerly bound Western man to himself and to the world about him. In diverse language, they say that man in modern industrial societies is rapidly becoming detached from nature, from his old gods, from the technology that has transformed his environment and now threatens to destroy it, from his work and its products, and from his leisure, from the complex social institutions and presumably serve but are more likely to manipulate him, from the community in which he lives, and above all, from himself, from his body and his sex, from his feelings of love and tenderness, and from his art, his creative and productive potential. Contemporary contributors to the definition of alienation include such thinkers as psychoanalyst Erich Fromm, philosophers Louis Mumford and Herbert Marcuse, existentialists Jean-Paul Sartre, Albert Camus, Paul Tillich, and Martin Buber, and sociologists David Reisman, Robert K. Merton, and Talcott Parsons. In summary, there are at least 5 causal theories concerning alienation: the economic, the technological, the sociological, and the philosophic, existential, and the psychological. Karl Marx is identified with the economic theory. Marx viewed alienation as a result of the private ownership of the means of production and expropriation of a man's labor by the capitalists, resulting in worker exploitation and class struggle, money and commodities becoming the most meaningful things in man's existence, and thus man's alienation from man. Technological theories attribute alienation to man's adjusted lifestyle to machines and automation. Sociological theories view the decline of the limited local community and emergence of mass society and a simultaneous increasing sense of individual powerlessness as the cause of alienation. Philosophic existential theories emphasize that alienation is inherent in the finite and isolated character of man's existence as a stranger and an alien in the world. Psychological theories are dominated by the views of Sigmund Freud, who viewed alienation or self-estrangement as a resultant of the split between the unconscious and the conscious forces in the personality, the individual thus being out of touch in the sense that repressed and unacknowledged desires motivate his behavior. More specifically, Freud pinpointed the Oedipal conflict and the frustrations inherent in civilized society as expressed in its civilization and its discontents as a source of alienation. The following are but a few items from a long list of suggested manifestations of alienation: child abuse, psychosis, suicide, neurotic depression, delinquency, psychosomatic disorders, prejudice, civil riots, wildcat strikes, and the rise of fascism. All are believed to have derived from one or more of the following states: social isolation, self-estrangement, a sense of powerlessness, meaninglessness, normalness, and cultural estrangement. Whereas I agree with the existence of an alienation dynamic in Western civilization and culture, I disagree with all of the aforementioned theories of its causation. These theories remain superficial in their analysis, as each fails to reach the core of the origin of Western civilization. The multiplicity of theories on such a basic and pervasive dynamic as alienation reflects the failure to comprehend the origin and nature of Western man, who has created, at conscious and unconscious levels, the totality of the Western cultural imperative. With a sufficiently deep investigation, the myriad aspects of the alienation dynamic that on the surface appear unconnected are recognized as highly interrelated and tied to a central core: a unitary causation. Anxiety and narcissism are tied to that same fundamental core, as illustrated in the following diagram. The three-dimensional cone-shaped figure represents the multiple levels at which reality phenomenon may be decoded. The dots on the surface at level 5 represent the seemingly isolated multiple phenomenon that can be examined at every increasing level of depth, indicated by levels 4 through 1. The basic interconnections between the isolated phenomena are less apparent at level 5 than at level 2 or level 1, and the interconnections, however, become increasingly clear as a greater depth of phenomena penetration is achieved. The term Western means white. Western has become a comfortable and, for some, confusing obfuscation, euphemism, or code for the word white. The terms Western civilization and Western culture specifically refer to the civilization and culture evolved, determined, directed, developed, and controlled by people who classify themselves as white. As mentioned in the color confrontation theory, white-skinned people who lack any substantial level of permanent melanin in their skin historically have contrasted themselves with all people in the world who have substantial, recognizable, and permanent levels of melanin. These skin-pigmented persons are referred to by white people, to whites, as non-white people. Or when they are subdivided by the whites, they're referred to as black, brown, red, and yellow people. Non-white people collectively constitute the global numerical majority. The skin-pigmented global majority is genetically dominant to the genetically recessive whites, and genetically they can annihilate the whites. These facts are essential to a thorough understanding of not only alienation, but anxiety and narcissism as well. One cannot comprehend alienation, anxiety, and narcissism as a major phenomenon in Western civilization and culture without an understanding of the origin of white-skinned people and their evolved thoughts and feelings, conscious and unconscious, about themselves. White skin is a form of albinism. There is no difference, microscopically speaking, between the white skin of a white person and the skin of a person designated as an albino. My central thesis here is that the white-skinned peoples came into existence thousands of years ago as the albino mutant offsprings of black-skinned mothers and fathers in Africa. A sizable number of these black parents had produced, rejected, and then cast out of the community their genetic defective albino offspring to live away from the normal black-skinned pigmented population with the awareness of their rejection and alienation, as in leper colonies. The white tribe's eventual migration northward to escape the intensity of the equatorial sun of the southern hemisphere left the albinos eventually situated in an area of the world known as Europe, now recognized as the home of the white tribes. This early rejection of the albino offspring might be viewed as a prehistoric, pre-Western civilization instance of parental rejection, child neglect, and abuse. Sexual intercourse between the isolated albino mutants produced the white race, understanding race as an isolated population sharing a significant number of common identifying genes. This pattern of isolating individuals with defective genetic patterns is no different than the present-day practice of placing genetically abnormal individuals in institutions away from the normal population group. Another current practice is the isolation of those who are genetically different into ghettos, which is an exact parallel to the albino isolation. Support for my position is found in an article entitled Albinism by Carl Whitcop Jr. in the 1975 issue of Natural History magazine. Historically, people with various pigmenting conditions, including albinism, have occupied a spectrum of social positions ranging from outcasts to semi-gods. Montezuma, emperor of the Aztecs at the time of Cortez's conquest, maintained a museum of living human biological curiosities. Prominent among these people were numerous albinos. Peoples with leprosy, which frequently causes spotty depigmentation of the skin and hair, are described in biblical literature as the lowest outcasts. Among the San Blas, albinos are semi-outcasts. They participate less in daytime tribal activity and are not permitted to marry. Biological investigations show that as a group, they are somewhat smaller and their muscles are not as well developed as those pigmented San Blas. Similarly, in his article entitled Kuna Moonchild Albinism in the Journal of Heredity, Clyde Keeler notes, among other findings on albinism, the voice quality of albino males is soft and higher pitched than in merino or normal brown males. In addition, they appear to be deficient in male sex hormone, and while they may be fertile, they have a lower phallic posture due to flaccidity. Albinos usually have flabby muscles and reduced muscular strength as shown by manometer readings. Psychiatric examination of 6 albinos showed their work to be generally in an intellectual sphere where overcompensation is the rule. Religion serves as a major supporter for many albinos who take a fatalistic view of life and blame their failures on their albinism, which is God's will. As a usual thing, sexual experience is much more limited in the albinos, who until recently were not allowed to marry. While albino males have the reputation of being weakly sexed, albino females are said to be as active sexually as merinos, and they frequently have illegitimate children. It should be noted that many of the San Blas albinos were indistinguishable from the Scandinavians or other Northern Europeans. The 19th century German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer made the following statement about white skin in the philosophy of Schopenhauer, Metaphysics of Love and Sexes, which illuminates both Whitcop's and Keller's findings. The white color of skin is not natural to man, but that by nature he has a black and brown skin, like our forefathers, the Hindus. That consequently a white man has never originally sprung from the womb of nature, and that thus there is no such thing as a white race, as much as this is talked of, but every white man is a faded or bleached one. Additional support is found in the work of Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, the highly respected Senegalese anthropologist and Egyptologist, founder of the Radiocarbon Institute at the Fundamental Institute of Black Africa in Dakar, Senegal. Dr. Diop, in an interview in the winter 1976 issue of Black Books Bulletin, stated, "There is absolutely no doubt the white race, which appeared for the first time during the Upper Paleolithic, around 20,000 BC, was the product of a process depigmentation." Further, Dr. Diop informs us that much later the whites commenced their migratory movements towards the southern areas around 1500 BC. Therefore, it should not be surprising that deep within the historic and current mythological and symbolism of Western civilization and culture, white supremacy system culture is evidence to strongly support the above outlined mode of origin as that actually traversed by the global albino or white collective. Matter on the streets each day. Major evidence for this theory of albinism or whiteness is found in the symbolism of the Adam and Eve biblical mythology. Western civilization looks to this mythology in the book of Genesis as the account of its beginning. The essential elements of the Adam and Eve theory and story are that Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, ate the forbidden fruit, the apple, had sexual intercourse, became ashamed of their nakedness, and were chased from the Garden of Eden. My decoding of that fundamental mythology and symbolism for Western civilization is as follows. Adam and Eve are the symbolic figures of the early albino mutants produced by black parents. The Garden of Eden is Africa, the place where all knowledgeable anthropologists and paleontologists are informing us that human life began, and that the first human beings were black-skinned. The apple eaten by Adam and Eve is the presumed orally ingested poison, looked upon as the cause of the mutation to albinism. This ingestion was followed by the act of sexual intercourse, which is also viewed as being responsible for the mutation to albinism and therefore the original sin. Adam and Eve's shame for their nakedness indicates their rejection and shame of their pale white bodies, colorless or naked, when compared to the black and brown-skinned normals. Their use of a fig leaf to cover their genitals as they are depicted implies a shame and rejection of their genital apparatus, including their genes. Their expulsion from the Garden of Eden represents the isolation of the albino mutants away from the skin-pigmented normals and their voluntary or involuntary migration out of Africa northward into Europe. Western culture goes further in the symbolism of its religious philosophy to pinpoint the eating of the apple by Adam and Eve followed by their act of sexual intercourse as the act of original sin. Because of this act, Western culture conceives of all its people as being born in sin and in need of being born again. Similarly, there are several other biblical references to skin color change through God's punishment and leprosy, wherein the skin is described as becoming white as snow in 2 Kings 5:27. Of course, the further implication is that the skin originally must have been black, meaning melanin pigmented. Otherwise, how could it turn white? Numbers 12:10 states, "And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned." Contrary to the Western philosophy, there are no accounts of skin-pigmented peoples in their basic religious and or philosophical text, conceiving of themselves as being born in sin or viewing their genital apparatus and therefore their genes as the basis of sin and evil. Further, Western civilization's religious and secular philosophy pinpoints the activity of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden as the point of the fall of man. The fall is the symbolic expression of the genetic mutation to albinism and the negative projections regarding the white skin self in the global population, where the norm was black or brown skin color. Likewise, today the modern science of genetics views most spontaneous mutations as negative and deleterious in terms of the warfare of the organism and the environment, at least in the human population. Additional symbolism in Western civilization and culture lends further support to this thesis. For example, the dog, rather than God, proverbially is considered Western man's best friend. This is contrary to the beliefs of skin-pigmented people regarding their relationship to God. This Western concept of the dog as man's best friend is linked to the mythology of the founding of Rome. According to this mythology, Rome was founded by 2 orphans, Romulus and Remus, who were suckled by a wolf. Both of the wolf and the dog are canines. These two presumably white infants are said to have founded the state that began Western civilization and culture. When this is decoded, Romulus and Remus are the symbolic representatives of the early albinos who were abandoned by their black mothers in Africa as genetic mutant defectives, and in the process of their northward migration for survival were left to the dogs, suckled by wolves. This decoding explains the worship and love of the dog, or canine, in Western civilization. Western man's affection for the dog is reflected in the fact that in 1978 in New York City, dogs were permitted to put 250,000 pounds of fecal matter on the streets each day, defiling the environment for human beings. And is this love and worship of the dog reflective in the mirror image of the words God and dog, even at this advanced stage in the expression of the evolution of Western civilization and culture? Further, as relationships among people became more alienated, Western peoples and these non-white peoples have been influenced most heavily by Western culture, are gaining more satisfaction from feeding, clothing, loving, and kissing canines than in feeding, clothing, loving, and kissing human beings. Western civilization's original symbolized relationship to the canine following the African black mother's rejection to the albino mutant offsprings undoubtedly has influenced the frequent use of the cursing expression bitch and son of a bitch. These degrading expressions are used pejoratively because deep within the unconscious Western or white albino psyche, the rejected mutant status is viewed pejoratively in a world where the human norm is to have hue. Greater insight into the sense of alienation in Western culture is provided by the use of the word mammy when whites refer to the black female caretaker, while referring to the white female caretaker as nanny. Clearly, nanny is something less than mammy. Also, the words uncle and auntie used by whites toward blacks bespeak an unconscious awareness of a deep and ancient familial relationship. Disrupted relationships is the origin of alienation, as supported by the symbolic rituals of Western fraternal organizations such as the Masons and Greek fraternities and sororities. The acting out of the crossing of the burning sands gives reference to the albino mutants' expulsion from Africa across the burning sands of the Sahara Desert, out of Africa and into Europe. This was the original alienation experience of the albino whites first spawned in Africa. From a more recent literary work than the Bible, the famous 19th century novelist Herman Melville, and his profoundly symbolic work about the white supremacy system culture, Moby Dick, states, "What is it that in the albino man so peculiarly repels and often shocks the eye, as that sometimes he is loathed by his own kith and kin? It is the whiteness which invests him, a thing expressed by the name he bears. The albino is as well made as other men, has no substantive deformity, and yet this mere aspect of all-pervading whiteness makes him more strangely hideous than the ugliest abortion. Why should this be so?" Another famous American author, Mark Twain, in a collection of articles entitled Mark Twain on the Damned Human Race, compliments Melville's assessment in his essay, Skin Deep. Twain's analysis suggests that the depth of alienation experienced by whites, albinos. Nearly all black and brown skins are beautiful, but a beautiful white skin is rare. How rare, one may learn by walking down a street in Paris, New York, or London on a weekday, particularly an unfashionable street, and keeping count of the satisfactory complexions encounters in the course of 1 mile. Where dark complexions are masked, they make the whites look bleached out, unwholesome, and sometimes frankly ghastly. I could notice this as a boy, down south in the slavery days before the war. The splendid black satin skins of the South African Zulus in Durban seemed to me to come very close to perfection. I can see those Zulus yet, handsome and intensely black creatures, moderately clothed on loose summer stuffs, whose snowy whiteness made the black all the blacker by contrast. Keeping the group in mind, I compare those complexions with the white ones which are streaming past this London window now. Twain continues detailing the negative attributes of white skin. The advantage is with the Zulu, I think. He starts with a beautiful complexion, and it will last him through. And as for the Indian, brown, firm, smooth, blemishless, pleasant and restful to the eye, afraid of no color, harmonizing with all colors and adding grace to them all. I think there is no sort of chance for the average white complexion against that rich and perfect tint. Finally, major documentation in Western literary symbolism that explains the origin of the global white collective's alienation and unconscious awareness of this fact is the stark symbolism of the profoundly important work of Edgar Rice Burroughs, the author of the Tarzan series. The first of this series, Tarzan of the Apes, was copyrighted in 1912 and published in 1914. Before Burroughs died in 1950, he had produced 26 Tarzan books. So significant is the Tarzan symbolism for Western civilization and culture that Burroughs' company remains a multi-million-dollar industry worldwide. Edgar Rice Burroughs is one of the largest selling authors in the world. In 1975, his company estimated that more than 150 million copies of his books had been printed in 50 languages around the world. By 1980, the entire Tarzan series was being reissued. Tarzan is the story of a British baby, Lord Greystoke, who was abandoned in Africa at the age of 9 months after his parents died. The great black apes then took care of him. As the passage from Tarzan of the Apes relates, the hunger closed the gaps between them, and Lord Greystoke nursed at the breast of Kala, the great ape. It is a short leap through the symbolism to decode that 9 months after conception, a white albino mutant was born to African black parents and then abandoned. The child, in its anger and alienation, later returns to the scene of its rejection to dominate the Africans and all other non-white peoples. Burroughs stated that the name Tarzan meant white skin in the language of the apes. In the 1929 copyrighted Tarzan at the Earth's Core, 13th in the series, Burroughs explains in more detail. The sun beating down upon his naked body had no such effect upon his skin as would the sun of the outer world under like conditions, but it did impart him a new confidence similar to that which he would have felt had he been able to retrieve his lost apparel. And in this fact, he saw that he believed to be a real cause of his first embarrassment at his nakedness. It had been the whiteness of his skin that had made him seem so naked by contrast with other creatures. For this whiteness had suggested softness and weakness, arousing within him a disturbing sensation of inferiority. But now, as he took on his heavy coat of tan and his feet became hardened and accustomed to the new conditions, he walked no longer in constant realization of his nakedness. Just as Burroughs reveals this deep preoccupation of the white collective in Tarzan, we still find the white collective neurotically concerned with their white skin nakedness, developing sun tanning parlors so as to produce a permanent state of brown skin coloration. For example, Newsweek printed an article in December 1979 entitled 90-Second Suntans, in which one sun lamp devotee, when reminded of the hazards of sun tanning, stated, "If tanning is going to kill me, at least I'll be a good-looking corpse." The American Cancer Society estimates that the 1980 figure for new cases of skin cancer is 14,001, while an estimated 6,200 persons will die from the specific skin cancer melanoma. Despite these warnings, sun tanning persists. A cursory glance at any beach or swimming pool today will provide a clear indication of the present number of white-skinned persons who are self-alienated even to the point of increasing their potential for cancer-caused death. They continue to pursue temporary skin pigmentation, even unto death, to become members of the human family. The symbolic profundity of all of the above should leave little doubt that whites' awareness of the origin of their alienation is in no sense superficial. This awareness goes deep into the genetic core of white people's status as mutated albinism variants, into the core of their concept and image of self as such. The Western brain, computer, individual, and collective then spawns patterns of its specific alienation in its myths, symbols, logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, and perception in all areas of people activity. Economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Anxiety. More briefly, the core aspects of anxiety and narcissism in Western civilization and culture, which are integrally associated with the dynamic of alienation, must be discussed. Dr. Rollo May, in this book, The Meaning of Anxiety, correctly informs us in the foreword to the 1950 edition. And for the past 100 years, psychologists, philosophers, social historians, and other students of humanity have been increasingly preoccupied with their nameless and formless uneasiness that has dogged the footsteps of modern man. Yet in all that time, to my knowledge, only 2 attempts have been made in book form. One essay by Kierkegaard, and one by Freud, to present an objective picture of anxiety and to indicate constructive methods of dealing with it. 27 years later, in the foreword to the revised edition, Dr. May states, "I believe a bold theory is necessary that will comprehend not only our normal and neurotic anxiety, but anxiety in literature, art, and philosophy as well. This theory must be formulated at our highest level of abstraction. I propose that this theory be founded on the definition that anxiety is the experience of being affirming itself against non-being. The latter is which would reduce or destroy being, such as aggression, fatigue, boredom, and untimely death. I have rewritten this book in the hope of its publication will aid in the forming of this theory of anxiety." Dr. May continues in his statement of the book's purpose. Despite the fact that anxiety has become a central problem to so many diverse areas in our culture, the attack of the problem has been handicapped by the fact that the various theories and studies of anxiety have to date been uncoordinated. And despite of the industrious work by skilled psychologists, this is true of the 1977 as it was in 1950, as is evident to anyone reading the papers from various symposia on anxiety. We do not even use them the same language. Freud's description of the state of the problem in the opening paragraph of this chapter on anxiety, published in 1935, is still largely accurate. You will not be surprised to hear that I have a great deal of new information to give you about our hypothesis on the subject of anxiety, and also that none of the information claims to provide a final solution to these doubtful problems. What is necessary at the present stage of the understanding of anxiety is the introduction of the right abstract ideas and of their application to the raw material and observation so as to bring order and lucidity into it. Now, it is clear that the distinguished Dr. May, in regarding neurotic anxiety, took into account Freud's discussion of neurotic anxiety as most fundamentally related to the birth trauma and to the fear of castration. Dr. May later broadened the concept, writing, "It is very suggested, too, that the first anxiety state arose on the occasion of the separation from the mother." Dr. May continues referring to the danger of castration as a reaction to a loss, to a separation, of which the prototype is the birth experience. He also includes an analysis of other noted psychologists concerning anxiety. Otto Rank's view of anxiety as stemming from the central problem of individualization, and then the fear of life and the fear of death. Alfred Adler's view of anxiety as related to feelings of inferiority. Jung's belief that anxiety is the individual's reaction to the invasion of his conscious mind by irrational forces and images from the collective unconscious. Karen Horney's view of anxiety is a reaction to the threat to something belonging to the core of the personality coupled with the hostility response. And finally, Harry Stack Sullivan's view of anxiety as apprehension of interpersonal disapproval. However, Dr. May recognized that these theories, including his own, being affirming itself against non-being, remain insufficient. Now, I also view these approaches as insufficient and conclude, as argued in my earlier discussion of alienation, that anxiety in the Western civilization and culture stems from the origin of that culture, which rests most fundamentally in the production of albino mutants from the black parents in Africa. Anxiety, like alienation in Western culture, is the result of the rejection of these albinos because of their genetic deficiency status and their subsequent abandonment and migration northward to form what is now recognized as the white race. This global white collective maintains a different appearance from the rest of humankind, and they dislike this difference. Therefore, they tan and use makeup. They remain a minority of the world's people, surrounded globally by black, brown, red, and yellow global majority. The white global collective remains genetically recessive to the black, brown, red, and yellow global majority and lives each day and each minute of every hour in a continuous fear of white alien annihilation by the global majority of genetic dominance. This fundamental fear of albino isolation, abandonment, and genetic annihilation is at the core of Western civilization, a civilization structured to ensure white genetic survival. This survival plan necessitates the subjugation and control of all non-white peoples. I define this subjugation and control as the white supremacy system. Because the conscious overt dialogue in the whole of Western civilization and culture is never about its global white minority status, its recessive, therefore vulnerable genetic status or its initial rejection by the black parents and the black majority, these feelings about self and fears of inadequacy and vulnerability reside underground in the brain computer. These subconscious and unconscious thoughts become the basis for the pervasive, neurotic anxiety that characterizes Western culture, such as the specific nature and cause of this nameless and formless uneasiness that has dogged the footsteps of modern man. Modern man means Western man, means white man, means the global white collective. This is the reason that Valium, or diazepam, is the most prescribed drug in the U.S., the key unit of Western civilization and culture. It is the same anxiety that causes Western civilization's preoccupation with weapons, spending more money on armaments than on any other single budgetary item. These weapons surround all of the world's non-white peoples. The whites hope that the weapons will prevent white genetic annihilation and thereby ensure white genetic survival. But then whites hold a pervasive attendant fear that they will be destroyed in the conflagration also. This fundamental anxiety relative to global white genetic annihilation pervades all patterns and symbols, logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, and perception in all areas of people activity within Western culture and civilization. Also, it pervades all aspects of family life for whites and all non-white victims of white supremacy. All the aforementioned theories of anxiety by Freud, Jung, Rank, Adler, Horney, Sullivan, and May are encompassed in the above stated Cress Welshing thesis on anxiety in Western civilization and culture. Narcissism. Narcissism, just as alienation and anxiety have become key foci of attention for Western behavioral and social scientists and other scholars, narcissism has become the most recent abstraction for intense intellectual involvement. A January 30th, 1978 Newsweek article entitled "The New Narcissism" outlines several qualities of narcissism. Long before social critic Tom Wolfe labeled the 70s the me decade, scholars were exploring narcissism as a new, perhaps even dominant psychological pattern of both individual and social behavior. According to this theory, the new narcissist suffers and emotionally dies because, like his mythological prototype, he cannot return anyone's affection. His fatal flaw, however, is not really self-love, but a grandiose expectation of himself that cannot be sustained and makes him vulnerable to chronic bouts of boredom and inner emptiness. In the eyes of the new narcissist, the outside world is essentially a mirror that reflects his own alternative feelings of personal omnipotence and disintegration. To Dr. Ernest Wolfe of the Chicago Institute of Psychoanalysis, the identification of the new narcissism signals a major revolution in psychoanalysis, in which self-esteem is seen as just as important as sexuality. For social historian Christopher Lasch, narcissism is the key to understanding why self-preservation and psychic survival pervade the moral climate of contemporary society. At a recent conference on narcissism in modern society at the University of Michigan, several psychiatrists argued that there are still no solid clinical data proving that narcissism has increased in relation to traditional neurosis. Others, such as psychologist Kenneth Keniston, wonder whether a clinical term like narcissism can properly explain patterns of social behavior. Now, nonetheless, through a series of books, essays, and symposiums, the new narcissism has emerged as a central intellectual concern. A post-Freudian school of psychoanalysis based in Chicago has proclaimed pathological narcissism the besetting psychological disorder of modern Western culture and has developed a psychology of the self to explain its causes. And some social scientists have adopted clinical descriptions of narcissism to help explain the declining interest in politics, social action, and child rearing, and the corresponding rise of an individual's survival ethic. Pathological narcissists simply cannot depend on others, which for me is a crucial characteristic, says New York psychoanalyst Otto F. Kernberg, author of the influential study Borderline Conditions of Pathological Narcissism. Much as they crave admiration, says Dr. Kernberg, narcissists systematically exploit and devalue others. Frequently charming and charismatic, they tend to enjoy only fleeting emotional contacts rather than genuine, long-term intimacy. Narcissists are often highly successful in business, bureaucracies, and other interpersonal organizations, typically which such situations reward those who can manipulate others while discouraging personal attachments and providing enough emotional feedback to satisfy self-esteem. The Third Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders in 1980, published by the American Psychiatric Association, contains a description of the narcissistic personality disorder with the following stated criteria. A. Grandiose sense of self-importance or uniqueness. B. Preoccupation with fantasies or unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love. C. Exhibitionistic. Requires constant attention and admiration. D. Responds to criticism, indifference of others, or defeat with either cool indifference or with marked feelings of rage, inferiority, shame, humiliation, or emptiness. E. Two of the following. 1. Lack of empathy, inability to recognize how others feel. 2. Entitlement, expectation of special favors with reactions or surprise and anger when others don't comply. 3. Interpersonal exploitiveness, takes advantage of others to indulge his own desires or for self-aggrandizement with disregard for the personal integrity and rights of others. 4. Relationships characteristically vacillate between the extremes of over-idealization and devaluation. Any non-white person who has had extensive experience with whites, collectively or as individuals, will find in the above a description of those relationships. At a superficial level, it seems ironic that those responsible for including this disorder in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual have failed to recognize this as a statement that characterizes the global relationship of whites to non-whites, a description of white supremacy dynamic, or racism. For further understanding of this perceptual failure, let us return to the Greek myth of Narcissus. According to Greek mythology, Narcissus was the son of the river god Cephissus and a nymph, Liriope. He was distinguished for his beauty. His mother was told that he would have a long life, provided he never looked upon his own features. However, this rejection of the love of the nymph Echo, or his lover Ananias, drew upon him the vengeance of the gods. He fell in love with his own reflection in the waters of a spring and pined away, or killed himself. This ancient mythological symbolism displays the difficulty the white collective has in looking in the mirror to see itself for what it truly is in relationship to the vast majority of the world's people. Indeed, if it faces itself with its puffed up attitude of white superiority, it will disintegrate. Narcissism, as described but not deeply understood by Freud, is germane to this thesis. Freud viewed narcissism as a character disorder in which there was a fixation and libidinal energy upon itself. Because of a lack of love or response to the part of the parents, the libidinal energy never can be discharged upon another person with satisfaction. Distrust of other persons and relationships persist into adult life, so that the narcissistic character prefers autoeroticism, i.e. masturbation, to normal sexual intercourse. Freud and others have failed to understand that the failure of parental love is rooted in the original rejection by the black mothers and black fathers in Africa of their albino white mutant offspring, who were forced to try to love themselves if they were to survive. But they could not arrive at a point of true self-acceptance because there were never parental and group acceptance or validation at the time that the whites mutated from blacks. Because whites failed to be accepted by the original black parents, they evolved a subsequent compensatory pattern of white supremacy. Yet beneath the stance of white supremacy and white grandiosity, the insecurity of inadequacy, inferiority, and vulnerability remains to be displayed alternately. Long ago, the Greeks were cautioned by the oracle of Delphi, whom the Greeks portrayed in the eponymous hero Delphus as a Negro, to know thyself. Clearly to date, the Western collective has failed in this task. The ISIS Papers, Chapter 3, Unified Field Theory Psychiatry. Yet do I marvel at this curious thing, to make a poet black and bid him sing, County Cullen. Is it conceivable that a black who is also a woman can critique and dismantle the whole of Western psychiatry? I'll begin this essay somewhat differently than it was originally conceived several years ago. This alteration is occasioned by having read the article, Retreat Behind New Walls Seen Posing Danger for Psychiatry, which appeared in the June 1980 issue of Clinical Psychiatry News. It is a report from San Francisco on the address given by Dr. Alan M. Stone as outgoing president at the annual meeting of the American Psychiatric Association. Dr. Stone stated, "The new walls are being built as psychiatrists attempt to deal with the issues of racism, homosexuality, and the situation of women. These are all issues which have confronted us in our practice, challenged the moral assumption that lie concealed in our theories, and confounded us with disputes and acrimony in our association. It is no accident that each issue invites psychiatry to take a stand on human values. Human values, after all, are a crucial link in the chain that binds itself to society. To take a stand on them reveals something about our own selves, our own relations to society, and our own vision of what it means to love and to work. Many psychiatrists believe that the APA should limit itself to issues that are clearly psychiatric, but many others believe that these social issues are clearly psychiatric. I shall claim that what separates these two groups can only be understood as part of the deep theoretical dilemma in which American psychiatry finds itself. Its lack of conceptual clarity. This theoretic ambiguity is the core of the conflict which confronts psychiatry. As pragmatic eclectics, certain that we have put the pieces of the picture together correctly, we can never be confident that we can distinguish between the sick patient and a sick society. Psychiatry's contribution to what it means to be a person is its most powerful aspect. That contribution cannot be under psychiatry's control in a free society. However, the profession has a responsibility for the hidden values in its theories and therapies, which contribute to the shaping of contemporary consciousness. It is in the issues surrounding the subject of women that perhaps the most convincing attack on the hidden values in psychiatry has been made. Dr. Stone continued his discussion, asking if these issues cut deeper into American psychiatry than racism and homosexuality. As far as I can see, the case against psychiatry as it regards women is far more damaging, requires far more than a minor adjustment of our composite sketch. Indeed, it compels each of us to re-examine not only our theories, but also our lives and relationships. There can be no new psychology of women that does not require a new psychology of men. That makes necessary a new conception of all of our human values and all the paradigms of psychiatry. Psychiatry does not stand outside of history or morality, but how do psychiatrists decide which history and which morality to accept? The rules about which history and which morality to accept are not clearly described in the biologic, psychodynamic, and behavioral paradigms. What is required of us is moral ambition. Until our composite sketch becomes a true portrait of humanity, we must live with our uncertainty. We will grope, we will struggle, and our compassion may be our only guide and comfort. Originally, my essay began with the statement, "It is clear to many that the grave problems are confronting the field of psychiatry at theoretical and conceptual levels. This crisis has important implications for treatment as well as the problems encountered in formulating diagnostic categories, as evidenced in the controversy surrounding the task of developing diagnostic and statistical manual to third. But who better should state the problem facing psychiatry in America than an outgoing president of the American Psychiatric Association? Indeed, who would be more readily believed than he? Well, not accepting all that was said by Dr. Stone, most specifically his view of sexism as a more problematic issue than racism, I do share his awareness of a floundering chaos in psychiatry's current theoretical and conceptual state. It was this very awareness that led me to the consideration of a unified field theory in psychiatry. The concept of a unified field theory is derived from the work of the great physician or physicist Albert Einstein, March 14, 1879, April 18, 1955. Einstein, a mathematical physicist, the most recognized and highly renowned scientist in the history of the Western civilization, spent the greater portion of his productive years in search of a unified field theory, a theory that in mathematical terms, by a single set of equations, would combine all of the different manifestations of energy phenomenon in the universe. Einstein studied the force of gravity and produced a general theory of relativity. He studied the forces of electromagnetism and produced a special theory of relativity, which became a more accurate yardstick for measuring the characteristics of the physical world. Then, Einstein questioned the possibility of generalizing the mathematical foundations of the theory to derive not only the properties of the gravitational field, but also those of the electromagnetic field. His work is reviewed in Ronald Clark's 1971 Einstein, The Life and Times. In Einstein's own words, "For years it has been my greatest ambition to resolve the duality of natural laws into unity. This duality lies in the fact that physicists have hitherto been compelled to postulate two sets of laws, those which control gravitation and those which control the phenomena of electricity and magnetism. Many physicists have suspected that two sets of laws must be based upon one general law, but neither experiment nor theory has until now succeeded in formulating this law. The relativity theory reduced to one formula all laws which govern space, time, and gravitation, and thus it corresponds to the demand for simplification of our physical concepts. The purpose of my work is to further this simplification, and particularly to reduce to one formula the explanation of the field of gravity and the field of electromagnetism. For this reason I call it contribution to a unified field theory. But only now, we know that the force which moves electrons in their ellipse about the nuclei of atoms is the same force that moves our Earth in its annual course about the Sun, and is the same force which brings us the rays of light and heat which make life possible on this planet. Not only did Einstein die before achieving this goal, but prior to his death, his conceptualization of a unified field theory was being dismissed by younger physicists as the ideas of an old man whose scientific usefulness had passed long ago. Quantum physics and the physics of chance and statistical probabilities, the physics of Born and Heisenberg, were supplanting the Einsteinian physics of the whole. This was the new physics of indeterminacy. This new physics could be characterized by Sir George Thomson's following statements, which appear in Einstein, The Life and Times. Wherever a system is really complicated, as in a brain or in any organized community, interdeterminacy comes in, not necessarily because of H, Planck's constant, but because to make a prediction, so many things must be known that the stray consequences of studying them will disturb the status quo, which can never therefore be discovered. History is not and cannot be determinate. The supposed causes only may produce the consequences we expect. I am almost certain that most workers in the field of psychiatry are not consciously aware that they too have assured a position in the respective scientific camps of either Albert Einstein or that of Born and Heisenberg. The camp of indeterminacy holds, as articulated by Sir George Thomson, that in a system as complicated as the brain or in an organized community, one cannot uncover a unitary law or a unitary cause of the many complex forms of behavior, knowledge of which would enable prediction of expected consequences. On the contrary, the camp of determinacy concludes that in any finite energy system, no matter how seemingly complex at the surface level, a unitary law can be discerned simply because there is specific order in the universe, and thus there is order in any given energy system. A unitary law would reveal the nature of that specific order. I reside in the Albert Einstein camp, the camp of determinacy. Einstein's effort towards uncovering the unified field has great meaning to me as a psychiatrist, behavioral scientist, because it is my developing conviction that the present confusion is largely a result of our failure to see the interconnections that exist between many seemingly isolated, disconnected behavior energy phenomenon in Western culture. Actually, there are very few, if any, workers in behavioral science who perceive the necessity to search out, on one hand, these interconnections, and on the other hand, to unveil the total unified form that is structured by these interconnections and their fundamental cause, or etiology. This may be said in the reverse order, because there is a failure on the part of most investigators to perceive the total outline of the Western cultural dynamic. It is difficult, if not impossible, for them to make sense of the isolated behavioral patterns within the total behavior system framework. Behavioral scientists, thus frustrated, have tried to find the answers in statistics, neurochemical molecules, and genes. It was the same limitation and dependence on a statistical method of analyzing energy phenomenon that depressed Einstein in the work of his colleagues in physics. He lamented that they could not see the larger picture. They lacked his intuitive faculty to see at a deeper and more encompassing level. This may be best understood if we look at the scattered pieces of a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle for which the outlining border has not yet been set in place. Generally speaking, one cannot make heads or tails of the scattered tiny pieces. Once the outline or context has been established, the order in which the small pieces are to be placed immediately becomes clear. I used a particular introduction for this brief essay because a total behavioral energy system also can be seen and understood as a unified field of energy phenomena. Once that unified field of behavioral energy is perceived and described, setting forth its etiology and dynamic, the once seemingly isolated, little understood, and often unexamined individual phenomenon of behavioral energy within the field are seen in brilliant, coherence, whereas before they were neither visualized nor understood adequately. A parallel process can be seen in the recent discoveries in physics of strange celestial objects such as quasars, pulsars, and black holes, the discovery of which can be seen as dependent upon Einstein's concept of a unified field, the framework of his relativity concept. The global white supremacy system, or racism, is a highly specific system of behavior energy. The force and energy of the system, through its ultimate goal, objective, and its patterns of logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, perception, and symbols in all areas of people activity, economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, determines the dominant patterns of behavior in the world today. The global system of white supremacy is euphemistically referred to as Western civilization. In Chapter 1, I explained that the global behavior patterns of racism are a survival necessity for the white collective. This racist activity is a compensatory attempt to prevent white genetic annihilation on a planet where the vast majority of peoples are genetically dominant to the melanin-deficient whites. The awareness of self in a white global collective as a white genetic mutant population that was rejected by their black parents in Africa, see Chapter 2, and a subsequent conscious and or unconscious determination to survive as a global minority became the underlying law that determined the evolution of the now global white supremacy system culture. All major and minor behavior energy crystallizations or behavior units in the global white collective, no matter how simple or complex, old or new, short or long-lived, must conform in a final analysis to the basic behavior energy equation of white over non-white, or white power over non-white powerlessness. This is the necessary power or energy equation for white genetic survival. This behavior energy equation is expressed in energy manifestations of pattern of logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, and perception in all areas of people activity. From this basic law, it becomes possible to predict the ultimate output of individual and collective white brain computers at the local and global levels. In energy terms, this means that it is possible to predict the fundamental patterns, the bottom line, of all energy that flows from the white collective and its dynamic interactions with the non-white collective. That sum total of behavior energy expression is always the energy crystallization of white supremacy, white genetic survival, irrespective of the gross of subtle myriad behavior forms it assumes. Also, this energy formation can be understood as a finite unified energy field or force field, albeit that the force is behavior energy. This new theory of psychiatry is what I refer to as a unified field theory psychiatry. It is a psychiatry that perceives a definable whole global system of behavior energy, wherein the behavior events lend themselves to prediction because the ultimate objective of the system remains constant. The basic considerations that Einstein proposed for physical energy and his concept of the unified field theory can be applied readily to behavior energy in the concept of unified field theory psychiatry. Thus, the role of all major and minor patterns of behavior within the field can be understood and even predicted. Now, the underlying interrelationships between seemingly unconnected patterns of behavior are visible. It is though the end of a knotted ball or skein yarn has been discovered that, with patience, permits complete unraveling without breaks in the yarn. Heretofore, the Western behavior scientists had recognized the single connection thread of logic permeating seemingly unrelated phenomena such as lynching, smoking objects, bullfights, chocolate candy with nuts, coffee, guns, umbrellas, automobiles, skiing, races, and racing, horse, foot, and car. The Adam and Eve mythology, Moby Dick, Dracula, Frankenstein, the play Equus by Peter Schaeffer, paper money, gold, Christian religious symbolism, the Nazi swastika, anti-Semitism, sexual perversions, apartheid, child abuse, capitalism, nudism, the Holocaust, alienation, sexism, homosexuality, pornography, narcissism, gambling, rape, flags, men's ties, etc. All of the above are but a few of the major behavior energy entities, myths, and symbols included in the white supremacy system culture that are related to the single underlying law governing the origin and continued existence of Western civilization. Western social and behavioral science, particularly psychiatry, has been content with behavior fragment analysis and multiple theoretical explanations for different behaviors. This demonstrates a failure to comprehend the entire forest while focusing on isolated trees or clumps of trees. Failure to comprehend the whole behavior energy forest field has resulted in isolated behavior modification techniques and programs, the inability to grasp the manner in which the total social structure determines the behavior of the individual personality, and a tendency to focus on isolated neurochemical sequences and mechanisms as causing certain behavior pattern constellations. This limited pattern of perception and the apparently necessary pattern of endless abstracting, with an inability to synthesize the whole, may be predicated upon a pattern of data reception in a nervous system of persons who possess insufficient levels of melanin in their nervous system. The lack of melanin results from the genetic deficiency state of albinism or its variants, which in turn influences basic patterns of perception or energy messages from the physical social environment. I will examine this possibility in a future work. Understanding this, it is clear that current Western psychiatry's inability to identify the interrelationships existing between racism, homosexuality, and sexism, articulated by Dr. Alan Stone, is due to an inadequate conceptual and theoretical base. As stated previously, racism is the evolved behavior energy system predicated upon a need for white genetic survival. Both homosexuality and sexism are derivatives of the fundamental dynamic. The forces in the white supremacy system that lead to a massive increase of passivity, effeminization, bisexuality, and homosexuality in the black male population as necessities for white genetic survival are discussed in Chapter 6. However, to specifically focus on white male homosexuality in the white supremacy culture, we must return to the male albino mutant's awareness of himself in contrast to the prototypic human male. The black male, the father of the early albino mutants. Indeed, this fact is the true basis for the Oedipus mythology. Historically, white males worldwide have suffered a deep sense of male inferiority and inadequacy because they represent a mutant, genetically recessive minority population that can be genetically annihilated by all non-white people, males and females. Ultimately, this awareness in the white collective has produced high levels of masculine self-doubt, fear, anxiety, and self-alienation. These difficulties have been intensified by the awareness that white reproductivity is far lower than the natural reproductivity of any non-white population. Thus, the white male collective feels vulnerable to the global non-white male collective, but most specifically to the black male collective because of blacks' ability to produce the highest level of melanin and thereby the greatest potential for white genetic annihilation. This basic logic of disgust with the white genetic and genital self drives the brain computer in a white male collective to self-negating patterns of behavior. Also, it is the basis of the continuing question in the white collective: who has the largest penis, the black or white male? At another level, white male homosexuality may be viewed as a symbolic attempt to incorporate into the white male body more male substance by either sucking the penis of another male or orally ingesting the semen, or by having male ejaculate deposited in one end of the alimentary canal. Through anal intercourse, the self-debasing white male may fantasize that he can produce a product of color, albeit that the product of color is fecal matter. This fantasy is significant for white males because the male who are able to produce skin color are viewed as the real men. The same sense of maleness deficiency in a white supremacy culture causes the behavior patterns of smoking either small white phallic symbols called cigarettes, large dark brown or black phallic symbols known as cigars, pipes, and long brown cigarettes called Moors. Or does it mean Moors? These are sucked, swallowed, puffed, and otherwise bodily ingested, ultimately leading to self-negation through potential cancer-caused deaths. Also, it should be noted that for the white male collective, the greatest sense of male power comes from smoking the large, dark brown phallic smoking objects, cigars and pipes. Thus, cigars are given at birth of a son. Similarly, the sense of maleness deficiency elevates the gun to such important status in the white supremacy culture. See Chapter 8. White male homosexuality is reinforced in the white family. wherein the white male's sense of genetic inadequacy causes him to project his sense of genetic inferiority onto the white female. She's forced to accept the concept of her own genetic inferiority compared to white males. In angry reaction to the white male attack, she causes her white sons to negate their masculinity and to become more like herself as a female. Also, the white male must oppress the white female because the latter proclaims that her ideal sex partner is tall, dark, and handsome. Should the white female be permitted to have her freedom and to sexually aggress against the dark man, non-white male, white genetic annihilation will occur. The two above factors, white male projecting their sense of genetic inferiority on the white females, and two, white males fear the white females and their preference for black and non-white males, will become participants in white genetic annihilation, have resulted in what Western culture now refers to as sexism, the repression of white females by white males in a white supremacy system culture. Presently, white females are responding collectively to white males' imposed sense of genetic inferiority through their struggle for equality with white males. Large numbers of white females are proclaiming themselves lesbians, believing that this is a constructive response to their sense of inadequacy. They of course fail to realize that these behaviors arise from the fact that they have been taught to degrade their genetic makeups as white females in the subtle dynamics of white family life. Thus they move into behaviors of non-self reproduction and self-negation. Also in white females' drive to be equal to the white males, they have increased greatly the practice of sucking on the white phallic symbols, cigarettes, causing a sharp increase in their incidence of self-negation through lung cancer. White females fail to understand that while they strive to become the same as white males, they become more alienated from their genetic selves. Thus, they fall victim to the dynamic of genetic alienation, the central core of racism, as they participate in the finite unified energy field of white genetic survival. Whether one examines the microcosm of the individual white personality or the macrocosm of the global white collective, the law of white genetic survival stands. That law can be stated in the following equation: white power over non-white powerlessness, or W over NW. Nonetheless, the implication of the law for whites is a failure of individual and collective white self-respect, based on a negative image and concept of the self. In a white collective there is self-esteem, which is a compensatory inflated sense of the self, but there is not fundamental respect for the genetic white self. The implications for psychiatry are as follows. On the basis of negative image and concept of the self, the brain computer evolves patterns of neurochemistry, logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, and perception that are self and group negating and productive of disharmony in the universe. These are patterns of neurochemistry and behavior consistent with various degrees of mental illness. On the basis of a positive self-image and self-concept, the brain computer evolves patterns of neurochemistry, logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, and perception that are self and group supporting and productive of harmony in the universe. These are patterns of neurochemistry and behavior consistent with mental health. The following diagrams show the environmental factors that act upon a genetic and constitutional base to form the self-image and self-concept. Factors that support the self lead to positive self-images and self-concepts, whereas factors that deny the self lead to negative self-images and self-concepts. The task of psychiatry is to help the individual and the collective achieve genuine genetic self-respect and thereby respect for others in all aspects of the universe. Psychiatry's further task is to demonstrate that the white supremacy system is unable to produce an environment in which mental health can evolve and flourish. Therefore, that power system needs to be abandoned for a more productive one. This unified field theory psychiatry concept of mental health and mental illness challenges the dictum of Sigmund Freud that mental health is the ability to work and to love. The global white supremacy system culture constitutes a finite unified behavior energy field. The single unitary law of genetic survival governs its origin and its continuance. Homosexuality and sexism are necessary derivatives of this energy field, and just like all other significant behaviors in the global and local white collective, can be understood as derivatives of this finite unified behavior energy field. It is knowledge of the unitary causative law that governs this field and enables the prediction of future behavior energy patterns within it. The above discussion then serves as background to the essays which follow. All dominant behaviors in the white supremacy system culture are derivatives of this central concern and its secondary and tertiary elaborations and compensations, which also are concerned with white genetic survival. Together, these behavior patterns produce the white supremacy unified behavior field. Albert Einstein realized that we needed a law to guide us in and around the phenomenon in the organized energy systems of the physical universe, so that our movements and interactions in that universe could be facilitated. Similarly, we need a law to guide us in the evolved energy system of white supremacy behavior organization in order to facilitate our movement in that system, with the ultimate goal being truth, justice, harmony, and peace. Contrary to the fears of Dr. Alan Stone, new walls are being built in psychiatry. The old walls of artificial abstractions are being torn down, and in their place stands a new edifice, a unified field, which can be used to diagnose, treat, and cure.
The ISIS Papers, Chapter 4, Learning to Look at Symbols. A culture can be likened to a quilt of intricate geometrical design in which all of the many colored pieces, their shapes and stitching flow into one another, constitute the whole. This analogy is apt for yet a second reason. Often the design on the upper side of the quilt is different from the undersurface pattern. Still, the undersurface design is essential for the outward surface appearance. I've given myself the task of decoding the culture in which I find myself in time and space. That culture is the dominating global power for system culture of white supremacy or racism. This decoding amounts to turning over, examining, and laying bare the intricate pattern pieces underlying the culture and power system, showing in sharp relief its lines of force and determination and thus its overall design. Only by doing so is it possible to see where we are going in the existing dense white fog. Counter-racist psychiatry defines mental health as patterns of logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, and perception consciously practiced by the victims of white supremacy or racism, with the objective of eradicating racism at the global level. Functionally speaking, for the victims of white supremacy, this means to act in a self-group respecting and supporting manner in all areas of people activity, despite the specific conditions of racist domination and oppression. Submission to and cooperation with victimization and oppression are signs of individual or group mental illness or self-negation. Once the victims of oppression accurately and completely decode the system and its objective of oppression, and once they fully realize and analyze the symbols and patterns of logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, and perception, consciously or unconsciously determined, that constitute the system, the oppressed will be able to reorganize their own behavior effectively. This reorganization will result in self-group respect and self-support, and thereby end their oppression. The process of decoding a power system and its culture is a necessary first step to achieve behavioral mastery over the system culture. The attainment of such mastery is an essential step in the process of total liberation for the victims who wish to end that oppression and regain their self-respect and mental health. Without this process of decoding, the oppressed fail to fully understand what they are dealing with. They have minimal levels of consciousness and self-group respect, and they are, functionally speaking, mentally ill. This decoding activity entails the unraveling and analysis of all the various products of individual and collective brain activity within a given culture. These brain products appear and are reflected in all areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, including games and sports, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. This means analysis of products of conscious as well as unconscious brain activity, patterns of logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, perception, dreams, symbols, and intuition will be required. Of special importance are the brain products that issue forth from those who are white and whose presently control the power balance in the global power system of white supremacy, and who thus produce the dominant themes and trends within the system and culture framework. Symbols are highly abstracted, condensed and decoded messages that are developed by the activity of the brain computer in the human organism. These messages are developed and evolved from energy, sensory data, received in the brain from the external environment, various lines of energy data from the total environment coverage on a brain computer via the nervous system, which can then, under the proper circumstances, lead to the development of a symbol. Thus, symbols reflect certain aspects of the external environment and a total body's internal environmental response to the external environment. Musical notes on paper, as well as written and spoken words, are symbols. There are other kinds of symbols that are not as immediately translated or fully understood because of their highly abstract forms and complexity. The impact of these complex symbols reach subconscious and unconscious levels of brain activity. These complex symbols are in effect full sentences, paragraphs, or entire books of data stated in a highly abstracted single image or line configuration. Once the symbol is formed, it is capable of acting upon the brain computer, which receives it as an energy or data message. This message affects the end product of behavior as carried forth in any area of human activity. The symbol, in turn, acts upon the external environment. These single picture sentences or single picture paragraphs commence in the brain computer and act as powerful undetected persuaders, and thus as powerful determinants of behavior patterns. These complex symbols are usually related to the deepest cultural themes of a people and have significant messages to convey about the people and culture's reason for being. Furthermore, these reasons are passed on uncensored in the unconscious via the total environmental experience from the beginning of people time, generation to generation. In this manner, the symbols act as a stirring rod that agitates the unconscious, sending out energy responses in the form of thought, speech, action, and emotions. In the opinion of the Hindu philosopher Ananda K. Kumsarami, symbolism is the art of thinking in images, an art now lost to civilized man. However, this loss, as anthropology and psychoanalysis has shown, is limited to consciousness and not to the unconscious, which is to compensate is perhaps now overloaded with symbolic material. He goes on to state that to know the rational in the deeply irrational is the mark of truthful living, that is, of fully alive perception of the conditions of one's life. The major forms of symbolism in a power system culture constitute powerful and subtle messages about how and why the culture came into being, and what the people must do to survive and maintain itself. Symbolism is thus the glue that holds the individual and collective psyche of the people and its culture together. The keys to the system culture are found in the decoded symbolism of that system culture. Symbols and brain process. Carl Gustav Jung was the major European behavior scientist to emphasize the importance of symbols, their production and their meaning in the brain's total process and behavioral output. Nevertheless, his massive volume of work has taken a lesser place to that accorded Sigmund Freud in the late 19th and 20th centuries of Western white thought. However, it should be remembered that the understanding and use of symbols, included in the interpretation of dreams, reached their highest development in African and Asian culture and was of major significance in these cultures dating back to the earliest time, prehistory, long before there was any European cultural development. According to Jung, the symbol is the primitive expression to the unconscious, but at the same time it is also an idea corresponding to the highest institution produced by consciousness. Additionally, in his work, Psyche and Symbols, he had the following to say about symbols. Since the symbol is the most complete expression of that which in any given epoch is as yet unknown, and cannot be replaced by any other statement at the time, it must proceed from the complex and subtle strata of the contemporary psychological atmosphere. Conversely, the effective living symbol must also contain something which is shared by considerable numbers of men. It embraces that which is common to a larger group. Consequently, it must include those primitive elements, emotional and otherwise, whose omnipresence stands beyond all doubt. Only when the symbol comprehends all those and conveys them with ultimate force can it evoke a universal response. Therein resides the powerful and redeeming effect of the living social symbol. Also, it has been said that symbols are always paradoxical since they contain elements that do not exist in logic. Jung thought that the elements combined with the symbols are contradictory only to the logic of consciousness, but that nonetheless they conform to a basic reality that eludes conscious thought processes. A genuine symbol is an image which possesses two essential features. It originates with the archetypal ground of the psyche, and secondly, there exists a consciousness to apprehend it. In an article entitled Contribution of Jungian Psychotherapy Towards Understanding the Creative Process, George Boas states, "The beauty of myth and symbol lies in their synthetic power. They can combine in one presentation disparate elements which would be self-contradictory if put in a declarative sentence. Norman O'Brien in Love's Body has stated that the axis on which world history is symbolism, from figura to veritas, translation from symbol to truth, The axis of the world history is making conscious and unconscious. Brown further states that symbolism is between conscious and unconscious. Jung explains in his book that man and his symbols approaching the unconscious. A symbol is a term, a name, or even a picture that may be familiar in daily life, yet that possesses specific connotations in addition to its conventional and obvious meaning. It implies something vague, unknown, or hidden from us. Now he continues, a word or an image is symbolic when it implies something more than its obvious and immediate meaning. It has a wider unconscious aspect that is never precisely defined or fully explained. He further informs us that as the mind explores a symbol, it is led to ideas that lie beyond the grasp of reason. Jung's work indicates that a true symbol appears only when there is a need to express a thought one cannot openly think, or what is only divined or felt. Recent neurological studies suggest that the silent right cerebral hemisphere is the source of activity leading to phenomena such as symbol formation. Other studies demonstrate that the left cerebral hemisphere seems more concerned with the logical processes of directed, more consciously controlled thinking. By contrast, the activities of the right cerebral hemisphere may be subject to different laws that are as yet little understood. In addition, the right and left hemisphere appears capable of independent, simultaneous thought. Also, it has been suggested that collaboration of the two contradictory modes associated with right and left hemispheric activity may account to the symbolic process and for creativity. And diagram 1 illustrates the process by which the brain computer uses sensory data received from the surrounding environment to form symbols and other brain computer products. Clearly, many forms and levels of data messages from the physical and social environment are input in the brain computer. Some of the sensory data is coded as a level of consciousness, but because of the large scope of unattended perceptions, much of the data is coded at the unconscious levels of brain activity. As some neurologists would state, this data is dispersed between the left and right cerebral hemispheres respectively. Now, for example, within the framework of a given system and culture, certain perceptions may exist that never are acknowledged overtly, and certain ideas, thoughts, concepts, and theories that are uttered rarely, if ever. These perceptions and words, ideas, concepts, and theories that are repressed or channeled into the unconscious level of the brain computer becomes an entire world of ideas treated as though they never existed in the form of concrete reality. Nonetheless, the data from the environment that is encoded at the unconscious level of the brain computer actually does not disappear, just as the objective data that produce the repressed ideas and concepts do not disappear. There simply ceases to be a clear focus on this body of data. This repressed data becomes the substratum from which symbols can be formed. As stated previously, the dominant aspect of the total environmental reality on the planet is that the overwhelming majority of people are black, brown, red, and yellow. This fact has created the most fundamental collective preoccupation and perhaps fear in the global white collective of white genetic survival. The survival that is threatened by the genetic material contained in the genitals of black men and other non-white men. Non-white people are genetically dominant to whites and thus are potential genetic annihilators of the minority white collective. Due to this fear of white genetic annihilation, the global white collective has evolved during the last 2,000 years. The global white supremacy system and culture that dominates all black, brown, red, and yellow peoples in the world, determining their behavior in all areas of people activity. The ISIS Papers, Chapter 5, The Symbolism of Christ, the Cross, the Crucifix, the Communion. Dedication. This essay is dedicated to all the black men who are in greater confinement, prisons, and jails, with the hope that they will be encouraged never to give up the struggle against white supremacy, domination, and justice, once they understand what the struggle is truly all about. Then they will never return to jail, and their behavior no longer will be anti-racist, blind reaction to stress from ignorance, anger, and fear, but affectionately counter-racist. Many of these black men, in their letters to me, also have given me great encouragement, support, and help towards continuing our fight for justice. All black people are still in confinement. Forward. This essay is not intended to be sacrilegious or offensive to anyone. I was baptized in the Baptist Church and christened in the African Methodist Episcopal Church. This essay was written only to address the question black people have been raising for a long time. What's happening? We ask that question of everyone that we meet because we truly have not understood and presently do not understand what really is going on. It is the responsibility of black behavioral scientists in general, and black psychiatrists in particular, to provide this answer. The basic discussion of white genetic survival through the possession of and control of the black male's genital apparatus is carried forth unconsciously in the precepts and practices of the global white supremacy system's primary religion, Christianity. These fundamental concepts are manifested in Christianity's central pattern of symbols. In fact, it is in religious activity that the highest level of symbolic discussion emerges. Whereas the testicles are those aspects of the male anatomy that contain the dominant genetic material, the penis is the aspect that transports the genetic material, which initiates the production of life and skin color. If one were to make a simple schematic drawing of the genital organs of the male anatomy, the diagram might look like diagram 1. A further abstraction of the same drawing could be represented as diagram 2, or if further abstracted, it could be represented simply as two lines, one vertical, the other horizontal, one crossing near the top of the other. It is clear that diagram 3, a highly abstracted line drawing of the male genitalia, is a cross. I submit that the cross, as an important and provocative symbol in the white supremacy system culture, is none other than a brain-computer distillate of the white collective sphere-induced obsession with the genitals of all non-white men, of black men in particular, who have the potential to genetically annihilate the white race. Furthermore, the cross represents the male's genitals removed from the black male's body, meaning castrated genitals. Thus, the cross is a critical symbol in the thought process of the white supremacy system, beginning its evolution almost 2,000 years ago during the early white aggression against blacks in Africa and Asia. This particular interpretation of the cross never has been given before. Support for this interpretation may be found in the examination of the sword as a secondary critical symbol in a white supremacy culture. Here, I am referencing to the so-called Western sword with its straight blade in contrast to the Oriental sword, which has a curved blade. J.E. Circlett's A Dictionary of Symbols relating to the symbolism of the sword states, "Here one must recall the general meaning of weapons, which is the antithesis of the monster." In the same discussion, he notes, "There can be no doubt that there is a sociological factor in sword symbolism, since the sword is an instrument proper to the knight, who is a defender of the forces of light against the forces of darkness." In a white supremacy system or culture, the monster is always the black male. King Kong, and more specifically his white genetic annihilation genitals. As the white male or the knight moves to control the monster, black male genitalia, indeed he does become the defender of the forces of light against the forces of darkness. The Western sword is shaped exactly as the cross, the brain-computer distillate of the male genitalia. In an article entitled Values, Myths, and Symbols, which appeared in the July 1973 issue of the American Journal of Psychiatry, Rollo May had the following to say about the cross. For example, the Christian cross draws together the horizontal and vertical dimensions of life and unites them perpendicularly to each other, embracing their conflict. However, this is a superficial description of a cross, and it is totally inadequate as an in-depth interpretation of this major symbol in the white supremacy system culture. The white collective scenes enable to decode their own symbolism completely. Their own translations of the major symbols and their analysis of their unconscious remain superficial, incoherent, and unconvincing. Therefore, the white collective remains unaware of itself and unpredictable to itself and to others who lack deep understanding. If my interpretation of the cross symbol is correct, that in the white male psyche it represents the black male genitalia in the context of the global white supremacy system, then it is possible to understand the portrayal of the white female in a popular book and film, The Exorcist. Here the female used the cross to masturbate herself when she was possessed by the devil, i.e. the black monster. This symbolic portrayal emerged during a time period in which increasing number of white females were selecting black males as mates, or more correctly stated, white females began sexually aggressing against socially powerless black males to gain possession of the black phallus. The use of the cross as a symbolic object in white female masturbation also occurred when large numbers of white females actively were fantasizing about being raped by black males and were establishing organizations and societies to prevent it. This was a reaction formation to their own unconscious desires. The white female's preoccupation with Writing books on being raped also occurred during this time period. In the white supremacy culture, the historic symbol of the rapist of white females is the black male. The white female, until recently, has been held back in her sexual desires of the black male by white male constraint. Since white female liberation has been granted to white women, in small measure, the white female finds herself unable to hold her own desires and aggressions in check. Still, she is unable to admit these desires and aggressions consciously. It is common knowledge that the ideal male for the white female is tall, dark, and handsome. Interestingly, following The Exorcist, the movie King Kong became a major focus of attention in 1976. The entire movie suggests an impending sexual attack on the white family, or white female, by the giant black ape, the symbol of black male. Finally, the black ape is shot dead by white males. The gun is also a phallic symbol in the white supremacy culture. See Chapter 8. At yet another level of the white supremacy cultural dynamic, white females, like Jane Goodall, Diane Fossey, Baruch Galdikas, Brenda Moore, in the role of scientists are tracking or chasing down large black apes in the African and Asian jungles. Some of these white females actually have attempted to get very, very close to these great black apes so that they can touch the apes, and perhaps unconsciously so that the great black apes can touch them. It is of further interest that the above-mentioned films, The Exorcist and King Kong, simultaneously emerged in an atmosphere where increasing attention had been given to Christian symbolism and religion, and during the period when the man who was elected to occupy the White House referred to himself as a born-again Christian, making frequent references to Christian symbols and scriptures. Thus the cultural simultaneously focused on the threat, black male genitals, and the need to control the threat via castration of the black genitals, the cross symbol. This discussion of the cross as a symbol of the black male genitalia in the context of the white supremacy system culture would not be complete without noting that some of the most outspoken and aggressive white male and female members of the white supremacy system referred to themselves as the Ku Klux Klan. Since the termination of formal enslavement of blacks, the Klan openly has espoused white genetic purity and survival via the castration, lynching, and killing of black men. The historic symbol for this group in the white supremacy culture is the cross, and more specifically, the burning cross. After black men were lynched and castrated, they often were burned, thereby reinforcing the interpretation that the cross symbolically is tied to the black male's genitalia, and that the burning cross is burning black male and his genitals. When the black male genitalia with the dominant black genes are burned, cut off, or otherwise destroyed, white genetic survival is assured. Constantine, the Roman emperor who ruled from 306 to 337 AD, built Constantinople and made Christian worship lawful in the beginnings of the white supremacy culture, had the following words placed on the cross: in hoc signo vinces, meaning, in his sign, in this sign you will conquer. Indeed, by controlling the black or non-white male genitals, which the cross symbolizes, whites have conquered blacks and the entire non-white world majority. Currently, the majority membership of Christian churches is non-white, and all are held in control under the sign of the cross. The authority is maintained by whites under white supremacy, white purity, and white survival. More recently, the fury of the white supremacy dynamic was expressed in the form of Nazism. The dominant symbol used by this group in this white supremacy system was and is the black swastika. The central element of the swastika is the cross. The spinning or whirling cross, the cross in motion, gives the visual illusion of the swastika. Hitler's and the Nazi movement central theme was white racial genetic purity and the elimination of all persons classified as non-whites, i.e. Semites and Gypsies, who were viewed as having black genetic heritage from Africa and who were considered genetically dominant to the Aryans, or whites. The symbol of the swastika, the cross in motion, spurred the whites on to destroy those who were classified as genetically dominant non-whites. To the extent that it can be accepted that a man named Jesus lived in Africa some 2,000 years ago and that he was a member of the indigenous peoples, that man was undoubtedly a black man, a man with skin pigmentation, not a white man lacking in skin pigmentation. Albinism, like leprosy, causes the skin to turn white and was considered a serious disease in ancient Africa. The victims of albinism and leprosy were cast out from the skin-pigmented peoples. Jesus never was discussed as having such a disease state. Recall that pigmented skin is norm for the human race, not albinism. In contrast to this black man and the black peoples of Africa, the people on the northern side of the Mediterranean Sea, some of whom referred to themselves as Romans, were then aggressing against the establishing conquest in Africa. They were men without skin pigmentation, white men. The most likely essence of the story of Jesus, who only later was referred to as Christ, was that he was a poor black man, a carpenter, a member of the non-white oppressed population whose ideas as expressed in the Beatitudes threatened the power, control, and authority of the conquering Romans. If Jesus and the other blacks got out of control, the Romans, or the whites, could be annihilated genetically. Of course, then as now, under white supremacy domination, Jesus, the non-white, was turned over to the white oppressors, who then used some of his fellow victimized, self-hating non-whites who wished to ingratiate themselves to the white oppressor to kill him. Jesus, the black man, was then hung on a cross, but a peculiar invention of the Roman white psyche. In other words, the white brain computer that feared annihilation by the black male genitals unconsciously invented an instrument or weapon of black male destruction exactly in the abstract form, analogous to the part of the black male's anatomy that whites knew could destroy them. Jesus was not only hung on the cross and stabbed, but undoubtedly was also castrated. In Christian religious tradition, it is stated that Jesus died on the cross and suffered so that we, whites, can be saved, survive. White Christian theology goes even further to speak of Jesus shedding his blood so that we, whites, can live and have everlasting life. Only in recent years has genetic material ceased being referred to as blood. Always there has been, and in some circles it continues, discussions about individuals having black blood or white blood, when what was really meant was black or white genetic material or genes respectively. Thus Christian white supremacy theology can be translated as Jesus, a black man, shed his black genetic material in a crucifixion, which in reality was a castration and a killing, so that the white genetic recessive population, in fear of its genetic annihilation, could be saved, genetically survive. Thus Jesus is called Savior by the whites. It is little wonder that the holy day celebrated for the death of Jesus is referred to as Good Friday. And a television series that represented a socially and politically castrated black male similarly was referred to as Good Times. The historically good nigger had been a dead nigger. And in keeping with this symbolic order, there is a song in the Christian religion called Nothing But the Blood of Jesus. The chorus is as follows: "Oh, precious is the flow that makes me white as snow. No other font I know, nothing but the blood of Jesus." This can be translated as long as the genetic material for the black male is spilling on the ground from castration, whites can remain white as snow. The pattern of worshiping and suffering, dying Jesus on the cross, is fully comprehended only when it is understood that Jesus was a black man and that black wooden cross represents the black male genitalia separated from the man. Only by the removal and destruction of the black male genitals can whites have everlasting life, in most fundamental genetic sense. Jesus, of course, had to be rationalized as willing to make this castration or sacrifice, giving up his genes so that whites might live. There's a profound and striking parallel between the above interpretation of the crucifixion and the destruction of the black bulls with swords at bullfights. Bullfighting became a prominent sport in Spain after the Moors, black men, finally had been chased out of Europe, back across the Mediterranean into Africa. The Moors had conquered Spain for 700 years, and by the time they left, the once white population had become dark, via the dominant black genetic material: dark skin, dark hair, dark eyes. Sirlett's A Dictionary of Symbols states that the bull as an historic symbol represents the superiority of the Aryan over the Negro. This could not possibly be the logically correct meaning of the symbol. If this analysis were correct, there would be no need for whites to kill a black bull with a sword. Obviously, a more logical and accurate interpretation of the bull symbol is the opposite of Sirlett's interpretation. The bull represents the superiority or genetic dominance of the blacks over the genetic recess of whites. Again, the sword used to kill the black bull, as Sirlett also noted, comes into play as the weapon of the forces of light over the forces of darkness. The sword signifies the weapon of the possessor of the white genitals, or recessive white genetic material, against the dominant black genitals and their genetic material. By the 4th century AD, Jesus had been changed in color from black Jesus to white Jesus, then to be known as Jesus Christ, or simply Christ. This was the conscious and unconscious attempt to further repress from the collective white consciousness the true source of white anxiety and fear, the black male and his genitals. Instead of a lynched black Jesus, a frail, weak, effeminate, suffering, and dying white Christ was hung against the black wooden cross as a dominant symbol in the religious practices of the white supremacy culture. Instead of the woolly, kinky head of the Lamb of God, there was the straight, almost blonde hair of the white Christ hung up against the black wooden cross. However, this symbolic image achieved a more important goal. In a single picture paragraph, it states, "The weak, genetic recessive white male will be destroyed genetically speaking when up against the white annihilating genetically dominant black male genital apparatus, the cross." Arnold Toynbee in Mankind and Mother Earth states, 15th century Western Christians were obsessed with the horror of death, the antithesis of the pharaonic Egyptians' pleasurable anticipation of a post-mortem eternity, and they were fascinated by the physical suffering of Christ on the cross. Contemporary Western painters, engravers, and sculptors, especially in the Transalpine countries, extended their art to portray these themes with gruesome realism. The 15th century also heralded the Europeans, or the whites, world travel to conquer and control the entire non-white world in order to prevent white genetic annihilation and death. This horrendous fear was then translated in European art. Joel Kovel, in his book White Racism, A Psychohistory, writes, "Christianity spread over the West and created a community out of what has been barbarian splinters. It did this through the power of a concrete institution, the Catholic Church. It was the church's immediate influence that held aloft the subliminatory ideal of Christ, and though that ideal gave Europeans a scaffold of identification with which to bind themselves into a unified civilization, men, however, remained men, torn and driven by their obscure passions into striving for greed and domination, which culture could scarcely regulate. Intense aggression resisted the church's unification, continued to plague European culture, and delayed its growth. Within the original worldview, there was no way to rationalize or include the striving for greed and domination that persisted within civilization. After all, the Christian revolution was superimposed upon a basically dominative way of life. It could only account for the guilt that arose from the dominative style of society by turning away from the given world. What Kovel fails to understand is that the fundamental reason Catholic Christianity, from its early days of European organization and interpretation of the Jesus theology, was able to unite the global white collective, then the warring white tribes of Europe, was because of the cross symbolism and the deep meaning it projected. When Christianity projected the cross, especially the cross with the limp, pale body of Christ hung on it, everyone in the global white collective unconsciously understood that they must unite against the threat of black, non-white male genital material, which the black wooden cross represented. White genetic survival could be achieved only by a united, continuous offensive attack by the global white minority. This organized attack is now at least 2,000 years old. The greed and the strivings for domination, which Kovel fails to fully understand, were compensation for a profound sense of genetic inadequacy. Only in this context of symbol translation can a Christian hymn, Onward Christian Soldier, be appreciated. This is not only an important religious song, but also a significant battle song in a white supremacy culture. One stanza of the song is as follows: "Onward Christian soldier, marching as to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before. Christ our loyal master leads against the foe. Forward into battle, see his banners glow. Chorus, onward Christian soldier, marching as to war, with the cross of Jesus going on before." My translation in prose of the above words and symbol images in this song is: onward white male and white female soldiers marching to war to establish and maintain white genetic survival. You have the symbol of the black male genitals before you, keeping your true purpose in mind so that you can unite to subdue this common threat. Christ, the white male image, is your loyal master who is leading you in the attack against the black male genital monster enemy. The white male leads you into battle behind our glowing flags, phallic symbols. With the picture of a dying, weak white man held firmly in mind, white people fully understood that they must prevent from occurring and why they must fight and, if necessary, die so that whites can survive. Onward, Christian Soldier is a marching religious song for the white supremacy culture. But were you there when they crucified my Lord? In stark contrast is a song of deep pain and sorrow about the castration and destruction of the black male by the marching white supremacy army or its individual stormtroopers. In modern times, the gun has become a contemporary symbolic weapon used against the non-white male and his white annihilating genetic potential. Also, the gun is an abstraction of the male genitalia, functioning exactly like the male genital apparatus, see Chapter 8. Thus, it is no accident that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the modern-day Jesus, was killed by a gun after being brought into focus on the cross of the crosshairs on a telescopic gun sight. Dr. King brought only love to the white collective, but mating love, black with white, causes white genetic annihilation, so he had to be destroyed. The Communion. Since the 16th century, Protestants have believed that the act of communion is a symbolic reenactment of the crucifixion, with the bread and wine becoming the body and the blood of Jesus. The Christian worshiping ingest the bread and wine as an act to remove sin, not to internalize divinity. The Orthodox Christian believed that the communion was a spiritual act that could not be explained. In August 1976, the Catholic Church, the Orthodox Christians, and the Protestants came together and agreed that the communion, or the Eucharist, conveys Christ's real presence and represents his sacrifice, the giving up of his body and blood, although it is not to be viewed as an actual reenactment of the crucifixion. The author's analysis of the symbolism of the communion in the context of the white supremacy culture in which it evolved reveals that the white population has had a historic awareness, albeit now largely unconscious, that they suffered bodily or genetic impairment which made them different and separated from the human majority of black, brown, red, and yellow people. They were not whole. The same genetic deficiency was the basis for the consideration of original sin and the shame of body nakedness, body whiteness, as discussed as the biblical mythology of Adam and Eve, an important myth in the white supremacy culture. The view that the act of sex was the original sin in an extension is the same logic because the sex act produces the body and its appearance via genetic transfer and or genetic mutation. Having rejected the appearance of the white body as the equivalent of sin and shame, the white psyche attempted to correct the white body's defect. Thus emerged a symbolic and ritualized act of ingesting the body and blood, or genes, of Jesus, the black male, and the unconscious desire to correct the existing color deficiency. The symbolic attempt to correct the genetic deficiency state of skin albinism, or skin whiteness, as performed in the Eucharist, is the central religious rite and the religion of the white supremacy system culture. Therefore, it is not surprising that wearing black or dark-colored clothing, generally covering the entire body, is the primary and most acceptable pattern of dress for Christian religious leaders, priests, ministers, nuns, etc. One finds curious the overdetermined, highly intense abhorrence that many in the white collective continue to verbalize over the idea of cannibalism, always relating acts of cannibalism to so-called primitive blacks in Africa. This continuing discussion is most interesting behavior on the part of those who symbolically practice cannibalism in a central rite of their own religious practice on a weekly or monthly basis. Even more significant is the fact that the blacks are portrayed as eating missionaries or Christians, when it is the Christians who always are concerning themselves with their own ingesting of the body and blood of an African, Jesus. This is a classic example of projection. Reinforcement for this interpretation of the communion symbolism comes not only from the whites' obsessive pattern of sun tanning to make their bodies colored, but also from major eating practices in the white supremacy culture, especially in the U.S. The most favored drinks are all dark brown in color: coffee, tea, Coke, beer, whiskey. These are all symbolic of the blood or genes of Jesus. A favorite meat is steak, which comes from the bull or cattle. We need not mention the hot dogs, half-smokes, or all the other varieties of sausage. Also, are not bulls castrated to make them taste better when eaten? Are not football players fed steak before they attempt to go out and capture the large brown balls? I further understand that bull balls are eaten as delicacies in some bars and other eating establishments in the white supremacy culture. The favorite candy is chocolate candy. Chocolate comes mainly from Africa, preferably with nuts. Recall chocolate kisses and all of the myriad chocolate candy bars. Nuts are also important in the white supremacy culture. Some have focused on peanuts and become millionaires and the most powerful persons in the world. Finally, given the symbolism behind such eating practices, it follows that oral sexual practices would be a favorite in the white supremacy system culture. Likewise, the symbolism in the major holidays of the Christian religion is supportive of my interpretations. At Christmas, the tree is one of the most important symbols. The Christmas tree is, in its abstracted form, a cross, the symbol of the black male genitals. First, the Christmas tree is chopped down in the forest, then it is taken home. And in the U.S., when the Christmas tree is decorated or colored balls are hung on the tree. When the tree is taken down and burned, the balls are first taken off. Then all can dream of a white Christmas and a surviving white Christ. Similarly, in Europe, small white wax candles were placed on the Christmas tree. In the Catholic religion, the Christmas tree is said to represent the tree of the cross, while the wax candles are thought to represent the body of Christ. Thus again, we have the symbol of the white, weak, melting Christ hung on the symbol of the black male genitalia. At the Easter holiday in the U.S., it is tradition to have colored eggs, colored jelly beans, and a chocolate rabbit and eggs in the Easter basket. These colored items are eaten. The white albino bunny rabbit that sits amongst the colored eggs, as though he had laid them, generally is not eaten. By ingesting the colored items, the sin of being without color is symbolically removed. Being born again, whole, has been achieved through symbols. Other important holidays in the white supremacy culture further reveal the intricate workings of this symbolism. On both St. Valentine's Day and Mother's Day, the white male gives gifts of chocolate candy with nuts. In the first instance, he gives it to his sweetheart, and in the second to his mother. If his sweetheart ingests chocolate with nuts, the white male can fantasize that he is genetically equal to the black male. And if this mother had ingested chocolate with nuts, he would not have to worry about white genetic annihilation, as he would have been colored and then could be an annihilator of white genes like the feared and envied black male. Both the Valentine shape and the chocolate candy have a symbolic meaning not previously recognized, examined, nor understood by Western culture investigators. However, once the unified field of the Western culture dynamic or behavior dynamic is set forth, it will be seen that these fragments and symbolism take on brilliant clarity. The Encyclopedia Britannica defines Valentine's as a special form of greeting card exchange and observance of St. Valentine's Day, February 14th, a day set aside as a lover's festival. The custom has no connection with the two St. Valentines or with known incidents in their lives. It is probably that the Valentine was the first of all greeting cards. The paper Valentine dates from the 16th century. By 1800, hand-painted copper plates were produced to meet large demands. These were followed by woodcuts and lithograms. St. Valentine's Day as a lover's festival and the modern tradition of sending Valentine cards had no relation to the saint, but rather seemed to be connected with either the Roman fertility festival of the Lupercalia, February 15th, or with the mating season of birds. The relationship of the Valentine to an ancient fertility rite suggests that the so-called heart shape of the Valentine may be less associated with the anatomical heart of the human body, as it is commonly thought, than with the symbolic drawing of the female genital organ, the vaginal opening. As explained in Ajit Mukherjee's and Mandu Khanna's The Tantric Way, in Tantric worship in India, this organ is frequently drawn in the form of a heart or an upside-down triangle, with the base upward. It is clear that the organ of the heart in the human body has much less an association with fertility than the vagina or the vaginal orifice. Circlet states the importance of love and the mystic doctrine of unity explains how it is that love symbolism can be closely linked with heart symbolism. For the love is only to experience a force that urges the lover towards a given center. Indeed, in that tantric philosophy and art, the symbol of unity was the union of the male and female genital organs, and this unity was reverently portrayed in sculpture and graphic arts. An explanation of the symbolism of chocolate in Western culture will expose further the significance of heart-shaped valentines as well as the importance of chocolate. In an article entitled "The Sweet Taste of Sin," Merriam-Burroughs quotes food critic Gail Green, "I have always thought of good chocolate mousse as an aphrodisiac. The more intense the taste of chocolate, the more erotic the spell." Merriam-Burroughs continues, "Some chocolate mousse lovers go even further. It's not a food, it's a concept," says one indulgent male. "It's like illicit sex. It's so good but so fattening, it gives you pimples, it's a sin." Burroughs concludes, quoting Gail Green, "Wonderful, wicked, deeply chocolate. One can certainly must question why, in a culture produced by a people that refers to itself as the white race, and that historically has denounced people with natural chocolate complexions, a dark brown food, namely chocolate, causes such orgasms like ecstasy and is associated with eroticism when orally ingested." This pattern of logic and thought surrounding chocolate, dark brown candy, and other desserts most certainly cannot be held in isolation from the previously mentioned preoccupations over suntanning and the white female preference for males who are tall and dark, or the preoccupation in sports of placing large brown balls, testicle symbols, and white nets, vaginal orifices, and between goalposts, white upright legs. The unified field theory and the behavioral science demands that gross and subtle interconnections between behavioral phenomena be perceived before they can be understood. That there should be a myriad behaviors in the white supremacy behavior system that reflect the deep desire to counteract and compensate for the perceived genetic deficiency of white skin should not be at all surprising. Thus, the customary and traditional little packets of chocolate candy, often with nuts placed inside of the heart or vaginal orifice-shaped box, are like little sperm packages of black genetic material being placed in the vaginal orifice. When presented by the white male to the white female in the context of skin color deficient culture, the act is the exact parallel to the white male coaches who coach their black basketball and football players to place dark brown balls in the white net orifices or in white upright legs. One must conclude that the white male realizes consciously or unconsciously that the most desired mate for the white female is the black male, just as he realizes that his most desired sexual mate is the black female. This illuminates the white male's fascination with black stockings, black underwear, black negligees as sexual symbols. Conclusions. The conscious and or unconscious acceptance and internalization of a symbol's system based upon a castrated black male genitalia is essential to the global system of white genetic survival. The symbol system necessitates the oppression of blacks and all of the non-whites in the global context of white supremacy. Generally, the victims of a system of oppression have no alternative other than to accept blindly the patterns of symbols, logic, thought, speech, emotional responses, and perceptions that are imposed forcefully upon them by their oppressors. After hundreds of years of oppression, the oppressed, having lost a sense of their own identity, begin to believe that the brain products of the oppressors are one and the same with their own, failing completely to realize that they do not control their own brain computers nor their brain computers' output. The slave's fate is not to see nor reason why, but only to die, to do or die. However, the process of liberation is one wherein the oppressed begins to clearly distinguish their perceptions, logic, and thought process from the oppressors. The oppressed then begin to respect and validate their perceptions and their logic and thought processes, realizing fully that they can never free themselves with the thought process and perceptions that were a part of the process of their enslavement. As long as the black, non-white collective consciously and or unconsciously accepts a powerful and dynamic symbolism of black male castration, there never will be a self-group respecting and forever will remain mentally ill. Mentally ill people, persons who do not respect themselves and have self-group negating patterns of logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, and perceptions, never can liberate themselves from their oppressors. Black psychiatrists have the responsibility of clarifying for black people all aspects of the oppressive dynamic of white genetic survival. This includes exposing and decoding all of that power system, major symbolism.
The ISIS Papers, Chapter 6. The Politics Behind Black Male Passivity, Effeminization, Bisexuality, and Homosexuality. Black male passivity, effeminization, bisexuality, and homosexuality are being encountered increasingly by black psychiatrists working with black patient populations. These issues are being presented by family members, personnel working in schools and other social institutions, or by black men themselves. Many in the black population are reaching the conclusion that such issues have become a problem of epidemic proportion amongst black people in the U.S., although it was an almost non-existent behavioral phenomenon amongst indigenous blacks in Africa. As black psychiatrists and behavioral scientists, we need to understand fully the individual and social dynamics involved in these patterns of behavior. We must be able to help our patients understand their conduct and change it if they so desire. Also, we should be in a position to comment on the ultimate implications of these behaviors for the well-being of black people, not simply as individuals, but as a whole organism of people seeking life and maximal development. In final analysis, behavior is not simply an individual affair, for when multiplied by thousands, it has a profound effect on the life, future, existence, and well-being of the total people. In 1973, I presented my definition of black mental health: the practice of those unit patterns of behavior, i.e. logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, in all areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, which is simultaneously self and group supporting under the social and political conditions of worldwide white supremacy, domination, or racism. In brief, this means black behavioral practice which resists self and group negation and destruction. The above are the criteria used to judge black mental health or black mental illness. The reader should be forewarned that my conceptualizations do not rely on the currently utilized late 19th and early 20th century European psychoanalytic theories of Sigmund Freud. If Freud's insights into behavior were truly adequate, they would have aided his 6 million fellow Semites in preventing their destruction by the anti-Semitic white supremacy power organization of Nazi Germany. Failing to understand this major behavioral dynamic, Freud had to flee to save his life. Furthermore, my conceptualizations do not rely on the recent position taken by the American Psychiatric Association that homosexuality is no longer categorized as a form of behavioral illness. This pronouncement has nothing to do with the mental health of black people. The human brain, the organ responsible for all patterns of logic, thought, speech, action, and emotional response, is an organ of the nervous system that evolved over many thousands of years. Its purpose has been to decode and solve problems in the external environment, both its physical and social aspects. Thus, specific patterns of behavior may be looked upon as functional or dysfunctional solutions to the problems posed by the external environment. When the brain's purpose is understood, patterns of male passivity, effeminization, bisexuality, and homosexuality may be looked upon as functional or dysfunctional solutions to specific problems posed in the environment, even though consciously they are not understood as such. But for what environmental problems are these behaviors considered answers, functional or dysfunctional, and for whom? These questions cannot be answered without first understanding the nature of the environment, the specific dynamic and structure of the social system in which these behaviors occur. As explained in Chapter 1, racism, white supremacy, is the dominant social system in today's world. Its fundamental dynamic is predicated upon the genetic recessive deficiency state of albinism, which is responsible for the skin whiteness and thus so-called white race. This genetic recessive trait is dominated by the genetic capacity to produce any of the various degrees of skin melanation, whether black, brown, red, or yellow. In other words, it can be annihilated as a phenotypic condition. Control of this potential for genetic domination and annihilation throughout the world is absolutely essential if the condition of skin whiteness is to survive. White survival is predicated upon aggressiveness and muscle mass in the form of technology directed against the non-white melanated men on the planet Earth who constitute the numerical majority. Therefore, white survival and white power are dependent upon the various methodologies, tactics, and strategies developed to control all non-white men, as well as to bring them into cooperative submission. This is especially important in the case of black men because they have the greatest capacity to produce melanin, and in turn, the greatest genetic potential for the annihilation of skin albinism, or skin whiteness. During the past 400 years, black men in the U.S. have been forced into passive and cooperative submission to white men. The major strategy has been the installation of an overwhelming fear. Specific tactics range from the actual physical castration and lynching to other overt and more subtle forms of abuse, violence, and cruelty. We should not be ashamed to recognize these tactics used to oppress black men. It is the truth. It is reality. ultimately is the meaning of black oppression. All black people are oppressed. I emphasize here that black men are oppressed because ultimately it is male muscle mass that oppresses a people, and only male muscle mass has the potential for achieving liberation. If the men of a people are oppressed, the women are brought under oppression, as they are dependent on the men for protection and defense. Women do not have the muscle mass to liberate a people and protect the young. Women develop the young, but their men must provide the protection and the security apparatus. The global white male collective understands the priority of white domination. They fully understand, consciously or unconsciously, the threat that black men represent to them. Also, white males realize that in the final analysis, the vast majority of females must submit to males because of their lesser muscle mass. Additionally, white males fully understand the males who are forced to identify as females will be programmed simultaneously into submission to the males they call the man, as opposed to aggressing against those same men. White men in this world area have at least a vague, perhaps unconscious understanding that after 20 generations, 400 years, male passivity has evolved into male effeminization, bisexuality, and homosexuality. These patterns of behavior are simply expressions of male self-submission to other males in the area of people activity called sex. Males also can submit to males in any of the other 8 areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, and war. Oppression is forced submission and cooperation in any of the areas of people activity. However, the white male arrives at this deeply repressed sense of femininity because not only can he be dominated genetically by all black and other men of color, but more profound from the white male perspective is the fact that he is dominated genetically by all black and other non-white females. For the offspring of a white male and non-white female will be non-white, like their mother, rather than white like their father. Thus, the offspring are genetically dominant in respect to the white male. This sense of genetic weakness, when compared to the majority of the world's women, propels the white male to project weakness, passivity, effeminization, bisexuality, and homosexuality onto the black male, which is his arch potential challenger. Furthermore, the white male collective structures the social environment to transfer this mental protection into a functional reality. The more the black male strives to stand, the weaker the white male feels by comparison, and the greater the white male is thrust to effeminize the black male, the weaker the black male's psychological potential for aggressive and assertive challenge, forcing him to remain submissive to the man. The American Psychiatric Association's decision to remove homosexuality from the list of mental or behavioral disturbances resulted from the increasing number of white males seeking this mode of sexual expression due to an increasing consciousness of true white male weakness. Male bisexuality and homosexuality can be viewed as the sexual expression of male weakness, passivity, and feminization. The motivation for these feelings and their sexual expression results primarily from the developing challenge by non-white men throughout the world to white male power and projected superiority. This challenge has assumed various subtle and overt forms during recent decades. For example, in the U.S., heavyweight, boxing, basketball, baseball, and football have all been taken away from white males by black males as symbolic expressions of white male virility and manhood. White males have been left with only 2 major sports wherein they dominate: tennis and golf, and both consist of hitting small white balls. I need not only mention that black men have been blocked effectively from participating in these remaining white stronghold sports. It is also crushing to the collective white male ego and sense of power to be told by colored men called Arabs that the whites cannot have any oil to run their machines and maintain and extend their technology, their major control apparatus. Increasingly, the white male is being forced to see himself as he really is. The white female's liberation movement is another disturbing threat to the white male's sense of power and masculinity, helping to push him to a weakened and homosexual stance. However, white females are reacting to the oppression imposed on them by white males. Feeling inferior to non-white males and females, the white male said to the white female, "Well, at least I am going to be superior to you." The white female reaction in the form of women's liberation is contributing further to white male-female alienation, pushing white males further into the homosexual position and incidentally pushing white females in that direction also. The long-standing white male-female alienation in the white family has pushed the white female perhaps unconsciously to mold her sons to be more like herself than like their father. Thus she creates a female with a penis. Additionally, she proceeds to fight back at the male and finally achieves symbolically a penis for herself, resolving the white female's penis envy complex, a compensation for her sense of inferiority imposed by men. In a similar way, she fights back at the white male when she captures a black male's penis and taunts the white male, who believes her black penis is stronger than his own. From another perspective, white male and female homosexuality can be viewed as the final expression of their dislike of their genetic albinism in a world numerically dominated by colored people. This dislike of their appearance through deeply repressed causes a negation of the act of self-reproduction, sex, in various forms. This is the eventual origin of homosexuality. It is a parallel activity to all familiar discussions of population zero and birth control, now current articulations in the white supremacy culture. All the aforementioned dynamics are components of the total dynamic of racism. Some of the methodologies used to achieve black male submission or feminization warrant further examination. Unlike the white male, the black male does not arrive at the effeminate, bisexual, or homosexual stance from any deeply repressed sense of genetic weakness, inadequacy, or disgust, which I refer to as primary effeminacy, effeminacy that is self-derived and not imposed forcibly by others. Instead, the black male arrives at this position secondarily, as a result of the imposed power and cruelty of the white male and the totality of the white supremacy social and political apparatus that has forced 20 generations of black males into submission. This pattern of imposed submission is reinforced through every institution within the white supremacy system, but especially in the fundamental social institutions or the family, or in this case, the black survival unit. I make the distinction in terminology between family and survival unit because the family, by definition, is a social institution that functions to support maximal development and protection of the young. However, under white supremacy, blacks and other non-whites are not to be developed maximally. They are permitted to survive as functional inferiors, alienated from self and from their own kind. The non-white survival unit is not permitted to defend itself or its young. The survival unit functions accordingly. The imposed internal dynamics of the survival unit, as within the racist system in general, function to negate black manhood, as fundamentally expressed in the relationship between breadwinning and true power potential. Even when high-level income is allowed, there is no true power in its ultimate sense, meaning to support, protect, and defend the lives of oneself, one's wife, and one's children. Under any serious system of oppression, this right is denied an oppressed male, and with its denial there is a concomitant and proportionate loss of respect for manhood in the oppressed population. This attitude begins first within the oppressed man himself and radiates to all of the members of the survival unit. This resultant frustration of black manhood potential, a pressure and grievance that cannot be redressed directly at its source under fear of death, forces behavior into dysfunctional, non-satisfying, circular, obsessive-compulsive patterns in areas of people activity where greater degrees of maleness are permitted to be expressed, i.e. sex, sports, and entertainment. Under the white supremacy slavery system, the identity of sex machines was imposed upon black males, especially as many hands were needed in the fields for toil and labor. The many babies that were produced gave black males their most open avenue for at least a limited sense of manhood. Presently, with the birth control pills and with the pressure for population zero for all non-whites, this major male ego support also has been taken away. Without jobs, income, power, or even babies, there is no proof of sexual functioning. When this reality is coupled with the awareness that many women can receive more from a welfare check than they can from their male partners, the reason for women respecting men and staying with them steadily decline, and black male-female alienation increases. Recent statistics reveal that today, in 1974, 34% of black families are headed by females as compared to 10% of white families, and this figure is increasing each year. In the metropolitan area of Washington, D.C., there are 61,000 black male children growing up in homes without their fathers or other father surrogates, while 90% of their teachers in the public schools are also females. This produces a massive deficiency in adult males for role modeling and imprinting. Such male role modeling and imprinting are essential for black male children to understand adult male role functioning. As black males and females become more and more alienated, as our current rates of separation and divorce indicate, and as black females are being left to rear black male children alone, the alienation, hate, and disgust towards adult males are visited upon their sons subtly. A female alienated from males is hard-pressed to reinforce patterns of conduct in a man-child that remind her of unhappiness and pain. She is much more inclined to say, "There you go looking and acting like no good nigger father of yours." The black female teacher at school, who also may be experiencing alienation from her black man, if not inclined to make the same statement in such a direct manner, only says it more subtly, says nothing, or simply acts out of her hate, disgust, and distrust of black males, achieving the same end result. It is little wonder that 98% of all of the black male children I talk with, who have reached the junior high level, hate school. Schools and their personnel, like all of the aspects of the racist system, do their share to alienate black males from maximal functioning, and thus further the ultimate alienation of black males from themselves and their manhood. As a result of this pattern of socialization, black males soon learn that it is easier to be a female child than a male child, and more promising to be an adult black female than an adult black male. In childhood, male children learn, whether at home or at school, that they can make mothers and female teachers happy, and they will shower you with smiles and affection when they act like females rather than like boys. The dearth of adult black males in the homes, schools, and neighborhoods leaves black male children no alternative models. Blindly they seek out one another as models, and in their blindness end up in trouble, in juvenile homes or prisons. But fate and the dynamics of racism again play a vicious trick because the young males only become more alienated from their manhood and more feminized in such settings. They are given orders by men to whom they must submit. They wait passively to be fed 3 meals a day by men, and finally they have sexual intercourse with men. It is no wonder that they are unable to play the role of black men when they leave. One ex-prisoner patient told me, "It's easier to endure the life on the inside than to try to put up with the pressures of being a man, a husband, and a father in the street." The intent of racist programming had been achieved. Give up trying to be a black man. Why not be a woman? Many black males have answered unconsciously, why not? The braided and curled hair, the earrings, the bracelets, the midriff tops, the cinch-waisted pants, the flowered underwear, the high-heeled shoes with platforms and the pocketbooks, all behavior answers to the above. They say in loud and clear language, "White man, I will never come after you. I cannot run in my high heels, and you know that. And I mess up my hair." The white-run clothing industry is all too pleased to provide the costumes of feminine disguise for black male escape. However, they never would provide uniforms or combat gear if customers were willing to pay $1,000 an outfit. Television, which has become an important programmer of behavior in the social system and culture, plays a further major role in alienating black males, especially children, from black manhood. Flip Wilson, the highest paid black male on television, maintains his high ratings by dressing in great detail as a tough and coarse black female. One of my 7-year-old black male patients told me, "My mommy likes Geraldine, and I think Geraldine is cute." Good Times, the latest media fare for indoctrinating the black oppressed, shows a pitiful adult black male who never can seem to find an adequate job, and a black adolescent male who is a criminal shoplifter and a complete clown. All of this takes place in the presence of a strong and powerful black female, who periodically drops down on her knees to pray to a white Jesus whose miracles saved the situation. These weekly insults to black manhood that we have been programmed to believe are entertainment and not direct racist warfare further reinforce, perhaps in the unconscious thinking of black people, a loss of respect for black manhood, while carrying that loss to even deeper levels. One 12-year-old black male summed it up in this manner when I questioned him about working hard and studying in school. "No, I do not want to study so I can help black people. If you try to help black people, you'll be killed. Look at Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and George Jackson. I don't want to die." This reality of white supremacy oppression must be approached, either linearly, head-on, or with a circular pattern of behavior to escape this horrendous reality of death. Sex, having been granted as the one, though limited, area within black males could express manhood, became the area of behavior where circular patterns of escape were acted out. Symbolically speaking, attempts were made to hide in the dark black vaginal orifice. When that closed down, the white vaginal orifice was tried. When that also proved unsatisfactory as a hiding place or passage to freedom, black and white male anuses were tried. Or one might say, these became the hoped-for undercover railroads to freedom. The Underground Railroads as escape from the white man no longer being operative. Because black men are forced into patterns of both conscious and unconscious logic, ever-increasing incidents of black male passivity, effeminization, bisexuality, and homosexuality can be understood logically and accurately predicted. There is only one solution. The black males collectively face the horrendous presence of white males and conquer the accompanying fear engendered by his act. After the white man is faced, he must be resisted steadfastly and fought if he continues to wage war on black people, as he has demonstrated historically that he intends to do. And it is black males and not females who must do the fighting. Black male homosexuality and bisexuality are only the long-run byproducts of males submitting in fear to other males in the social arena. They fail to resist because death is the result of resistance. The large number of black male homosexuals and bisexuals who report that they had and have little or no respect for their fathers might have had a completely different life histories had they grown up with the knowledge that their fathers died while in defense of their manhood when it was attacked and challenged by the oppressor. This is especially true if the mothers also admired and respected the father's manhood. Then manhood would have been viewed as something so precious that one dies in defense of it. This is quite different input into the child's brain computer than he was a no-good, trifling, lazy nigger, and you shouldn't never want to be like him. But the social political dynamic of racism, itself predicated upon a white male's alienation from his own genetic status, should in turn cause others to be alienated from their own genetic status, determining color or sexual orientation, should not cause surprise. It should put the victims of such a dynamic on the alert so that they efficiently and effectively can counter this destructive assault against the appreciation of their own total genetic status. All black children should be protected by black people from being alienated against any of their genes, by those genes of color, sexual, gender, or sickle cell anemia. Racists will attempt to bring about such a genetic annihilation or alienation, but black people should be prepared to counter it. Black psychiatrists must understand that whites may condone homosexuality for themselves, but we as blacks must see it as a strategy for destroying black people that must be countered. Homosexuals or bisexuals should neither be condemned nor degraded, as they did not decide that they would be so programmed in childhood. The racist system should be held responsible. Our task is to treat and prevent its continuing and increasing occurrence. One method I have been using with all black male patients, whether their particular disorder be passivity, effeminization, bisexuality, homosexuality, or other, is to have them relax and envision themselves approaching and opposing in actual combat the collective of white males and females, without apology or giving up in a crunch. The fear of such a confrontation is at the basis of most of today's black male pathologies and patterns of logic, thought, speech, action, and emotional response as they participate in all areas of human activity. I've been working with black mothers and black male children, attempting to help them rid themselves of the fear of their sons and their men dying, which pushes them unconsciously to make babies of their sons and their husbands in an effort to try to protect and defend them. This response is the exact reverse of what is needed under the conditions of racism. Black women must learn to rear sons who will learn from the cradle that their major function as men is not to get a job and a fine car, but to defend, protect, and support their people, in that order, even should death be the consequence. That the black male is not a sex machine, but a protector and a developer of black people must be learned during the rearing process. There will be good jobs and self-respect, if not fine cars, once the people are liberated. There will be no true self-respect until the task is complete. As a people, we will need increasingly strong men because we can expect that white males, driven into homosexuality from their sense of weakness compared to the world's majority of colored men, also will move towards others, non-whites, which is always an attempt to compensate for the awareness of true weakness. Black male bisexuality and homosexuality has been used by the white collective in its efforts to survive genetically in a world dominated by colored people. And black acceptance of this imposition does not solve the major problem of our oppression, but only further retards its ultimate solution. The ISIS Papers, Chapter 7. What Freud was really talking about, the concept of penis envy. Every social system, including its reflected culture, has a priority objective, whether that objective is articulated clearly or disguised hypocritically. In the final analysis, a social system is a behavior system consisting of specifically designed patterns of behavior, patterns of logic, thought, speech, action, and emotional response, structured both consciously and unconsciously, which are used as social tools to achieve the priority objective of a people. These behavior patterns are carried forth in all areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. White supremacy is the single priority objective of the world's dominant social system. This system has been functioning for the past several hundred years. In discussing the psychogenetic motivations for the white supremacy system's origin in Chapter 1, I fully realize how presumptuous it may seem to some in the context of white supremacy system culture that I, a black female psychiatrist, should presume to critique the thinking of Sigmund Freud, one of the acknowledged major thinkers of the white supremacy system. However, having been taught and having read Freudian theory, I decided long ago that the most of Freud's analysis made little, if any, real sense. After studying history and carefully analyzing what I see happening about me daily, I've concluded that I have every right, indeed every obligation and responsibility as a being on this planet, to set forth my thinking on the furor that has been made on the subject of Freud's work and thought. If I should need further justification for my activity, I offer the following for whatever it's worth. Many white psychiatrists already are concluding and stating aloud that their psychiatry is dead. A psychiatry that for the past 50 years has been based on Freudian theses. Apparently that are recognizing from experience that the theory has little practical use. And two, if Sigmund Freud was really an astute behavioral analyst and scientist, why was he unable to decode or predict the behavior of those in the environment in which he, as a Jew, found himself? An environment in which a full 1/3 of the world's total Jewish population would be destroyed. Certainly if Freud was a Jew, was going to spend most of his energy thinking about and decoding behavior, he should have thought in greatest detail about why his people, Semites, historically had been under attack throughout the whole of their European existence. That Freud should tell others what to do with their behavior while he failed to provide answers for himself and for his entire group suggests that one can only take his ideas with a proverbial grain of salt. But as I demonstrate, Freud, perhaps feebly and unconsciously, was struggling to discuss the major issue of his existence as an oppressed, non-white victim in a white supremacy culture. Therefore, his discussion, coming forth in the language of abstraction and displacement, has remained completely obscure and in a final analysis, useless. It is my view for the word Semite is derived from the Latin prefix semi, which means half. Semites of the Jewish religion are persons from Africa who were half black and half white. Black plus white always equals colored, meaning persons carrying in a genetic makeup some capacity to produce melanin pigmentation, and in some instances, a genetic capacity to produce kinky hair. Jews who left Africa and went to Europe were colored people when they arrived there hundreds of years ago. Europeans or whites never have forgotten the Semite capacity for genetic dominance of the Aryan white population. Although after much intermixing, many Jews lost much of their color, they have continued to be identified as a colored people from Africa by the whites. This is the fundamental reason for the historic oppression of Semites within the white supremacy system culture. Hitler articulated his most clearly when, on the one hand, he insisted the Jews were genetically inferior to the Aryans, but on the other hand, he continued to speak of the genetic dominance over the Aryans, or whites. Freud could not focus fully on this because he desired acceptance in the white supremacy culture and did not want his science of psychoanalysis looked upon as a Jewish degraded science. Thus, he could not come to terms with his own identity, nor the dynamic affecting those so identified by the surrounding social system. Instead of focusing on the dynamic of self-repression, a very convenient displacement for the brain computer that has a natural, uninterrupted linkage between sex and self, as sex is the act responsible for the existence of the self, and the only act through which the self can be reproduced. As a Semite, Freud found himself focusing on sex repression. Sex repression indeed did occur in the white supremacy culture, as demonstrated by the historic alienation from the condition of albinism and the act of original sin, or sex, which was viewed as responsible for the appearance of whiteness in a world of colored people. My concentration here is the topic of penis envy, and a major cornerstone of the Freudian edifice. In In other chapters, I discussed the Oedipal complex and castration anxiety. In brief, according to Freudian psychological theory, the little white girl is struck with an intense sense of loss and injury with envy of the white male when she realizes that her clitoris is an inferior organ to the male's penis, wishing that she too had such a fine penis. Presumably, she is not satisfied until she has a penis of her own, or a symbolic form of a penis. A major segment of the female's personality is presumed to be predicated on this traumatic realization. As previously mentioned, Freud was a Semitic victim in a white supremacy culture, and a culture that had its true genesis, not in Greece, but in Africa. The first albino mutations, whites, were produced from blacks in Africa. These albinos, I suggest, were chased north by the blacks, or wandered north from the intense sun so that they could survive. See Chapter 2. They ended their trek in Europe, directly north of Africa, from the very first experiences of the mutant albino population, with the recognition that the condition of skin albinism or whiteness could be annihilated genetically by those with black and brown skins, a phenomenon that is now known as genetic dominance or a genetic recessive state, such as albinism. There had been a white fear of black genetic power, of white male fear and envy of the black penis or phallus and entire genital apparatus. This fear in turn produced a sense of inadequacy and inferiority in the white male as he compared himself to males of color. The total group's conscious or unconscious awareness of the genetic weakness and potential annihilation became even more pronounced as a culture theme as Europeans or whites began circumnavigating the globe in the 15th century and on. At this time, whites discovered that there were a tiny minority on the planet wherein all others had colored skins. It did not take long for the group to realize that both colored males and females could annihilate the whites genetically. Thus, the white male felt genetically weaker, not only in comparison to the black male, but also to the black female. The black male had to be feared more because it is males who initiate the act of reproduction. The above genetic dynamics are, of course, never discussed directly and overtly within the white supremacy system culture. Most overt discussions on genetics center around analysis of the inferiority of black and other non-white people, which of course is a projective compensation. The full discussion, however, that continues covertly and unconsciously permeates the logic sequences within the culture. Now, perhaps it would be fair to state that the true awareness of the fundamental genetic issue is repressed. White envy of the black phallus is addressed unconsciously when whites constantly concern themselves with the comparative size of the black phallus versus the size of the white phallus. This concern is raised in the form of the following question: is the black male's penis really greater in size than that of white male? Any school child could suggest that a simple tape measure can settle the question once and for all, unless the questioners and researchers are afraid to measure. In my practice, the black mother informed me that her 6-year-old son, attending a predominantly white elementary school, reported to her that one of his white male classmates had told him that he, the black child, had a large penis. The mother stated that she asked her son what his response was. Her son told the white boy that all black boys had large penises. It is obvious that in an above situation, in a school with a majority of white children at shower or bathroom time, the white male child would have had ample opportunity to see the size of the white penises. He would have had the same opportunity at home. His need to comment on the size of the black child's penis indicates that the black penis must have stood out by all other comparisons, even at this tender age. It is also certainly clear that the black male child had no concerns or fears about the adequacy of the black male's penis. Furthermore, it is my interpretation that the major concern is with the power of the genetic material in the black testicles, and that concern is displaced to a less threatening object, the phallus and its size. To appreciate my analysis, remember that the major percentage of black males who have been lynched by white males have had their genitals attacked, removed, and taken away by white males, i.e., carried with them on their person. This behavior is peculiar to white males in the relationship to men of color. I interpret this behavior as fear of the black male genitalia, thus it must be attacked and destroyed, but also there is envy and a desire for possession of same. This should help to explain why white males who wish others to view them or wish to view themselves as strong, powerful, and important puff and suck on huge black cigars. Indeed, the more important they wish others to believe they are, the longer the cigar. Perhaps the foul odor is the draw of attention of others to themselves with their long black cigars, their symbolic phallus. Also, the more powerful and important a white male perceives himself, the longer is his black limousine. Both the car and cigar can be viewed as phallic symbols. Perhaps black and dark brown pipes also should be included as similar symbols. It is again little wonder that white men built missiles shaped in the form of phalluses, painted them white, and used them to annihilate peoples of color around the globe. I've said all the above to state this: yes, there is penis envy in the white supremacy culture, but it began with the white male's envy of the genetic power residing in black males' testicles and phalluses. Perhaps there is also envy of a comparative longer length of the black phallus, the sense of his relative genetic weakness or inferiority compared to black males, because black is always genetically dominant to white, caused the white male to attempt to project inferiority on white females as well. See chapter 6. The white male's insistence that he is superior to the white female and is forcing his psychological dynamic in white family life has caused the white female in turn to wish that she could share his power and his status, and symbolically to have a penis of her own. The extent to which white females as mothers play a role in helping to turn their sons into effeminate homosexuals, female acting men with penises, is again an attempt to resolve an aspect of the conflict. Now, some white females react to this imposed sense of their genitalia inferiority to seeking to liberate themselves and secure black penises of their own, penises white males consider more powerful than their own. This is the dialogue that increasing numbers of white females covertly and perhaps unconsciously conduct with white males as white females parade in front of white males with the black male, a black penis, they have captured for their own. The silent dialogue between a white male and white female in these social confrontations goes something like this. Now I have one, a penis, that is bigger and stronger than yours, one that I know that you envy. As the mothers, wives, and sisters of white females consciously or unconsciously always have understood white males' envy of black males, even though the envy was expressed in terms of white male hysteria over white women being raped by black males. White males knew or suspected that the white female desired the black penis more than the white one because the white men themselves desired the black penis more than their own. Why else cut off the black genitals and take them home? Thus, it is not surprising that there is an increased white female-black male activity, initiated in most certain instances by white females who have signaled to black males that they are available. At the same time, other white females are saying that they are going to be policemen, firemen, and football players just like men, and are discussing their lesbian inclinations openly. White females, with Freud's help, have projected their own intense sense of loss, injury, inadequacy, and envy as genetically recessive albino mutants who are being annihilated genetically by both black, non-white males and females. It is they, white males, who have the primary penis envy, which is manifested in their envy of black males' penises. They then project their sense of inferiority onto white females, causing them to, in turn, to develop secondary penis envy. The accuser now stands himself accused. These dynamics are at the root of the fear of all true competition white males feel toward black males, thus preventing true competition in all areas of people activity, economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. The obscurity of Freud's ideas can be clarified only if the system and cultural dynamics of white supremacy are analyzed and understood fully. For this in the context in which Freud wrote, suffered, and died. Freud attempted to escape his own reality as a Semite, in the full meaning of that term, was unable to face fully what he was seeing and experiencing about him, which was anti-Semitism and dynamic of white supremacy. He felt it, but he could not accurately describe it, perhaps because he feared for his life. Thus, his life experience came forth from his brain computer as abstracted and displaced concepts. To see clearly, Freud would have had to recognize that he was viewed as a non-white, a Semite, or mulatto, and not an Austrian, which like German and American means pure white. Freud was attempting to desperately, like the other Semites in Europe and America, to be integrated and accepted as white. Therefore, he ended by seeing only through a glass darkly, or really not seeing at all. Then again, perhaps Freud sensed that offending the Aryans or whites by making a fully accurate analysis would have brought disaster before it finally did come in the Nazi Holocaust. Personally, I see no need to repeat his fear nor his folly, even though the same danger exists.
The ISIS Papers, Chapter 8, Guns as Symbols.
Anthony Sampson, in his book The Arms Bazaar, From Lebanon to Lockheed, informs us that the word weapon was until the 14th century synonymous with penis. There are now 25,000 handgun deaths per year in the United States of America. The President of the U.S. in 1975 was subjected to 2 assassination attempts in the span of 3 weeks. Handguns were the instrument used in each assassination attempt. The same president was against handgun control. The above statements are Latin with highly significant meaning, which is not immediately apparent and which can be understood fully only when the underlying psychodynamics of the collective white psyche and of the white supremacy power system and its culture are probed, dissected, and revealed. Joseph Kraft, writing in the September 25, 1975 issue of the Washington Post, stated, "The starting point for analysis and the recognition that, for better or for worse, the United States is a country with a thing about guns. Prowess with firearms was critical to survival in the frontier days. The right to bear arms is guaranteed in the Constitution. Millions of Americans regarding hunting as a favorite recreation. Thousands collect guns as souvenirs. I once visited the home in Mechanicsburg, Ohio, of a prominent official. In his home, no wall was uncovered by some kind of rifle, shotgun, pistol, or musket. The owner, William Saxby, eventually became Attorney General." Mr. Kraft later used the term pro-gun culture to describe American culture and society, as he cited that there have been no fewer than 5 different presidential commissions that have recommended more stringent forms of gun control. While recognizing along with Mr. Kraft the predominant use of guns in the American frontier days, I strongly disagree that guns are needed for survival in the simple terms of the continuation of life. After all, the Native Americans taught the Europeans how to grow corn, to feed themselves, and survive. Guns were needed, however, if native, non-white Americans were going to be removed successfully from the land that the Europeans, whites, wished to dominate and control. This essay is being written neither in review nor in protest of the horrendous carnage of Native American life in particular, nor in protest of the general path of carnage that has been tread in this area of the world. It is being written in hopes of shedding light on the seeming dilemma that, in spite of the past and present potential carnage for handguns, there is tremendous resistance amongst the dominant population to have guns, as well as all other instruments of life destruction, including atomic, hydrogen, and neutron bombs, brought under control. In my view, the gun is a critical symbol of the subconscious mind of white peoples everywhere. The symbol is primarily operative, as are all true symbols at the unconscious level of brain activity. Increasing numbers of black behavioral scientists are beginning to understand that the dominant thrust in what has become known as Western civilization is racism. Once we become aware of the deep humiliation that is apparently felt by whites because of their skin whiteness, due to genetic mutation to albinism, and because of their genetic vulnerability when compared to non-whites, black, brown, red, and yellow peoples, it is possible to understand that the historically degraded status of sex in the white supremacy system culture. Sex is the act of self-reproduction, and the act responsible for the production of the self and the appearance of the self. In a white brain computer, if the white, pale, genetically vulnerable self is degraded, then the act that produced that self will be degraded in the same brain computer. An example by a famous Western author of what whites have thought consciously about white skin is presented by Mark Twain, who, in his essay, Skin Deep, From On the Damned Human Race, stated, "Then there would have been the added disadvantage of the white complexion. It is not an unbearably unpleasant complexion when it keeps to itself, and when it comes into competition with masses of brown and black, the fact is betrayed that it is endurably only because we are used to it. Nearly all black and brown skins are beautiful, but a beautiful white skin is rare. How rare the one may learn by walking down a street in Paris, New York, or London on a weekday, particularly an unfashionable street, and keep count of the satisfactory complexions encountered in the course of a mile. Where dark complexions are masked, they make the white look bleached out, unwholesome, and sometimes frankly ghastly. The acts of self-production and self-reproduction are not only targets of degradation in the white psyche or brain computer. Within the thought and logic processes of the white psyche, the genitals themselves are degraded, both male and female genitals. Those parts of the anatomy and physiology are responsible for self-reproduction and production. Especially the white male sexual apparatus is seen as inferior and inadequate when compared to the sexual apparatus of the black male. See Chapter 7. In the May 1977 issue of Medical Aspects of Human Sexuality, in an article entitled Men's Fear of Having Too Small a Penis, by Pavel W. Tunsig, MD, writes, a surprisingly large number of men fear that their penises are not of adequate size. Although Tusnig makes no reference to the race or color of the man he interviewed, it is known in clinical practice that this is not a major fear of black men. However, he does state, it is hard to determine the exact origin of the myth of the big penis. In many cultures, such as ancient Egypt, the penis did become a fertility symbol and was consequently pictured with enormous dimensions. In classic Greece, however, small genitals were considered more beautiful than larger ones. Romans reversed this concept, and Western culture appears by and large to have followed them. It is interesting that Tusing makes no mention of any attempt to measure the penis size of white and black men in a culture heavily laden with a specific white male preoccupation. A culture in which large numbers of white males are daily in close proximity to black males and aware of the presence in society, especially in the arena of sports, games symbolic of special male prowess and virility, where black males dominate. Interestingly, Clyde Keeler, writing on albinism in an article entitled Kuna Moonchild Albinism, 1950 to 1970, states the voice quality of albino males is soft and higher pitched than in merino males. In addition, they appear to be deficient in sex hormone, and while they may be fertile, they have a lower phallic posture due to flaccidity. Albinos usually have flabby muscles and reduced muscular strength, as shown by manometer readings. This is of interest because, in my view, all skin whiteness is related to the albinism of variant thereof. Keeler's observation implies that there may be a genetic association between albino or white skin color and the appearance and posture of the penis. Albinism influencing small penis size or lack of penis posture, causing its appearance to be small. Also, it is known that in comparison to the black population, whites have less muscle definition, less muscular flabbiness compared to blacks. It may be said that the most fundamental, there is a genetic basis and secondarily an anatomic and physiologic basis for the white fear of white genetic annihilation. This in turn became the basis for the global system of white supremacy domination and its attendant culture. A system and culture evolved and structured to prevent white genetic annihilation and to ensure white genetic survival. Indeed, if the understood threat to white genetic survival was the black male's genital apparatus, consciously or unconsciously, the white psyche would be compelled to produce a weapon of defense, of comparable or greater power than that of the black male's penis and testicles. It should be made clear that the black male's genital apparatus is the most feared relative to the genital apparatus of other non-white males because it is possessing the greatest potential to produce melanin, the pigment responsible for all true skin color. Black males have the greatest genetic potential to annihilate the global white minority. The individual and collective white brain computer, given that task of solving the global problem of white genetic survival, eventually evolved a solution in the form of technology that would address the specific issue of white genetic and genital weakness or inadequacy. Technology also is developed to take over the point of the human organism's anatomical and physiological limitation. Thus, the white brain computer printout was a weapon that would be the exact symbolic replica of the male genitalia, a weapon that would take over at the point of limitation of the white male genital apparatus, an apparatus that had the very specific limitation of being unable to annihilate blacks and other people of color genetically. Diagrams 1 through 4 illustrate what I am stating. From the above 4 drawings, it is clear that the gun, in its essential shape and function as the exact counterpart of the functioning genital apparatus and to the erect penis that is ejaculated. In other words, the handle and chamber are analogous to the testicles. A barrel of the gun is analogous to the penis. The bullets are the sperm contained in the ejaculate with the genetic material. In the white psyche, genetic annihilation by blacks or other non-whites is experienced as the destruction of life by the black genital apparatus. The firing gun in function achieves for the whites the destruction of the lives of blacks and other non-white people. Thus, to the extent that the guns manufactured and made by the white collective in the context of white supremacy system culture were used against blacks and other genetically dominant colored people on earth, they became the answer, at least a temporarily comforting answer, to the great fear of white genetic annihilation. The gun became not only the weapon that developed technology to ensure white genetic survival, but it also became the symbolic white penis. Thus, it is no accident that white males often refer to one another as son of a gun. This is a symbolically determined pattern of speech, and I am certain that white males who use it have not understood in depth why such a phrase entered the remains of their brain computers. The phrase deprecates the white male genital apparatus that fathers white people with their genetically deficient state of albinism. It says instead that the white male prefers the gun to be his phallus and the phallus of his father. The gun then becomes the desired all-powerful phallus of the white male, which he conceives as being an equalizer to the phallus of black and other non-white males. The symbolism underlying the production of the gun in the white psyche and the white supremacy system culture also explains the Western expression, "God did not create all men equal, but Colonel Colt did," referring to the creator of the Colt revolver. Apparently, white males were thinking at an unconscious level, to be sure, that God did not create them to be genetically equal to men of color, but their technology of compensation was the gun. Understanding this gun symbolism also clarifies the observation of Anthony Sampson in the opening paragraph of this essay, that the word weapon was up until the 14th century synonymous with penis in Western white civilization. The gun is not the only weapon in a white supremacy system culture that in form and function is symbolic of the functioning male genital apparatus. The cannon, with its cannon wheels and long black nozzle or tube and big black cannonball shot out as projectiles, is one example. Similarly, bullets and bombs are dark-colored and resemble individual sperm in general shape and form. And it is of further observance that the gun and these other weapons usually are painted black or at least dark in color. In contrast to these dark-colored weapons are the more recently developed missiles that are often painted white, but again shaped as gigantic white penises. These white phallic symbols are now the super weapons of the Superman and the superior race. It is of a great interest of these modern large white missiles around the vast majority of non-white peoples on the planet, and when used can counter the threat of white genetic annihilation. Knowledge and understanding of these symbols will make clear the meaning of the Washington Monument, and in addition, its proximity to the domed Jefferson Memorial in Washington, D.C. When these two architectural structures are viewed at a distance, they look like Diagram B. It is not apparent that this is the same side view of the penis and the testicles that are the base of the form and structure of the gun. This same lateral view in abstract form of the penis and testicles was the symbol for the World Fair held in New York in 1941 to 1942. With all of the above in mind, let us again return to the gun. Upon brief reflection, it will be noted that traditionally, in the white supremacy culture, guns are worn on both hips of the male at the exact level of the male genitals. It is no accident that in this culture the act of ejaculating is often referred to as shooting off. When a man wearing a gun in a holster is viewed laterally, the gun appears exactly as a side view of the penis and testicles. If guns are worn on both hips and brought together centrally on the belt to the vertically midline of the body, they present the full face view of the penis and both testicles. In the U.S., the most popular hero has been the gunfighter, now the present-day detective or lawman. The first chapter of Paul Trackman's book, The Gunfighters, is entitled The Deadly Brotherhood of the Gun. The gunfighters came into prominence following the close of the Civil War. Most of the gunfighters were Southerners who felt humiliated by the loss of their slaves in the war and by the temporary appearance of power held by blacks who were their former black slaves. The resulting deep sense of white male insecurity and inadequacy was compensated for by the obsessive use of the gun. This was the era of Frank and Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and a host of others for whom the gun made up for a sense of profound and deep inadequacy hidden by a thorough and ruthless exterior. That the lives of others were treated with little value merely reflected the failed sense of adequacy and diminished sense of importance in their own lives. During the same period, the gory sport of cockfighting was highly popular and important as a diversion among ranchers in the West. Thus, it is not surprising that the white male also referred to his penis as a cock, or that when a gun, the symbol of the white male phallus, is prepared for firing, it is first cocked. In this area of the world of white supremacy system, a detective who always carries a gun is a most important hero. The detective with his gun has been referred to as a dick. From this came the long-term comic strip hero, Detective Dick Tracy. The white male also has referred to his penis as a dick, and it cannot be ignored that the first child all American children still meet in primary public school is a white male child named Dick, along with his sister, Jane. In effect, at this early age, the white male child is being instructed to recognize that his identity is synonymous with penis or gun. These symbolic reinforcements continue until his death, and that is why there is continuing necessity for gun violence via television for American white children. All of the above has been stated not only to point out a basic preoccupation of the white supremacy system culture with the threat of white genetic annihilation, but more importantly to shed light on why there cannot and will not be gun control or weapon control in the global white supremacy system culture. With the gun being the symbolic genitalia of the white male, his answer to the threat to white genetic survival, gun control would represent white male genital castration. Such gun control would spell the immediate end of white genetic survival on Earth. John Ellis, in his book The Social History of the Machine Gun, states, "The odds were so in favor of the natives that the white men were obliged to adopt all weapons that would help to maximize their firepower. In all parts of the continent against Zulus, Dervishes, Heroes, Matabele, and many other peoples, Gatlings, Gardners, and Maxims sight down anyone who dared to stand in the way of the imperialist advance. Without the handful of machine guns, the British South African Company might have lost Rhodesia. Luggard might have been driven out of Uganda and the Germans of the Tanganyika. Without H.I.M. Maxim, such a subsequent world history might have been very different." Ellis further remarks, "In Africa, automatic weapons were used to support the seizure of millions of square miles of land and to discipline those unfortunates who wished to eschew the beliefs of European civilization. With machine guns in their armory, mere handfuls of white men plundered and visionaries, civilians and soldiers were able to scoff at the objections of the Africans themselves and impose their rule on the whole continent." Thus, in this area of white supremacy system, there in 1975, there were 25,000 deaths caused by guns, that there cannot be gun control. Guns and missiles are viewed as essential aspects of white male anatomy and physiology. It is an accident that in the U.S., white male children learn to use guns before they learn to use their penises, while black male children learn to use their penises before they use their guns. I will close with further observations, following a lecture that I presented in Los Angeles, California in May 1977, in which I included a discussion on the symbolism of the gun in the white male psyche. A white male in the audience pointed out the parallel symbolism in a large black umbrella often carried by white males in the white supremacy culture. I agreed that this observation seemed to be a valid one. The long black umbrella carried everywhere became a part of the standard dress of the well-to-do Englishman at a time when it was said that the sun never sets on the British Empire. Of course, this great empire consisted of control over vast numbers of non-white men and their genitals that had the power to annihilate whites. The white man's traditional long black umbrella said, in effect, "I also have a large black phallus, or at least a phallic symbol, that denotes my importance and power, and a power over the black male genital apparatus." The same symbolism explains a recent murder in Washington, D.C. A white male shot a white female companion in the mouth, as she was in bed with two other white females engaged in sexual activity that all four had been involved in earlier. As the white female victim was engaged in being sexually pleasured by two white females, the white male who was left out, feeling genitally rejected and inadequate, compared to two females, pulled out and used, consciously or unconsciously, his preferred symbolic penis, the gun.
The ISIS Papers, Chapter 9, The Motherfucker and the Original Motherfucker. I've defined racism as the behavioral power system of logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, and perception, whether consciously or unconsciously determined, in persons who classify themselves as white. The goal of racism is white domination over the vast majority of the world's people, whom the whites have classified as non-whites, black, brown, red, and yellow, in order to ensure white genetic survival. My interest in the phenomenon of racism has resulted from my awareness of the negative impact this destructive system has on the lives and behavior of the vast majority of people on this planet who are non-white and who are the victims of this power system. The specific nature of the destructiveness of racism was set forth by the caucus of black psychiatrists at the 1969 annual meeting of the American Psychiatric Association in Miami Beach, Florida. The Black Caucus stated that racism was not only the number one mental health problem in this nation, but additionally was the number one cause of all of the mental health problems. Racism is carried out in all areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, as explained by Neely Fuller in his book, The United Independent Compensatory Code System Concept. From the above, it follows that if the basic underlying psychodynamic motivations in the individual and collective white psyche are understood, that is, survive as mutant, genetic, deficient minority, which includes the evolution of a power system to ensure that survival, then all patterns of white behavior eventually can be decoded and fully understood, whether they are patterns of logic, thought, speech, action, emotional response, and or perception in any of the 9 areas of people activity. Similarly, because of all non-white peoples on the planet, Earth, are now subject to and affected by the global white supremacy system. If the white psyche is decoded and understood fully, it is possible to decode and understand the present behavioral manifestations of all those people who are victims of white supremacy, domination, and oppression, the total non-white majority as a collective and as individuals. The term motherfucker is a pattern of speech used with extremely high frequency amongst black people, specifically black males in the U.S. In my attempt to decode and understand this particular pattern of high-frequency behavior or language use, it was necessary to begin the knowledge that all black peoples, like all other non-white people, are relatively powerless victims of the white supremacy system, irrespective of their income levels. I then examined certain other specific patterns of language used by black males within the white supremacy culture. To begin with, black males in particular, also black females, refer to the white male as the man. Once this term, the man, is thought or uttered, the brain computes that inasmuch as there are only 5 major categories of people: man, woman, boy, girl, and baby. If the white man is the man, meaning logically the only man, then any other male must be one of the 4 remaining people categories: boy, girl, woman, or baby. Historically, black males are thought being referred to as boy by white males and females. Only recently has the use of this degrading appellation ceased to some extent, although there is a current television series called Chico and the Man. The title implies the boy and the man. The man, of course, is white and Chico is a non-white male. Because the use of the word boy in reference to black males ceased, it only meant that black males could then refer to themselves as any one of the remaining 3 categories of people: baby, woman, or girl. It certainly did not imply that black males would be referred to as equals of white males. This never could occur under the system of white supremacy domination. When the use of the word boy was no longer the term of common reference for black males by whites, black males began referring to themselves as baby. For until most recently, until the changes in dress and clothing styles, most black males deeply resented any reference to themselves as girl or woman. But the recent style changes towards high-heeled shoes, curled hair, hair curlers, braids, earrings, bracelets, necklaces, pocketbooks, midriff tops, cinch-waisted pants, etc., that many black males have adopted now suggest that there's a developing tendency widespread amongst black males to not mind, consciously or unconsciously, being mistaken for a girl or a woman. However, at present, the term baby is a fully accepted appellation for black males in reference to one another. It is thus not uncommon to hear one black male say to another, "Hey baby, what's happening?" In addition to black males frequently referring to one another as baby, many black females often refer to their black male peers and companions as baby. While black adult females refer to black adult males as baby, black adult males often refer to black adult female peers and companions as mama, often expecting those mamas to provide food, clothing, and shelter for them. It is not uncommon to hear, "Hey mama, can I ride with you?" Further, black adult males also refer to the place where they sleep as a crib. The brain thus computes an adult male who refers to another adult male as the man, meaning the only man, to himself as baby, to the woman that he sleeps with as mama, and to the place where he sleeps as a crib, will call himself or any other black male reflection of himself a motherfucker. Thus, it is clear that the origin of the specific pattern of speech begins with a perhaps unconscious recognition that within the framework of white supremacy power system and its reflecting culture, power rests only in the hands of whites, more specifically in the hands of the white male. And relative to the white male, the black male is a powerless baby. All babies everywhere are powerless compared to adult males or men. Motherfucker is therefore a profound political statement, as it addresses itself to an existing and specific set of power relationships, namely the white male's continuing dominance over the black male. It is the confrontation with the stated fact of this social and functional powerlessness in this total context of the white supremacy culture that causes one black male to explosively challenge and fight another black male when called motherfucker, with the proper negative vocal intonations. This is true because black males are totally uncomfortable with the reality that their relative powerlessness compared to white males, even though this awareness of powerlessness is more than unconsciously repressed and consciously dealt with in the black male psyche. It is my estimate that 70% of the black male on male homicides follow the use of the term motherfucker, said in a specific tone that implies that at the unconscious gut level, you are a powerless baby. The reality and awareness of black male powerlessness in the context of the white supremacy culture causes such gut and psychic pain for the black male that the brain computer switched over to the very deep levels of the unconscious mind in the realm of the region of symbolic word formation and thinking. Here, the brain pieces together encoded symbolic language, the phraseology that hides from the conscious mind, the continuing existence and activity of a totally unacceptable reality. Indeed, there is no single term that is more emotionally charged, nor a phrase that is used more often by black males in the U.S. than motherfucker. It suggests that the most obvious of all realities for black males is their powerlessness relative to the power of the white male in a system and culture of racism. But it is not sufficient to have decoded this particular word pattern in the white supremacy culture. The question indeed arises, why is this particular word formation and combination used to denote black powerlessness? This more fundamental question can be answered. Again, however, it is necessary to begin with the psyche of those who organize the white supremacy power system, as well as the fundamental reasons and motivations behind its origin. The total world white collective has been involved in the establishment and maintenance of the white supremacy power system. It is, however, the white male who has been involved most specifically in the system's establishment and maintenance. The system's major characteristics thus reflect more of the projections of his psyche than those of his female counterpart. I stated in the beginning of this book that whites are undoubtedly a genetic mutant albino population. They are albino mutants from the original black human beings, causing the formation of a mankind and humankind. This statement is given strong support by the work of the anthropologist Louis Leakey, who stated in his book, by the evidence, that human life began in Africa and that the first human beings were black. From the modern science of genetics, we know that it is possible for all pigmented population groups to produce white albino mutants. We also know that it is impossible for albino mutants to produce black offspring. As reported in National Geographic and National History magazines, recently found in Africa was the first known albino gorilla infant, who was the offspring of its coal-black gorilla mother and father. This evidence strongly supports the extrapolation that if a higher primate, in this instance a coal-black gorilla, can produce a platinum blonde, blue-eyed, pink-skinned albino, and certainly this could also be the pattern by which blonde, blue-eyed, pink-skinned white men and women also were produced, as genetic mutants or albino mutants from the black norm. That the norm for the entire human family is to possess melanin pigmented skin supports that extrapolation. The albino mutants that easily could have evolved in Africa either could have been chased northward by their pigmented parents and kinsmen, or they could have migrated northward on their own, away from the intensely sunny environment of Africa where their non-pigmented defective skins were not damaged by the less intense sun rays. Moving directly northward from Africa, one lands in Europe, the now recognized home of the whites. The main point of this perhaps seemingly discursive discussion is that white-skinned albino persons were most probably the genetic mutant offspring from black parents. In other words, black males and black females were the parents, the original mothers and fathers of the albino or white population. The marriage of albinos with one another subsequently produced what is now known as the white race. If this description of the origin of whites is accurate, as the writer strongly believes, then deep within the unconscious psyche of the white collective is an awareness of their origin amongst blacks. that blacks were the parents and that whites were defective offspring of blacks. The white male, the prime organizer of the white supremacy system culture, is thus aware, although perhaps at deep unconscious levels, that his original mother was a black woman, just as his original father was a black man. Therefore, in spite of the overt psychological need to repress this fundamental knowledge of origin, the conscious recognition of which would necessitate a confrontation with the genetic mutant and genetic defective status of skin whiteness, white males have exposed their unconscious awareness by referring to black women in this world area as mammy or aunt or auntie, and referring to black males as pappy and uncle. These terms cannot reflect true simple endearment as they occur in the presence of degradation, enslavement, oppression, and black destruction. Further, white males strongly supported black females suckling white babies and also endorsed black male and men and women caring for white children, the extension of the white male himself. This close contact of the white child, particularly with the black female, was supported by the white male in spite of the degraded slave and oppressed status with the white collective imposed upon the black collective. Thus, as the white baby suckled the breast of the black woman, the white adult male, as he watched the black slave mammy suckle his white baby, could unconsciously fantasize himself as being at the breast of the original black mother. Even more significant is the fact that the white male could not abstain from making sexual aggressions toward the black female. Indeed, some of the most important founding fathers of the so-called United States of America were involved actively and continuously in relationships with black women, i.e. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. This pattern of sexual aggression of the white male towards the black female continues unabated to this day. Ultimately, it's little wonder that black stockings, black underwear, black sleepwear are items of sexual stimulation for the white male collective. It should be noted that the term sexual aggression is used to imply a sexual relationship between political unequals. The white male is power, and the black female, like black male, is powerless. Sexual favors are thus directly or indirectly forced from the powerless partner. Each time the white male imposes himself sexually upon a black female at the deep levels of symbolic thought, he can be viewed as having intercourse with the reflection of his original black mother. Thus, the deep and fundamental psychodynamics of the white supremacy system culture, the white male becomes the original motherfucker. Thus, through the subtle and intricate dynamics and the unconscious underweavings of the white supremacy system culture, the white male has projected his image of himself as motherfucker onto the total black collective throughout the world. Indeed, each time one black male even utters the term motherfucker to another black male, there is probably some white male on the planet who is having a sexual intercourse with a black woman, black or non-white female, the symbolic representation of the white male's original black mother. Even the white male's pornographic magazines are filled with pictures of white males having intercourse with black females. This need to turn to and have intercourse with the black mother is undoubtedly the true basis for the Greek myth Oedipus Rex. It is explained why the symbolic story or myth continues to have major significance in the white supremacy system culture. The myth of Oedipus tells of Oedipus sleeping with his mother, the black female, and slaying his father, the black male. The myth of Oedipus parallels in importance the biblical myth of Adam and Eve, which in coded language depicts the origin of the first whites or albinos from black parents. At yet another level, the white male's desire to return to the black female in a sexual encounter also can be viewed as a symbolic attempt to re-enter her womb, in hopes of coming out again, being born again, non-defective. In other words, the white male harbors an unconscious desire to be born again, but without the genetic defeat of melanin pigment deficiency or albinism. It must be noted here that being born again is a major concept in the most important religion in the white supremacy system culture, Christianity. An extension of the concept of being born again without genetic defect is to be born without sin, and to rid oneself of the original sin. The original sin in white supremacy's Christianity, on close examination, is the act of sex that produced the appearance of nakedness or the genetic mutation of albinism on white skin. That the concept of sin, shame, and guilt are related to the naked white body, as perhaps an unconscious association was made manifest when a significant number of white males began to run about naked, body whiteness fully exposed at the height of the Watergate scandal, when the evil doings of the highest ranked men in the global white supremacy system became exposed to the world.
This behavior phenomenon of white men running naked in public and hiding in shame were called streaking. It has been laughed at and discussed but never fully explained before now. It should be noted also in the context that the good book in white supremacy system culture is, the Bible, is most often itself covered in black, almost never in white. Well, let's return from these asides to the main point of discussion, the white male as the original motherfucker and his sexual return to the black female as an expression of his unconscious desire to be reborn with black skin. Within the context of the American segment of the white supremacy system or culture, one of the most popular white male entertainers was Al Jolson. Jolson became famous singing as a white male in blackface, pretending that he was black or having a fantasy that he was a black, while the white audiences that enjoyed him, one can suspect, similarly were engrossed in the same fantasy. One of the most popular songs sung by Jolson was Mammy. He was pretending to be a black offspring of a black woman, while singing about how much he loved his dear old Mammy. Today, that song continues to stir the hearts, the unconscious of many white males and I suppose also some white females. Had Jolson had any other white males in blackface been simply thinking of a black mammy who had nursed and cared for them, there would be little need to color their own faces black, leaving bare their white lips to reveal the color defect that was yet present. That unconscious need for the white male to return to the black woman in the fantasy of being born again without genetic defect, more often than not, is performed in the context of degrading the non-white female. This powerful need to degrade the black female, who symbolically represents his original black mother, is primarily a result of the genetic dominance of the black and other non-white females over the white male. She is able to cause his genetic annihilation because all of her offspring by the white male are non-white her like herself. Thus, the white male, each year in every encounter with the non-white female, is confronted forcefully with the deficiency of his genetic status, and is reminded of his true status as a recessive genetic mutant. He feels degraded in the encounter with the black female because of her genetic dominance, and so must in turn seek to degrade her. Ultimately, the white male views the black female as a threat to his survival on the planet. A secondary factor causing the white male to feel the need to degrade the black female in sexual encounters is the white male's and female's anger toward the original black mother. Whites blame the original black mother for giving birth to them with genetic deficiency, albinism. Their anger is still being acted out by the white male against the black female. This anger is reflected in the reports of many black females who have had sexual encounters with white males and report that white males often want not only to ejaculate in their faces and over their bodies, but also want to urinate and defecate on them as part of the sexual encounter. It is certainly clear that many white males relate to white families in this manner, but it is known to all that white males look down upon and degrade white females. This degradation of the white female by the white male is the basis of the white female's current women's liberation movement. The very high, perhaps unconscious level of psychic pain experienced by the white male because of this genetic deficiency as an albino variant and his neurotic desire to be born again from the original black mother is perhaps the reason why the phrase motherfucker is such an awesome phrase for the white male to utter. It is phrased that the white male is almost unable to bring his vocal apparatus to form. This is in stark contrast to the frequent uttering of the phrase motherfucker by black males. When translated, the terms mean functional powerlessness from the black male in the context of the white supremacy system culture. However, it is an externally imposed powerlessness. For the white male, on the other hand, the same phrase has an even more disturbing, frightening, and devastating meaning in the same systemic and cultural context. For the white male, the term translates into not functional powerlessness that is external imposed, but his own genetic powerlessness. Such a consideration is totally unthinkable at the conscious level, and even the unconscious level for the white male psyche. The basis for certain specific patterns of words usage in a white supremacy system culture is imposed to fully comprehend without an understanding of the origin of that system culture. White supremacy or racism began with the production of the first albino mutants from black mothers and fathers in Africa. Once isolated, these recessive genetic mutants began to mate with one another and multiply, producing what is known as the white race. The white race historically has sought to hide its genetic origins in Africa amongst blacks, just as it has sought to deny the origins of the white civilization from the culture of blacks in Africa, seeking instead to proclaim an origin amongst the Greeks.
Historically, whites have also sought to degrade Africa and everything black. By doing so, whites can avoid confronting the true meaning of skin whiteness as a mutation and genetic deficiency state from the black norm, the human norm. The ISIS Papers, Chapter 10, Ball Games as Symbols, The War of the Balls, Dedication. This chapter is dedicated to all the black men who through sports and through ball games in particular symbolically are recapturing the balls. For that is also a part of the struggle. They're forcing the oppressors of black people up against a psychological wall and thereby heightening the contradiction. Sometimes during certain periods, there's a conscious refocusing on certain segments of reality, data, and latter due to the dynamics within the total environment. The same body of data slips into the realm of unconsciousness for individuals as well as for the total collective. That, for example, in the framework of the white supremacy system culture, in its current phase of refinement, it is no longer in vogue to lynch black men, hang them on trees, and castrate them. It's no longer the style to speak overtly in terms of killing niggers. Thus, there are many who believe that these activities, these thoughts and acts have ceased to be a part of reality within the culture. However, these modes of thought and behavior were handed consciously and overtly in the recent past only until ball games became fully established as the major national, indeed global, pastimes in the Western civilization. The global white supremacy system culture and the sum total of its conscious as well as the unconscious tactics, strategies, and methodologies evolved in all areas of people activity. Additionally, these maneuvers seek to prevent white genetic annihilation and attempt to resolve the psychological anxiety and tension related to that ever-present threat. Thus, the task of white supremacy domination require constant vigilance. The deep pervading fear of white genetic annihilation in the white psyche has caused a neurotic, unconscious preoccupation with genes, genetic material, and those aspects of the human anatomy that either contain or transport the genetic material in a sexual act, the act of self-reproduction or self-annihilation, as is a possibility in the case of the whites. Since black or other males of color are the only ones who actually can initiate and carry forth the act of white genetic annihilation through sexual intercourse, the white preoccupation is specifically with male genitalia as opposed to female, namely the testicles, the balls, and the penis. The testicles contain a genetic material, and the penis transports the genetic material in the act of ejaculation. Thus, in the white brain computer, there is a dominant association between balls, testicles, and contest of power. Because the white genetic survival conflict is not handled overtly and consciously, there is a neurotic preoccupation in the white psyche with genes, genetic material, testicles, and penises. Yet at another level, the preoccupation is actually with warfare. Continuous warfare is required to prevent the genetic annihilation of the global white minority. Warfare, in this sense, refers to the domination and destruction of all people of color, particularly black males and their balls, by every necessary means, which have included the initiation of infertility epidemics in Africa. Games. Although there are commonly held views that games are merely a form of play and entertainment, even when they are played professionally, and that for the most part, the permanent fascination of games lies simply in the pure joy of playing them, the child psychiatrist realizes that for the young, games and play are the work of children. It is one of the means by which, through the handling of toys and objects in a symbolic way, children master adult role expectations and attempt to resolve unconscious conflicts brought by the dynamics and interplay of factors in their surrounding environment. Play and games then become the child's unconscious attempt to master the environment, its conflicts and threats to the child's sense of security. Those who have taken the trouble to study games through the world realize that not only the play and games of children, but most specifically the games in adult life, as participated in by a given people, reflect their history, folklore, traditions, and conflicts. Frederick V. Grunfeld, in his book Games of the World, has stated, "Though the modes of games play tend to remain constant, their symbolism is often influenced by contemporary events, particularly by the politics of the day. During the Napoleonic Wars, for example, chess sets were made showing Napoleon as general, Napoleon as first consul, Napoleon as emperor, always, of course, with the Corsican assuming the position of the White King." The suggestion here is that all ball games in the white supremacy system culture similarly play out at an unconscious level, dominant political, i.e. power concerns.
The fundamental power concern in the white supremacy system culture is white genetic survival through white supremacy domination. Such domination can be established and maintained only if white males and females, the total white collective, control all of the balls, testicles of non-white men off and on the playing fields and ball courts. In other words, the name of the real game, the power game, is continuous worldwide control of the testicles of all non-white men by white males and females as the only means of ensuring white genetic survival in a world where the melanin-producing genetic material of non-whites is dominant. Without control of the non-white genetic material, whites will be annihilated genetically. Since these facts of genetic reality can be neither denied or discussed at the conscious level of brain activity, this dominant theme is manifested daily at the symbolic level via games with symbolic balls, footballs, baseballs, soccer balls, handballs, golf balls, ping pong balls, earth balls, hockey pucks, etc. These symbolic ball games have a highly important role to play at the unconscious level, informing all white males especially, but also females, to keep their attention and their eyes constantly fixed on the balls as a matter of life and death. The high-level anxiety and fear associated with the continuous threat to white genetic survival must be played out symbolically through the numerous forms of ball games. All of these games are played, mainly by men, are centered on who has the ball, and who are concerned with who finally controls the ball when the game of power ends. The anxiety and tension that accompanies ball games is parallel to the anxiety and tension experienced at the thought in the white psyche of white genetic annihilation. Similarly, the increasing violence that accompanies ball games parallels the increasing level of violence needed to maintain global white supremacy, as the entire non-white world seeks its liberation from white domination. Some of these highly symbolic ball games are played with white balls, and others are played with colored balls, usually black or brown. Generally, the white balls are small in size, whereas the colored balls are much larger in size, paralleling the respective genetic power in the white and colored testicles. Currently, the most popular games, those that attract most male attention, are played with big brown balls, footballs, and basketballs. This rise in popularity of colored balls parallels the rise in power at the global level of the third world of non-white nations. Also, as white females demand their liberation from white males in order to become co-equals in running the global system of white supremacy, they simultaneously seek expression of this equality by participating in all of the ball games, including football and basketball. At the same time, white females step up their sexual aggression toward black and other non-white males, greatly increasing the incidence of white female-black male marriages. In these arrangements, the white female obtains control of the black and other non-white male balls. Non-white males and females are powerless under the global system of white supremacy domination. As a threat to white domination, and thus the threat to white genetic survival, increases at the global level, a mass hysteria develops over playing with balls until the entire society and social system is either watching or playing ball games. It is of little wonder that violence is becoming an increasingly dominant aspect of ball games when it is understood that behind the symbolism of the ball games is the very survival of the white race. When war is in progress, the top priority is always the status of the war. White supremacy, racism, is a war against all persons classified as non-white. In the meantime, the balls are passed, hit, bounced, dribbled, batted, punted, kicked, thrown, shot, rolled, struck, driven, caught, and captured to see who is the final possessor of the balls, or to see who is the most agile, astute, or strongest in mastering and controlling the balls. Another point that effectively reveals the relationship of ball games to white psyche is and emphasizes the extent to which balls are a symbolic preoccupation is the reference in the white supremacy system culture to the act of sexual intercourse as balling. The ball fantasy in the white psyche can best be stated as if the balls can be controlled on the court or the playing field or through ownership, they can also be owned and controlled in real life. It is little wonder that in contrast to black males, white males play ball games as though they are a matter of life and death, and not as though they are simply to be enjoyed. When whites lose control of the balls, whiteness becomes extinct. It is no accident that the phrase "to blackball" in the language of the white supremacy system culture means to exclude, and to have the power to exclude. Similarly, the genetic material in the black testicles, black balls, has the power to genetically exclude or annihilate the recessive genetic material in the white testicles.
Hence, one drop of black blood, black genetic material, makes you black, a highly familiar expression in the white supremacy culture. Now, specific ball games. Close examination of specific phenomenon in ball games that are popular in the white supremacy culture will support the preceding discussion. In a game of billiards or pool, there are 8 colored balls, a white ball, and a long dark stick placed on a table. The object of the game is to use the long stick in causing the white ball to knock all the colored balls under the table. The last colored ball knocked under the table is the black ball. When the game is over, the white ball is the only ball that remains on top in the table with the long dark stick. Then the game starts again. Bowling is also an interesting ball game in the white supremacy culture. Usually the game is played with a large black ball being rolled forcefully down an alley where it is expected to knock down 10 white pins. The central pin is referred to as the king pin. Clearly, the bowling pins are white and in shape are phallic symbols. In other words, the pins are white phallic symbols that are knocked asunder by a heavy black ball, over which the bowler attempts to gain mastery. In symbolic fantasy, the bowler sees himself as master and possessor of the larger black ball, and thereby in control of the harm it can bring to the white male genital apparatus, the white pins. Bowling was introduced to America by Dutch colonists in the 18th century. It's a derivative of the French game guise that was brought to England in the 19th century and later to Germany. Games that consist of throwing balls of various sizes back to ancient Rome and Greece, early cultures that had extensive contact with black men in Africa. A modern French derivative of the ancient game is Jeu de Boules. F.V. Grunfeld states, the French whites play boules with what was been described as a mild fanaticism. It is well to recall that a considerable period of French history was spent controlling black and brown men in Africa and Asia. Earthball is a modern American version of an ancient game. It is played as a struggle between the two teams or tribes who jostle, run, push, elbow one another to move the large, dark, colored ball in the desired direction and to gain possession of it. The game attempts to develop a sense of common purpose amongst the members of a tribe or team. This game was started in California, with most, if not all, players being white. The importance of games utilizing large brown balls in the white supremacy system culture is of a special interest. The most important of these games are football and basketball. It is only an accident that black males, now that have been allowed to play, have become the most outstanding players in these sports, nationally and internationally. Is it only an accident that in the game of football, the field general, the quarterback, almost always must be white, no matter the color of the other players? And, of course, the owners always must be white, so that no matter who wins or who is the star, the white owner controls the big brown balls and who gets to play with them. It is of symbolic importance that the large brown basketball is thrown into a circular opening, the basket, usually a white net, that can be viewed as a symbol of the white female vaginal orifice. Similarly, the large brown football is kicked through the white upright openings, the goalposts, that can be viewed again symbolically as the uplifted legs of a white female in the act of sexual intercourse. Perhaps unconsciously, the white male psyche considers that the white female's preferred sexual choice is tall, dark, and handsome. In tossing or kicking the large brown balls into the white net or the white goalposts, the white male is able to fantasize that he is satisfying the white female maximally via an identification with the black male and the brown balls, which the white male in play believes he now possesses or controls. This writer is reminded that the common underground thought of saying of white men is that they are not really men until they have had sexual intercourse with a black female. This again is a demonstration of white males fantasizing that they are a customary role of the black males, whose genitals they apparently admire and envy. Thus, the black male is their true standard of real manhood and genetic power, the ultimate controller of the black ball. As white males attempt to master the placement of these large brown balls, playing balls, and openings, their activity can be viewed as attempts to resolve the dilemma of the self-questioned manhood. Their manhood is always in question because of the genetic recessive status compared to the genetic dominance of the world's majority.
In this regard, it is not surprising that large numbers of white females hang around black basketball and football players and that these black males are trapped into sexual involvement by these white females. The black male ball players, in turn, also are conditioned under white supremacy domination to want to place brown balls in white nets, white vaginal orifices, as a mark of supposed true black manhood, since males refer to white males as the man, and placing brown balls in white nets in between white goalposts, the black male's fantasy becomes the man. Hockey, a sport that black men are not allowed to play in the white supremacy culture, also consists of attempting to play a round black object, the hockey puck, into a white net opening, symbolic of the white vaginal orifice. The object that is used to place the black puck in an opening is a long colored stick, symbolic of the black phallus. White males fight ferociously among themselves to get the black round object in the white net opening as a test of their strength or their manhood. Apparently, for the white male psyche, and it's anathema to have to compete with the black male, the possessor of the real black balls and stick. In this challenge, controlling the black ball and the black stick and getting the black object into the symbolic white net opening on a white ice field. Soccer, or European football, traditionally is played with a white ball, smaller than a large brown football and basketball. The sport is less popular in the United States, but it is very popular in Central and South America. The white soccer ball is not to be touched with the hands. It is knocked and kicked. The kicking of the white ball becomes a very violent and vicious activity. Again, however, the greatest player, the master of the large white ball, turned out to be a black Brazilian, Pelé, who married a white female. The owners of the professional soccer teams also remain white, of course. Another popular ball game played with a smaller white ball is baseball. Baseball was the great all-time American, aka white sport, until a black man, Hank Aaron, became the world's greatest hitter, controller of that white ball, hitting it with a brown or black bat. It is little wonder that he has moved even closer to taking the title of control away from the white Babe Ruth. Aaron began to receive letters from white people threatening his life. This behavior remains incomprehensible. After all, it's only a game, unless one is aware that the white ball is symbolic of the white testicles that a black man had knocked out of the ballpark. The black man in this manner controls the symbolic small white testicles. This is not psychologically tolerable in the white supremacy culture, as it represents white genetic annihilation, which whites traditionally have killed to prevent. This unconscious response to non-whites controlling white balls clarifies the reason that a couple of years ago, the American Little League team, white, which consistently was being beaten by non-white children in Taiwan, was prevented from competing further with these non-white children. And now the American children are prohibited from playing with the Taiwanese teams. White male children must not be confronted in the white supremacy culture with the non-white children controlling white balls, testicles. Such a continuing experience is totally inconsistent with the optimal development of the white supremacy psyche, as well as with the white male's survival need to control all of the balls on the planet Earth. Next, smaller in diameter in the white ball series is tennis ball. To date, there has been only one black male world champion controller of that small white ball, Arthur Ashe. Although amongst blacks, Althea Gibson became a master of the white ball before Ashe. Is it only a coincidence that when Ashe began to play tennis with champion force, the game then allowed the introduction of colored tennis balls in the major tournaments? A black male is just not supposed to bat a small white ball into total submission. Ashe became the #1 world-ranked tennis champion in 1975, but he did not sustain that position in 1976. Ashe has been quoted as saying that he does not play just to win, but for the enjoyment of the sport. This attitude is in stark contrast to that of Jimmy Connors, white, who has stated that he plays only to win, and has described his approach to the game as a killer instinct. I can imagine the psychological pressure put on Arthur Ashe as long as he remained in a position of champion controlling the small white tennis balls. I'm certain that he could be liked better in the context of the white supremacy culture as long as he held any position other than #1 controller of the prestigious small white tennis ball. The smallest ball in the popular white ball series is the golf ball. Like tennis, golf has been the ball game of the most powerful males in the white supremacy system culture. However, like tennis, it is spreading slowly throughout the white supremacy culture to include large numbers of whites and non-white females. Interestingly, golf, the most elite of all the ball games in the white supremacy culture, is played with a long dark-colored stick or iron held between the legs. This iron is smashed against the side of the small white ball. The object is to knock this small white ball into a hole in the black earth, black Mother Earth, the black female. By attempting to place a small white ball in the black earth using a long dark stick, again the white male is attempting to identify with the possession of the genital equipment and privilege of the black male, whose rightful partner is the black female. If this pattern of play in golf does not qualify as the very essence of male genital symbolism and neurotic conflict in the white male psyche, as formulated in this specific discussion, then nothing does. Again, is it only a coincidence that the major event in golf competition should be called the Masters Tournament? Is this not a fitting title for the most elite of all ball games, played by the masters of the master race? One final question: is it a reflection of the white male self-hate and self-rejection and rejection of the inadequacy of the white testicles or balls that the games played with the small white balls involve the balls being attacked, hit, struck, and knocked far away from the body in an act of masochism, whereas by contrast, the games played with large brown balls involve holding on to and possessing the balls? No large brown balls are struck with the objects in the white supremacy culture's popular ball games. There is indeed significance in these facts, and even though the large black bowling ball is rolled away from the body, its aim is to knock down symbols of the white phallus. Further, is there a parallel significance in the fact that the most powerful man in the global white supremacy system, Gerald Ford, on the day of his departure from office after losing the presidential election, left immediately to play golf, to beat the small white balls masochistically across the fairway in his hour in defeat of humiliation? Is it a further note that his predecessor, who was forced from office in absolute disgrace, also spends much of the time on the golf course beating small white balls? It seems of interest that the more powerful the white male becomes in the context of the white supremacy culture, the smaller the ball that becomes his focus of attention. Is this because the more the white male achieves that he wants to believe was real power, the greater the realization that his perception was only inadequate compensation for fundamental lack of truth power, genetic power? Is it not also curious that when white males are young and vigorous, they attempt to master the large brown balls, but as they become older and wiser, they psychologically rein themselves to the inability to master the large brown balls? Their focus often shifts masochistically to hitting the tiny white golf balls in disgust and resignation. In full final realization of white genetic recessiveness, it will be of further interest to ascertain the number of army generals in the white supremacy system who play golf, demean white genetic material, while planning for race war of the destruction of non-white genetic material. After the Chinese and non-white people under white supremacy domination for many decades were able to chase the whites out of their country, the most popular ball game in China became ping pong. The object of the game is to smash a tiny white ball back and forth across the table, perhaps in unconscious retaliation for the humiliation imposed upon the Chinese people by the whites. The Chinese finally mastered to beat the white balls. Similarly, golf and baseball, two white ball games, have become the most popular ball games in Japan, a country of non-white people conquered, attacked and humiliated in atomic war by white people. Perhaps at the conscious level, the Japanese or non-white people believe that they are imitating their conquerors whom they admire. At the unconscious level, however, they are in turn humiliating the inadequacy of the white testicles or balls. The dynamics that motivate the conquered and the conquerors are never the same. Is there also a connection between the defeat of the highly armed Americans in the Vietnam War, wherein white males are beaten by a tiny nation of non-white people, and a fantastic increase in the popularity of tennis through the U.S.? The entire U.S. nation since the close of the Vietnam War has begun to beat the small white tennis balls, the symbolic white testicles, following a humiliating defeat or loss of power for the American white nation. Or did tennis just become popular after Watergate? Furthermore, is it just a coincidence that there was a greatly increased interest in white females in tennis at the same time that they began their women's liberation movement a movement that attacks white males and their sense of superiority, and movement that has referred to white males as male chauvinist pigs. Through the game of tennis, white females symbolically can attack the white testicles, the part of the anatomy that is supposed to make the white male superior to the white female. Is this also why tennis is becoming increasingly popular among blacks in America? Also, is there a relationship between the number of white males seeking sex change operations to remove their hated male genitalia, the number of white male physicians willing to perform the surgery, and a white male's loss of Vietnam War to non-white men, as well as the rise in power of non-white men in general on the planet? I wish an ever-increasing success to all black males who participate in ball games, and I look forward to the day when the majority of quarterbacks are black, or at least in proportion to the number of black football players. Still, the most important message in this essay is that in the last 100 years, the white collective simply has moved from the overt sport and entertainment of lynching and castrating black men, removing their testicles, thereby controlling their balls, to a more highly refined series of symbolic representations of the same act, ball games. And whether through lynching and castration or modern ball games, the object and neurotic preoccupation is the same. The white male seeks to prevent non-white males from the ever-controlling white balls, and therefore they must control the anatomical balls and the contents of the colored anatomical balls, the genes of the non-white men that threaten white genetic survival. Ball games merely reflect the white collective's admiration and fear of black testicles, the contempt for white testicles, and their willingness to fight, no matter how violently, to maintain control of the balls on the field and the court, which symbolizes every place on earth. This neurotic preoccupation of whites is, of course, essential for the genetic survival of the race. The rules may change, but the real game is always the same. This deep significance of balls in the context of the white supremacy system culture cannot be discussed overtly without causing the collapse of the entire political and psychological white supremacy edifice. Events in the world of symbolism are far ahead of the events in the world of conscious reality, because the former represents a more complete recording of the totality of reality data in a brain computer. Thus, through the world of symbolism, perhaps we can gain insight into the world of reality that must be mastered. By decoding and translating symbols, we can confront those aspects of reality that generally we would prefer to ignore. Norman O. Brown's statement in Love's Body sums it up. The axis on which world history turns in symbolism, the axis of world history is making conscious the unconscious. Ball games equal war of the balls, equals war of the testicles, equals war of the genes, equals race war. The ISIS Papers, Chapter 11. The Symbolism of Smoking Objects. As a psychiatrist and behavior analyst, I take the position that all major patterns of people behavior within an evolved system of behavior can be decoded and understood once the ultimate goal objective of the evolved system of behavior is decoded and understood. The failure to decode and comprehend the ultimate goal objective only permits behavioral units to be dealt with and described as isolated abstractions without in-depth meaning and certainly without function within a system culture as a whole. Furthermore, this failure makes it impossible to perceive the logical coherence and interconnectedness between all of the major patterns of behavior in the behavioral system. To use an analogy in the physical sciences, the failure to decode and comprehend the ultimate goal objective of an evolved behavioral system is tantamount to present-day physicists attempting to analyze the physical universe without Einstein's equation, E equals mc squared, the theory of relativity. Indeed, in the final analysis, an evolved behavioral system is also a system of energy and specific energy pattern configurations. No less than the physical universe is a system of energy and specific energy pattern configurations. Once the concept of a unified field theory of behavior or evolved system of behavior is understood adequately, all major behavioral patterns that develop within the total behavioral system context are seen as having both meaning and function within the total behavioral system. Thus, these behavioral patterns partially express and eventually achieve the ultimate goal objective. Today, smoking, or the oral use of smoking objects, is a major pattern of people behavior in the dominant behavioral system on Earth. 688 billion cigarettes were manufactured in the U.S. alone in 1976. 53 million Americans adults smoke some form of tobacco. 89,000 Americans die annually from lung cancer, and which is approximately 244 persons dying each day from this ravaging disease. Yet since 1964, when the Surgeon General's report first linked cigarette smoking with disease, there has been a smoking controversy among Americans, for and against smoking. The above facts and health statistics alone, which do not include the number of deaths caused by fire through the mishandling of smoking objects, could make everyone alert to and curious about the behavioral pattern of smoking and the causes of the behavioral pattern. This essay seeks to pinpoint the perhaps unconscious but major underlying determinants of this behavioral pattern that heretofore have not been understood or probed adequately. By elevating the level of insight into the behavioral pattern and its causes, conscious control over the behavior pattern may be enhanced, and the incidence of smoking may decrease. As I've stated previously, the existing global behavioral system culture of racism, white supremacy, is the sum total of the conscious and unconscious patterns of symbols, logic, thought, speech, action, dreams, emotional response, and perception. It includes the tactics, strategies, and methodologies evolved from the global white collective in all areas of people activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, to resolve the psychological anxiety and tensions related to the threat to white genetic survival. Now, beyond this resolution of this anxiety and tension is the ultimate goal objective of preventing the ever-present threat to white genetic survival from ever becoming a reality. This task requires constant and continuous vigilance by all members of the white collective. However, because of the minority status of the white collective on the planet, and because of its genetic recessive status relative to the skin melanated global majority, there exists in a collective white psyche a profound sense of genetic and therefore genital weakness and inadequacy. Because it is males who are physically and psychologically responsible for the initiation of the act of self-reproduction and self-production, it is the white male in the white collective who most greatly senses, consciously or unconsciously, and experiences genetic and genital inadequacy. This is attested to strongly by the white males and indeed the total white collective's continuously prevailing concern with who has the largest penis, the black male or the white male. Indeed, large numbers of white males today are preoccupied and concerned that their penises are too small, such a concern being reflected of the sense of genital and genetic inadequacy. Black males are not preoccupied similarly. See Chapter 7. That the darker male is viewed as more powerful and more substantially virile and masculine in the white supremacy system culture is again attested to by the fact that the white female's idealized male is described by the white collective as tall, dark, and handsome. The word dark does indeed refer to a higher level of melanin skin pigmentation and hair pigmentation. The importance of the dark man as a symbol of genital and genetic inadequacy is the white supremacy system culture was the basis for the crowd drawing power and significance of two of the most important movie heroes of the last century in the U.S., Rudolph Valentino and Elvis Presley. The case of Presley removes all doubt from my thesis because his style of singing and of moving his genitals area was strictly copied as best he could from black male singers. In the case of Valentino, two of his most important roles in the movies, The Sheik and The Son of the Sheik, wherein he played non-white North African men or Arabs. Subsequently, a very popular condom was brand named Chic. Valentino also portrayed the Moor. His great appeal to the white female and male was that he was dark and made up to appear even darker. Supposedly, he was also a master lover. Yet another instance of the importance of black as a symbol of male genital and genetic adequacy is the fact that the standard wedding attire for the white male in Western white culture is black, and in the most formal weddings, males wear black tails, while the bride wears white. When dressed for most other important social occasions, the white male similarly dresses in black tails and black tie. Although the tails hung in the back, they remain phallic symbols. Similarly, ties, also usually dark colored, are phallic symbols in behavioral system culture that believes that clothes make the man. The implication is that the mother nature, in the case of the albinos, failed in some respect. White males also believe that they look more virile and attractive when suntanned or brown and bronzed. This belief is maintained despite the fact that each year in the U.S. alone, there are 300,000 new cases of skin cancer caused primarily by whites attempting to tan their pale skin into greater attractiveness. In this area of the world, white males also had a long nefarious history of lynching and castrating black males and taking their genitals as well as other parts, home as prized and desired souvenirs to be possessed, symbolically making them their own. Just as the important ball games fall into two series, large black and brown and small white. All major smoking objects in the white supremacy culture fall into the same two categories: large brown, cigars and pipes, and small white, cigarettes. Furthermore, the ball games played by the supposedly more virile men entail the use of large brown balls, while the smoking objects chosen by those men who wish to view themselves and be viewed as powerful, virile, and important are large brown smoking objects, cigars mainly, but also pipes. The late British Prime Minister Winston Churchill was estimated to have smoked 300,000 8 or 9-inch double Coronas. John F. Kennedy also was reported to have loved Havana cigars, and Fidel Castro, who considers himself to be white, is never seen without a long cigar in his mouth. Whereas I maintain that the brown and white balls used in ball games in white supremacy culture are symbols of the black and white testicles, respectively, I maintain further that the brown and white smoking objects are similarly symbols of the black and white phallus, or penis. Together, the balls in the ball game and the smoking objects constitute a highly important symbol package of the complete male genitalia, the penis and the testicles. The white supremacy system culture is preoccupied most fundamentally not with profit, but with its genetic and genital status and survival on the planet. It is only logical, and since this great survival concern is not discussed at the culture's conscious level, it manifests in another major behavioral activity within the system culture, albeit largely at an unconscious level. Thus, it is not surprising that these two important black and white symbol series, balls and smoking objects, should be a central preoccupation that cannot be curtailed in spite of the violence in ball games and the cancer associated with smoking. The white supremacy system culture is dominated by white males. However, white males still experience a deep sense of male genital and genetic deficiency and inadequacy. This is due to the fact that white males fear genetic annihilation by men of color. Thus, major activity of the part of white males via system culture they established consists of the unconscious drive and desire to boost or supplement the level of one's maleness or masculinity and to internalize more male principle, element, or substance by any means possible. The sense of deficiency in male principle also may be expressed in terms of sensed inadequacy and therefore dependency in male principle dependency need gratification. In other words, in a culture and behavioral system where the most dominant feature is a sense of male genital and genetic inadequacy on part of albino males, the attempt to compensate for this sense deficiency most certainly will be manifested in some manner in patterns of behavior. The habitual pattern of placing a symbolic phallus or penis in the oral cavity is one example of symbolic compensation for sense male genetic and genital inadequacy. Smoking, as previously stated, is placing a symbolic phallus in the oral cavity as a means of, again, internalizing more masculinity, as the penis is that which most obviously makes the male a male. Male homosexual acts of placing the penis in the rectum or in the oral cavity also achieve symbolically the result of internalizing and ingesting, through a gastrointestinal tract opening, male substance. In this instance, what is internalized is the ejaculate, which parallels the inhalation of smoke and the swallowing of saliva when mouthing a cigar or pipe. It should be noted here that in the 1960s, when black people behind male leadership began to challenge the white supremacy status quo in cries of black power, there was an increase in the number of cigars imported to the U.S. Cigar imports more than doubled from 30 million to 80 million per year between 1967 and 1974. Large numbers of people also began to smoke small, long, dark brown cigarettes. An interesting mythology surrounds a cigar. During their manufacture, these smoking objects are hand-wrapped while held between the legs of Cuban, non-white women. This reference to the proximity of the cigar or the smoking brown object and phallic symbol to the non-white female's genital anatomy supports my contention of the symbolic function the cigar plays in the fantasy of the white male psyche. Here, one is also reminded of the underground saying in the white male culture that one is not a man until he has had sexual intercourse with a black female, meaning until he has demonstrated that his white phallus is as adequate as that of the black male. Understanding the above symbolism will explain further an advertisement for More cigarettes printed in the December 19, 1976 issue of the New York Times Magazine, which reads as follows. Why isn't More white? Because More is burnished brown. To make it longer, leaner, design looks as good as it tastes. And when it comes to the taste of more, you can enjoy its smooth mildness longer, because more burns slower. So more doesn't end with just good looks. There's lots of good taste as well. It's like any really good cigarette, only it's more. This ad carries an even greater significance because of the great emphasis placed on oral sex by the white supremacy system culture, in contrast to the behaviors of non-white peoples. This ad also must be seen in the context of the epidemic of pornographic magazines that place heavy emphasis on black males as objects of oral sex for both white males and females. The above ad also follows and allows the following question to be raised. Is the brand name More a substitute for more? With the above interpretation of symbols in the context of the white supremacy system culture, it becomes increasingly apparent that there cannot be a ban on cigarette smoking in spite of its cancer-causing potential. If indeed the basic dilemma in the white supremacy system and culture is genetic inadequacy, and the objects and acts of symbolic of ingesting more phallus were banned, what behavioral substitutes would be suggested that could solve the basic anxiety-provoking dilemma of white genetic annihilation? Perhaps genital transplant surgery from black males to white males, hopefully not frank cannibalism. In Chapter 8, I discussed the gun as a symbol in the white supremacy system culture. I demonstrated that the gun similarly cannot be banned because it is a symbolic phallus substitute for the white male. The white male's penis and testicles genetically cannot annihilate black and other non-white males, but his gun can. Therefore, to ban the gun for the white male is to castrate him symbolically, to remove his defense mechanism for the ever-present threat of white genetic annihilation. We're now in a position to understand the inadequately explained and inadequately understood concepts of penis envy, castration, anxiety, and castration complex, all key concepts in the Freudian psychoanalytic edifice. These concepts take on valid applicability in the context of the white supremacy system culture, in that they can all relate to anxieties, fears, and tensions of the dominant members of the white supremacy culture, the white males, and then project these tensions and fears in their various and sundry forms onto others, white females and black and other non-white males and females. In reality, it is the white male who basically envies the genital power and genetic status of black and other non-white males, and without his guns or other weapons, the white male feels castrated in the presence of black males and females and all other non-white people. Castration anxiety, which Freud inadequately assumed had meaning only in the family context, now can be understood as the basic fear in the global white supremacy system of white genetic annihilation. This fear has been evolving in magnitude since albinos or whites were first developed as genetic mutants from blacks in Africa many thousands of years ago. Only a short period of time in the context of the 3.5 million years that black people have been on Earth. The global white supremacy system is the evolved methodology of compensation for white male castration fears and anxiety of the fear of white genetic annihilation based upon white genetic insufficiency. This essay illuminates the major fallacy in the Western pattern of perception and thought, the failure to be able to recognize and decode the whole. Western perceptions are unfortunately limited and fragmented, tending towards ever higher levels of abstraction and isolation of what has been abstracted, but never fully and consciously perceiving what has been abstracted in relationship to the whole. Guns are always seen in the isolated abstraction, as are balls and smoking objects. This failure, if not refusal to perceive the whole, is a result of the repressed conceptualization of the white self as the albino mutant, fragments of the whole, offspring from black, whole progenitors. Thus, there is an inability to place the white self in a total perspective of the human family and the totality of the universe, without the admission of the genetic defective status of skin whiteness. The white collective, therefore, must deny the meaning and reality of Africa as its own birthplace and the point of origin of its own civilization. The ISIS Papers, Chapter 12, Black Fear and the Failure of Black Analytical Ideological Commitment. It is known that an extremely high level of fear and a profound sense of vulnerability of existence can lead the human brain computer into ineffectual patterns of circular thought. In such cases, problems perceived are avoided and never solved. This is in direct contrast to effective patterns of direct linear thought that move continuously forward in straight line progress. From problem perception and depth analysis, the proposed conclusive modes of problem solution. This holds for individuals as well as collectives. Now, the sense of powerlessness evolves out of fear and vulnerability, and with its imposed patterns of circular as opposed to linear thought, sets the stage for mental, behavioral, and emotional illness, which is always seen at levels of increased incidence amongst oppressed populations. Circular thought means moving from problem perception away from problem solution down a diversionary path and back again to problem perception. This may then be followed by worrying and obsessive complaining. There is never consistent motion toward problem solution because to do so would challenge and alter the power dynamic of oppression. Thus, high-level fear is set in motion. Circular thought describes a short-circuiting of logic networks in the brain-computer, an organ which has evolved by nature as a problem-solving instrument. Linear thought suggests movement from problem perception progressively towards problem solution, changing step by step whatever needs to be altered to achieve total problem solution, utilizing whatever means necessary to achieve this end. This form of thought is consistent with the function and structure of the brain as a problem-solving organ in the human organism. Now, black people throughout the world live under the power of the white supremacy system of a total oppression and domination, implying the absence of any true power to determine ultimately what happens in their individual and collective lives. This is the major and only problem facing black and all other non-white peoples throughout the world. This is precisely why they are called and classified as black and non-white, to set them specifically in oppositional contrast to and in conflict with the genetic reality of white. But because this is a frightening and painful reality upon which to focus black and other non-white attention, we as blacks, particularly in the U.S., succumb to circular thought. Likewise, there is not only a failure to approach problem solution, but there is a stubborn refusal even to look directly at the problem. Ultimately, there is a disturbance in problem perception. Therefore, black people in the U.S. reject the conscious recognition of the global white supremacy system, its absolute necessity of non-white oppression, and its very specific implications of a continuing powerlessness and potential destruction as opposed to a natural death for blacks and other designated non-whites. Jonestown, Guyana is an outstanding example of destruction that blacks fear under the existing white supremacy system. Now, in 1979, close to 1,000 blacks from the U.S. were relocated to Jonestown and then murdered under Nazi concentration camp conditions through a process controlled by white people. This extermination center was set up with the full knowledge of the segments of the U.S. government. It is thus no accident that the year 1979 gives further witness to the near total collapse and loss amongst blacks, individually as well as collectively, of the ability to effectively perceive, analyze, and propose solutions to the problem of white supremacy and its implications for continuing black powerlessness and social disintegration. In brief, it is clear in 1979, 21 short years before the year 2000, that there is no commitment by blacks to analyze of the problem of white supremacy comprehensively. Blacks are without a perception of analysis of racism or of a scientific counter-racism. Blacks therefore do not know what to do with themselves. Thus we are witnessing a collective black floundering of an ideological vacuum and disorientation. All that remains is for blacks to escalate tragically their activity of powerless arguing and squabbling amongst themselves and to compete with one another for white supremacy jobs and grants crumbs. Or blacks can pretend, as a diversionary thought strategy, that the real struggle exists between imagined black classes or between black males and females. Every energy and psychological effort is expended at both the individual and collective levels to black out and avoid focusing on the true problem of a white-black confrontation, white supremacy. All blacks realize, consciously and or unconsciously, that to engage in such a realistic focus can mean certain death at the hands of white supremacists. The total black collective in the U.S. has yet to confront consciously the mind-blowing logic and thought-distorting shock and fear that set in following the assassinations of practically all courageous black male leaders, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., Whitney Young, Medgar Evers, and Fred Hampton, and then the Holocaust of Jonestown, Guyana, which many conscious blacks accept as a planned government action. Since all of these deliberate deaths have occurred, there has been a profound disinclination by surviving blacks to confront the awesome and murderous reality of white supremacy directly. The struggle for justice and true black power now is perceived through a glass darkly and not face to face because there is overwhelming fear. In spite of their superficial differences, the various analysis of the black problem by aforementioned men, if carried through their ultimate implications, all lead ultimately to an eventual neutralization of white power control. Since the demise of these black men, who all were aware of the necessity to resist and destroy white supremacy, the remaining rhetoric coming from our black collective is consistent with submission to and/or cooperation with the racist oppressive dynamic, albeit with an historical and continuing chorus of complaints. This behavior of submission to and cooperation with white supremacy is consistent with the illusion that there can be a complete integration of non-whites into the white supremacy system. In contrast to these modes and thoughts of action, the black men cited above are examples of resistance to and destruction of white supremacy as an absolute form of injustice. These latter forms of behavior require high levels of self and group respect, and can be sustained only when there is a willingness to give one's life for the achievement of justice, as each of these men demonstrated. However, it has been demonstrated by the aforementioned men that the almost certain consequence of a pattern of consciously determined resistance to and destruction of white supremacy is death at the hands of white supremacy advocates, those who see and understand white supremacy as necessary to white survival. Even young black children are able to perceive and articulate that if you try to help black people, you will be killed. When I ask a 10-year-old black boy, "Don't you want to study hard in school so that you can help black people?" he immediately answered no, giving the above explanation. The chill of this reality, inherent in the maintenance of white supremacy, does not escape black children, and it most certainly does not escape their elders, although the latter are more sophisticated and know better than to admit the same openly. This fear of death at the hands of white supremacy collective, because it cannot be admitted aloud by the adult black population, has been repressed. The result of covering the fear has been the emergence of the sick, protective logic that there is no longer a problem of white supremacy, except in England perhaps, or in Southern Africa. For blacks in the US, all of that has been solved. Additionally, there's a claim that the only remaining stresses are blacks rejecting other blacks, be it male versus female, and female versus male, female versus female, and male versus male, or the fantasized black middle class versus the fantasized black lower class. Of course, the fact is that class does not refer to income alone, but to actual existing power. And since blacks across the board are oppressed and powerless under white supremacy, none of us have power. Therefore, there are no classes among blacks. But to return to the issue of black defensive logic, these patterns of logic which emphasize that the existing problems are mainly between blacks are reflective of black self-hate. This self-hatred is escalated and reinforced by increasing black suicide, black-on-black homicide, child abuse, and spouse abuse. In addition to the aforementioned non-productive behaviors, there are also increasing patterns of behavior that can be described as inducing semi-trance states, such as rhythmic hand clapping, singing, and dancing, excessive rock music playing, listening to radio music, and shouting in religious settings. These patterns of behavior are manifested continually by black people to pitch themselves into possible altered cortical brain states. Likewise, such brain states seem to have the effect of dampening the sense of an overwhelming external pain or danger over which blacks conceive we have no control. These practices, of course, avoid problem confrontation and thereby prevent problem solution. Similarly, the increase in interracial marriages can be viewed as a means of escape and a means for blacks to avoid the awareness of their continuing status as permanent outsiders, outside of the white chalk circle of white supremacy's numerical and genetic global necessity. It should be noted that in the white supremacy societal unit of Nazi Germany, the highest incidence of interracial marriage between Semites or non-whites and Germans, whites, occurred just prior to the ultimate destruction of the Semites in the Holocaust. The Semites of the Jewish religion were looked upon as non-whites because their ancestors were black and resided in Africa prior to entering Europe. See chapter 18. Similarly, some blacks have sought to escape the confrontation with white supremacy through Marxist doctrine by attempting to conceive of themselves as members of the working class. They fail to see that Marx, who was a Semite, a non-white, was a victim of anti-Semitism. 1/3 of the world population of Semites of the Jewish religion were destroyed by German white supremacy, meaning that millions of Marx's own descendants were destroyed in the process. Still, not one word of Marx's doctrine addressed itself to this potential fate of his own group. He did not understand that he was being classified as non-white, nor did he understand white versus non-white color confrontation. Thus, he was ill prepared to address it and its destructive implications. He too became confused in recognizing himself as a non-white in the struggle that goes on between the white classes, the upper middle and lower classes. Now, he failed to realize that irrespective of income, education, and position, he and all of the fellow Semites constitute the powerless, non-white, non-class victim in a white supremacy system. All non-whites then, as now, fall outside all three of the aforementioned white class groupings because the word class specifically refers to power, ultimately the power to protect one's life and the lives of one's group members in the framework of an existing power system. This attempted escape into Marx's doctrine falsely comforts some blacks, as it did many Semites in Europe. In accepting this doctrine, they are convinced that there are some whites, the workers, who wish to unite with non-whites out of the supposed common interest. They further believe that these whites do not function under the white supremacy necessity, the global fear of white genetic annihilation by the genetically dominant non-whites. That pattern of survival psyche of all who accept classification as white people, though they have no proof that a significant number of such whites exist, some blacks persist in following the Marxist doctrine in order to avoid the fear-induced awareness that blacks and other non-whites are and always have been weak and invulnerable to the context of the global white supremacy system. Like the 10-year-old black male child I mentioned earlier, all black adults will have to learn how to admit openly and honestly their fear of dying in the process of actively destroying the injustice of global white supremacy. Only then will black brain computers cease patterns of circular logic, the logic of fear and escape, such that a firm black analysis of white supremacy dynamic can develop. With this established and long-term commitment to white supremacy neutralization can follow. A prerequisite to overcoming fear is the growth of self and group respect. This respect cannot develop as blacks strive to blame one another for the symptoms of their common oppression. This respect cannot flourish in the presence of a belief that blacks cannot develop their own analysis of and provide their own solutions to black problems without the leadership approval and or funding of non-blacks. In keeping with this goal, I recommend to the Black Collective that we need not have any conferences other than to announce the existence of our fear of white supremacy and to share with one another all possible solutions for overcoming these fears. Solving the problem of political and social oppression of a people is fundamentally no different than solving a problem of illness in the human body. What is essential in the latter instance is an accurate diagnosis of the problem through observation, an examination in various clinical tests and studies. The diagnosis represents a summarized statement of the specific pattern of physiologic derangement and a statement of the major and minor causal factors. A program of treatment and cure is based upon producing the specific measures to counteract the causal factors efficiently and alter any potential for the return of any of those factors permanently. Finally, the test of diagnostic accuracy is the effectiveness of the treatment and cure. The physician functions as a scientist to the extent that he or she bases the plan of treatment and cure on concrete observation, examination, and analysis of the problem. This physician scientist is more dependent upon his or her current observations and analysis than upon some previously written descriptions of similar disease states found in some valued textbook written by learned and respected ancient authorities. The physician or scientist is ever cognizant of the possibility of new disease states that never existed previously, or of old disease states that never were described accurately, and thus for which there are no established patterns or plans for treatment and cure. Physicians who lack fundamental self-respect and self-confidence are unable to make their own observations and analyses because they do not trust their own sensory apparatus, nor do they trust the ability of their own brain computers to make accurate correlations of the incoming sensory data. Therefore, They will be incompetent in observing and treating new problems, and they will be unable to perform adequately in the management of new variations seen in previously recognized disease processes. External environmental dynamics which affect the body and health and disease are changing constantly, causing new and different pictures of disease states. The major factor in diagnosis is the ability of the physician, scientist, to make his or her own observations and for the brain to make critical analyses of the data and observation, which is experience. This series of acts, observation, experience, and analysis then becomes the basis for all follow-up activity in treatment and problem solution. In summary, the physician-scientist beginning with his or her observations works to uncover the courses of disease. Through knowledge of the specific disease process, he or she works to effect treatment and cure. Just as a physician-scientist has to face the problem of physical disease, Black people and their scientists have to face the problem and solve the problem of Black oppression under white supremacy. In fact, Black people seeking a scientific approach to the problem similarly must begin acting as scientists, observing their situation, recording their own data, and following up with their own analysis of the observations, experience, and data. Their own analysis will then inform them of what it is that they as Black people need to do to achieve their goal objectives. To the extent that we fail to make our own fundamental observations and to validate our own sensory experience, we can conclude that Blacks lack the necessary levels of self-respect and self-confidence needed for independent functioning. To the extent that we believe we cannot depend 100% upon our own sensory apparatus, we fail to have confidence in our ability to make encompassing analyses. And to that same extent, we are forced into dependency upon those whose brain computer we believe to be superior to our own. If we do not have confidence in our ability to make independent Black observations, Black analysis, and Black plans for Black action, why should we talk about or seek Black liberation? One never should seek independence from those upon whom one feels permanently dependent, for that would be an act of suicide. And indeed, if that independence were won, it soon would be returned to the former state of dependence. Furthermore, if we believe that we are intellectually inferior to white people, as our distrust of our capacity to observe and make correlations would strongly imply, we simply should say this out loud for all the world to hear. Blacks are genetically inferior in terms of their intellectual capacity as compared to their white counterparts. Then we should content ourselves quietly and politely to be totally and permanently dependent upon the white collective for all that we need, do, think, and say. If Black behavioral, social, and political scientists are supposed to be incapable of making accurate analysis of behavior, social, and political situations, local and worldwide, then Black physicians are also incapable of making accurate medical diagnosis, and all Black patients should seek white doctors. This would imply similarly that Black lawyers are incapable of successfully handling legal cases, and all Black law clients should seek white lawyers. Likewise, all Black students should seek white teachers. Furthermore, all Black women seeking husbands should seek white husbands, and all Black men seeking wives should seek white wives. This activity would carry such reasoning to its logical, though absurd, conclusions. If we do not wish to imply all of the above, let us get about our business of Black problem solving, beginning with the problem of Black oppression under white supremacy. First and foremost, let it be the responsibility of every Black person to know and understand how the dynamic of white supremacy domination is expressed in all areas of people activity, economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. The ISIS Papers, Chapter 13. The Concept and the Color of God and Black Mental Health. Agnostics doubt and question the existence of God. Atheists deny the existence of God. These two groups combined constitute a tiny minority of the world's people. The vast and overwhelming majority of the peoples on earth have a conceptualization of and believe in the existence of God, no matter how named or defined as a supreme force or supreme being responsible for the creation of the universe. Therefore, this supreme being constitutes the highest and ultimate focus of their worship, devotion, and obedience. In all but the agnostic and atheist groups, but the training and teaching of children about the concept of God in a given culture begin at the earliest possible age of comprehension and understanding. customarily long before children are capable of understanding any philosophical and abstract consideration of God. They're exposed to the system of rituals that the given people have evolved over thousands of years. The rituals form a part of the recognition of, worship of, and obedience to the concepts of God. This long before there is true cognitive understanding, there is participation in the practice of recognizing God. This participation in practice becomes a part of children's and ultimately adults' concept and image of self in relationship to the total environment, but also in relationship to the highest and ultimate focus of their worship, devotion, and obedience to the God of the people. For it is the totality of experience in the environment for the moment of birth that forms the self-image and self-concept in the brain computer of each human being. From this image and self-concept, all patterns of behavior evolve. Likewise, from the entire constellation of behavior in the individual, the determination of mental health or mental illness is made. As a practicing general and child psychiatrist, my definition of mental health is as follows: patterns of logic, thought, speech, action, and emotional response in all areas of people activity that simultaneously reflect self and group respect and respect for harmony in the universe. The critical question that arises now is, what does the concept and color of God have to do with black self and group respect and respect for harmony in the universe? The oppression of black and other non-white people means that there is no non-white self-determination. It also means, most fundamentally, that there can be no true and functional black self-respect. More specifically, this means that the existing levels of non-white functional self-respect as manifested in all areas of people activity are extremely low. Thus, these low levels of functional self-respect imply that the self-image and self-concept are more negative than positive. Likewise, the impact of non-white individual collective behavior in and on the total environment is more negative than positive. To have a negative impact on the total environment is a manifestation of behavioral powerlessness. To have a negative impact on the total environment is a manifestation of the self-image and self-concept as powerless. To have a negative impact on the total environment is a manifestation of having been shaped and molded by the total environment into a functional inferior through the process of inferiorization. The process of oppression is to mold the victims of oppression into functional inferiors. As previously stated, the global system of white supremacy oppression functions through all areas of people activity. The ultimate thrust towards the victims of oppression in all of the 9 areas of people activity is to cause and affect their universalizing. This is achieved equally in the area of religion as in sex. It is achieved equally in the area of war as in economics. It is achieved equally in entertainment as in labor. It is achieved equally in politics as in law. In other words, all 9 areas of people activity are used equally in a system of non-white oppression to achieve the ultimate goal of non-white inferiorization. The concept and the color of God are focused on most strongly in the area of religion, although all areas of people activity overlap, influence, and fuse with one another. The global white supremacy system evolved a religion referred to as Christianity. However, it is referred to most appropriately as the dominant pattern of religious thought generated by the white supremacy system. Similarly, all forms of economics within the global white supremacy system, whether referred to as capitalism, multinationalism, communism, or socialism, are identified more appropriately as the patterns of economic thought and practice generated by that system. Further, all forms of political organization within the global white supremacy system, whether referred to as democracy, Nazism, Soviet hegemony, fascism, and nationalism, are referred to more appropriately as the various patterns of power relationships generated by that system. Absolutely critical to the white supremacy system of religious thought was the formation of the image of the white man as the Son of God. This white male image then was referred to as Christ, no matter that the prophet Jesus was a black man. Because the brain computer functions most fundamentally on logic circuits, at deep unconscious levels it automatically computes that God, the Father, is also a white male. If God is other than white, he would have produced a black or other non-white son. See diagram 3. Thus, any person programmed to accept the Christian religion, whether conscious of it or not, has the image and the concept of God as a white man in a logic network of his or her brain computer. Couple this image and concept of God as a white man with the white supremacy system's formal definition of God as a supreme or ultimate reality. the being perfect in power, wisdom, and goodness, whom men worship as creator and ruler of the universe. Then of absolute necessity, the logic and circuits of the human brain computer have to print out the white man as God, the father of the white male Christ, is a supreme or ultimate reality. The white man is the being perfect in power, wisdom, and goodness, whom all men should worship as creator and ruler of the universe. With this unconscious logic circuit of God as a white man firmly in place, white domination over non-white people could last for 1 trillion years. This would be true if the critical and essential logic connection could be implanted and plugged into the brain computers of sufficient number of black, brown, red, and yellow peoples who constitute the vast majority of the peoples on the planet. With the white man as God, the non-white global collective would be obedient to the white man always. It was the necessary duty of the vast army of white supremacy, Christians, minister or missionaries sent out around the world following the guns of white supremacy conquest to implant deep within the unconscious logic networks of non-white brain computers, the critical image and concept of God as a white man. This unconscious implantation has been successful to the extent that many non-white people on the planet conceive of themselves as members of the Christian white supremacy religion. In the U.S., the overwhelming majority of black people, as well as a large portion of other non-white peoples, consider themselves Christians. Thus, all black and other non-white peoples who profess to be members of the Christian white supremacy religion, whether they are conscious of it or not, worship the white man as God, not as a God, but as the God. And in the unconscious logic network of their individual brain computers lies a logic that the white man is the supreme or ultimate reality, the being perfect in power, wisdom, and goodness, whom men worship as creator and ruler of the universe. Although black and other non-white peoples may understand that they are oppressed by the global white collective, of which the white males are the dominant members, the brain computer's cold logic circuits also unconsciously inform the non-white Christian victim that it is impossible to free or liberate oneself from the supreme being who has created the universe. In other words, if in the deep, unconscious recesses of my brain computer rests the fundamental logic that God is a white man and that I should worship God, all of my attempts at liberation will only move me in a circle. Indeed, the circumference of my liberation movement circle could be so wide that it really appears to me that I am moving in a straight line of progress. But moving in a circle, no matter how big the circle, is tantamount to standing absolutely still, marking time. Many black people in the U.S. now are beginning to feel as though our liberation efforts, in spite of the loss of life and whipped heads, have left us still standing on the same spot of white oppression. For the vast majority of black and other non-white peoples today, the arrival of these ice-cold facts of brain-computer logic at the conscious level will be the experience initially as shattering and self-disintegrating, primarily because it is God the protector and God and the creator upon whom the self is taught, programmed, ultimately to depend. If the concept of God is removed from my brain computer, upon whom am I to lean, especially if I am feeling oppressed, depressed, and overwhelmed? If there is nothing or no one to provide support, then I believe that I will collapse and disintegrate. Nonetheless, as a general and child psychiatrist, I'm fully aware of the destruction spawned by the unconscious logic implant, God is a white man. However, no matter what the level of initial trauma felt when this logic circuit is brought to conscious awareness, it must come fully to light and be yanked out. Indeed, there could be no mental health, self-respect, or positive self-concept for black or other non-white peoples as long as this spacious and destructive logic circuit remains in place. It might be instructive at this juncture to recall that Christianity was based upon the life and activity of an African black prophet named Jesus. That the white Romans recognized this fact is reflected in the early portrayals of Jesus and his mother as the Black Madonna and the Black Child. To this day, the picture of the Black Madonna and Black Child secretly is cherished as one of the most holy icons of the original Christian Church, the Catholic Church. What then necessitated changing the image of Black Jesus and Black Mary to white Christ and white Mary? To answer this question, we must return to the most fundamental fact in the existence of the global white collective. White-skinned peoples initially were the mutant albino of black peoples in Africa. These white-skinned people are recognized as having a disease, just as today's modern science of genetics refers to the condition of albinism, the lack of melanin pigmentation, as a genetic deficiency disease. The white-skinned early albinos were rejected by the normal pigmented majority. They were chased out and isolated from the normal black genetic groupings. Eventually, they had to migrate northward to remove themselves from the intense African sun rays. Migrating northward from Africa, the albino populations eventually settled in the area of the world now referred to as Europe. There, they increased in number and eventually returned to conquer the peoples of color in Africa, Asia, and the rest of the world. They returned with the idea that they would conquer and no longer think of themselves as rejected and diseased population. Instead, they would think of themselves in compensation as the superior and supreme supermen and look upon all skin-pigmented peoples as the genetic inferiors. With the necessity for such a compensatory ideology and concept of self as superior, the white psyche could tolerate no concept of anything higher than the white self, not even God. Thus, when the concept of the Son of God was formulated, in their thinking, the Son eventually took the form of a white man, which by brain-computer logic would mean that God himself had to be a white man. Thus, the white collective in logical reality is not in worship of any force beyond itself. Further, it is apparent that the collective white psyche felt anger towards God for bequeathing them what is now understood as a genetic defect, named white skin. In turn, they have spawned a thinking that doubts and denies the existence of God. Thus, they have conceived of themselves as being at war with nature, which is a reflection of God. They function as though they are in contest with God and try to outcreate God. Presently, they are on a quest to produce genes and life itself. In fact, their dominant occupation is the destruction of the universe, and it is at no accident that within the language system of the most highly evolved white supremacy unit, the word God is the exact mirror image of the word dog, and within the same language system, the dog, not God, is said to be man's best friend. Blacks and other non-white peoples who have operated under the concept of God as a white man for the past 2,000 years should begin an immediate return to the fundamental concept of God as originally understood in Africa before the input of the albino white collective. The African understanding of God was that it was only an all-in-one energy force that created and simultaneously was all energy in the universe. This understanding recognized the God force as the source of all, the being responsible for all, and a multiplicity of energy configurations in the universe. Furthermore, the belief held that there are no energy configurations in the universe that are not from God and that are not God. It was the African way to respect completely the source of all energy manifest in and responsible for all things. This is African spirituality. Spirit is energy. Spirituality is the ability to get in touch with not only the ultimate source of all energy, but also the various multiplicity of energy configurations, which include matter, plants, animals, etc. This was for Africans the essential cosmic connection, the power connection. Since melanin is a superior absorber of all energy, it is essential to establish this understanding of God and all energy. The fact that the albinos or whites lack melanin may also help to explain why they have quite a difficult and different concept of understanding of God, all energy or all spirit, why they conceive of a trinity, and why, in the view of many non-white peoples, the whites lack spirituality and its capacity to tune in to and thereby establish harmony and justice in the universe. Further, because they lack the melanin sensory system, they cannot intuit all that at once. However, at some unconscious level, there must be within the collective white psyche the awareness that the color black is essential to be in touch with the God force, justice, and wisdom. And that is why they clothe their men, and who are supposed to have knowledge of justice, in black. And they clothe their scholars at the point of their scholastic wisdom achievement in black academic robes. Of course, one might cite a few exceptions, but black for ministers, priests, judges, and scholars is the norm in the white supremacy system culture worldwide. I recommend that black and other non-white peoples begin to practice consciously removing the white image of Son of God from their brain computers and thus removing the corollary logic that God is a white man. Secondly, blacks and other non-white peoples must practice utilizing our particular energy crystallizations or bodies as direct connections with the God force. This means we must learn to use our energy crystallization antenna to connect with the source from which all energy flows. It is the same as unplugging an electric cord into a wall socket. By so learning to tune into the cosmic energy source, it is possible to find the cosmic purpose of one's particular energy configuration known as one's body. Then it will be possible to use that cosmic energy for constructive purposes. I can say no more about how it can be done, but only that it can be done. Just as I am saying that it is possible to break the logic circuit, God is a white man in the non-white brain computer. To be black and accept consciously or unconsciously the image of God as a white man is the highest possible form of self-negation and lack of self-respect under the specific conditions of white domination. Such perception, emotional response, and thought are therefore insane. This logic circuit ensures that black people will always look up to white people and therefore down upon themselves. Only by breaking that logic circuit can the concept of black and other non-white liberation become a reality. This is the direction in which we blacks must propel ourselves as we enter the 21st century.
The ISIS Papers, Chapter 14. The Symbolism and Meaning of Rape, October 1980. The symbol consists of multiple levels of energy data. The hieroglyphs, higher writings, or writings concerning multiple levels of energy data are written symbolic thought and language. Similarly, the parable is a statement of combined multiple levels of energy data. It is also a statement of symbolic thought. Part of our ancient heritage as black African people is the knowledge of the symbol. This working knowledge includes the ability to speak, write, and decode symbolic language and thought. Melanin is essential for having deep knowledge of the symbol because melanin is capable of absorbing a broad spectrum of energy frequencies or data. Black is considered to be a perfect absorber of energy. There are innumerable facts that support this assertion. For example, Osiris, the great Egyptian African god, was referred to as Lord of the Perfect Black. Albert Einstein's great work on energy was based upon earlier knowledge in physics of the so-called black box energy absorption and mission experiments. Black holes in cosmic space are so named because of their great power to absorb all forms of energy. Persons lacking high levels of melanin pigmentation in the nervous system, which includes the skin as its outermost manifestation, have great difficulty in absorbing energy data from the universe at multiple frequencies, deep energy levels. Therefore, these white-skinned peoples, the founders of Western civilization and culture, experience great difficulty in understanding and decoding the symbol. This is the most fundamental reason that Westerners have difficulty in thinking like Easterners, black and brown peoples, people with higher levels of melanin in the nervous system, and vice versa. Melanated people are functioning with a sixth sense, and the additional sensory system being that of melanin pigmentation, while Westerners function with only 5 senses. Thus, the Western dictionaries define hieroglyphs as difficult to decipher. Similarly, the Western dictionaries define parable as an obscure or enigmatic saying. Black and other non-white peoples who have been trained to think like Westerners now have to retrain their brains and nervous system to function at full capacity through conscious effort to use their melanin networks. This can be achieved through the practice of self-respect, wherein black and other non-white peoples respect and pay close attention to what their own sixth sense nervous systems inform them of. This is quite contrary to focusing on what white-skinned peoples are able to focus on and what they train non-white people to focus on. Melanin deficient educators can train non-white people to use only a portion of their nervous systems at best. Thus, it is the responsibility of non-white peoples to take charge of developing the full use of their melanin potential. Familiarity with these issues are necessary for an examination of rape as a symbol in the white supremacy system culture. Rape is an unjust and sick pattern of behavior. It is a behavior pattern reflective of very low levels of self-respect and therefore of mental illness. Simultaneously, rape manifests very low levels of respect toward others. It is a horrendous violation of the selfhood of another. The most frequent form of rape is that in which a male aggressively and abusively imposes his genitals onto a female with the threat of destruction. This conduct is seen most frequently in situations of male confinement, in penal institutions, juvenile corrective institutions, or psychiatric institutions, which are staffed and supervised inadequately. A fundamental aspect of rape is the imposition of the male genitals upon someone considered physically weaker or vulnerable by someone who, at least superficially, looks upon himself as being more powerful and capable of subduing another. Condensed to the least common denominator, rape is an act in which the genitals become a weapon. A weapon is most fundamentally an instrument of aggression and is conceived of as an aid to the human body when the body alone is considered inadequate for the task of subduing and conquering. In today's world, rape is common. In the U.S., it is reported in highest incidence among members of the black population, with black males raping black females. There is said to be an approximately equal incidence of white males raping black females as black males raping white females. The incidence of white males raping white females is lowest. In past decades, white male rape of black females was of highest incidence. Instead of breaking into hysteria of the women's liberation movement regarding the issue of rape, I prefer to examine the meaning of this behavior, commencing with male use of male genitalia. As I have stated in all of my writings during the past 10 years, there is no behavior that can be adequately understood and decoded outside the context of the power relationships that exist among people. In today's world, the most fundamental of all power relationships is that of white power versus non-white, black, brown, red, and yellow, powerlessness. The underlying factors and forces have led to the evolution of this specific power system are 1, the numerical minority status of white-skinned peoples globally, and 2, the fact that white skin is genetically recessive to the dominant genetic potential to produce melanin. If white-skinned peoples had not evolved a global system in which they established power over the world's non-white majority, the white collective would run the risk of white genetic annihilation. The fear of such annihilation has influenced the white collective to evolve over the centuries massive weapon systems, from simple to gross and horrible instruments of destruction and annihilation. This was done most fundamentally to equalize the genetic power for white collective destruction, power possessed by the planet's men of color. The ability to decode symbols is essential to obtain an accurate understanding of exactly what is happening in the surrounding environment. For example, the ability to decode helps us to understand deeper meanings inherent in the major instruments evolved by the global white collective to prevent white genetic annihilation, and the shaping of such instruments after the form of male genitalia, guns, bombs, cannons, cannonballs, airplanes, and nuclear missiles. It is little wonder then that the gun has been called the great equalizer, or that a white male who is really supposed to be something is referred to as a pistol. At the same time, the highest percentage of money expenditure is going towards the arms race, the race for accumulating sufficient weapons by both white superpowers, hopefully sufficient to prevent global white genetic annihilation. These weapons surround all of the world's non-white peoples. Of course, this is not what is said overtly. Overtly, whites claim that the white superpowers are arming against one another. But this is the language of the white lie, the great lie, the super or superior lie. In the depths of the language itself, it is possible to understand the exact meaning of the arms race. The arms race also means the race, genetic group, of people whose genetic existence is tied to weapons of violence, arms. Just as hidden within the word America, America is the phrase I am race, thus is the symbolic anagram. The whites are the only group on the planet to develop the word race, and they have given the word maximum meaning. Clearly, in the global white supremacy system culture, the highest percentage of energy is directed towards the construction of weapons out of a sense of genetic and genital weakness and inadequacy. Of all the cultures in the world, Western white supremacy has the highest level of sensed male inadequacy and male awareness of genetic and genital vulnerability, thus the need for weapons of attack. The culture clearly has equated the male genitals with weapons and aggression. As mentioned in Chapter 10, the white collective looks upon the black male specifically as the possessor of the genitals most capable of causing white genetic annihilation. And this explains the expression to blackball, which means to exclude from social life. Thus, in the white supremacy system culture, white females have been taught to focus on all black males as potential rapists. At the same time, white females are taught to describe the males that they have the greatest level of sexual attraction for as tall, dark, and handsome. Clearly, it was no accident that once the white female began a petition for her liberation from the white male, she also began an all-out sexual aggression towards the black male in particular, and other non-white males in general. Unable to admit her own sexual attractions and aggressions toward the black male consciously, she began to talk about developing anti-rape organizations to prevent rape. The projection being that white females were about to be attacked by black males. Meanwhile, the greatest incidence of rape was being conducted by black males against black females. The above discussion is the best explanation for the white collective's, most specifically the white males collective, production of massive numbers of kinds of weapons of destruction, which land on Black Mother Earth. that are symbolic substitutions and substitutes for a genetic and genital apparatus perceived as inadequate. Simultaneously, it explains the use of male genitals as weapons in the act of rape, most pronouncedly observed in the black male population, a population forced into political power and functional inadequacy by the oppression of white supremacy. The weapons produced by the white supremacy systems are the truly respected male genetic and genital apparatus of the global white collective. These symbolic weapons are perceived as countering the threat of white genetic annihilation by black and other non-white male genitalia. These weapons then are used to rape and destroy Black Mother Earth, just as other technologies of the white supremacy system culture rape and pollute the planet as a supposed statement of white male adequacy and power. In turn, black and other non-white males are forced by the same environment into thinking of their genital apparatus as destructive weapons of aggression through the act of rape. Black males engage in this activity out of their imposed frustration and sense of political powerlessness and inadequacy. Non-white male genitals are used as destructive weapons primarily against black and other non-white females. This behavior also can be viewed as paralleling white male collectives' sexual attacks on non-white women and the global white collective's wars of domination against non-white people. The white male's sense of genetic inadequacy contributed to the white male collective's need to continue to debase non-white women through rape and other forms of sexual abuse. Such abuse was necessary because the white male collective felt debased by the dominant genetic power of non-white women. Similarly, because within the context of white supremacy, more stress and pressure is placed on a black male than on a black female. The black male often perceives that the black female has more power than himself, and that she therefore does not respect his manhood. In a sense of inadequacy, he strikes out in a rape of the black female, seeking to debase her to the level to which he feels debased under the power system of white domination. Although there is no overt discussion of these dominant logic and thought sequences, they nonetheless act as powerful determiners of behavior patterns as seen in white and black populations. However, because there is no overt discussion of them, these behaviors have not come under conscious control wherein people consciously can think through their impulses to balance disturbing concepts and images of the male as inadequate. Likewise, the global white collective and all of its non-white victims in the world see no connection between the increased incidence of rape and the popularity of a singing group that calls itself the Sex Pistols, thus associating sex with violence. The same culture does not see any connection between the numbers and shape of its missiles, bombs, guns, and male genital apparatus, and the ever-increasing incidence of sexual violence, the highest level of violence being expressed in the act of rape. In the magazine India Today, Volume 2, Number 7, in August 1st through 15th in 1980, the North American edition, on one page there was an article on the epidemic of rape in India, and on the very next page there was an article on the development of missiles and other nuclear weapons of destruction by the subcontinent of India. The latter article was entitled Soaring into the Space Age. Consciously, this page and subject association may be accidental, but unconsciously it is logical. India is one of the poorest countries in the world with mass levels of unemployment and starvation. Those black and brown men are feeling debased and powerless under global white supremacy, which they still fail to understand after centuries of colonization. In India, there is a massive mental disease of people hating their skin color and wishing themselves to be as white as their early white Aryan invaders. They are obsessed with the caste system based on skin color, with the blackest people looked upon as untouchables. They hate themselves and feel debased under white supremacy. Also, these non-white men have not discovered yet how to feed their people. Therefore, because of this debased view of self, they rape, just as the global white collective has raped the non-white women of the world and continues its rape of Black Mother Earth with weapons and pollution. Since the white supremacy system is predicated on the white collectives, most specifically the white male collective's sense of genetic and genital inadequacy and vulnerability, it reflects this sense of inadequacy and vulnerability in the raping of women, weaker men, and Black Mother Earth. Rape is most fundamentally a symptom in the entire syndrome of sensed male inadequacy. Therefore, those who wish to combat the world's epidemic of rape must wage counter-struggle against the global white supremacy system. Rape will cease as a dominant behavior amongst black males once they begin to respect themselves fully as men, cease reacting unconsciously to the white supremacy system's attack against them, and learn to struggle efficiently and effectively to neutralize and destroy this grave global injustice. The ISIS Papers, Chapter 15. The Symbolism, Logic, and Meaning of Justifiable Homicide in the 1980s. Where there is no vision, the people will perish. Proverbs 22:1. Black people are afraid, but black people are going to have to get over their fear. Black people do not know what is happening, but black people are going to have to learn and understand what is happening. Black people are not thinking, but black people are going to have to begin thinking. Black people are not being quiet, but black people are going to have to start getting quiet so they can think. Black people are not analyzing and planning, but black people are going to have to begin analyzing and planning. Black people do not understand deep self-respect, but black people are going to have to learn the meaning and practice of deep self-respect. Black people are going to have to stop permitting black children to play with parenthood. Black people are going to have to stop moaning, rocking, crying, and complaining and begging. Black people are going to have to stop thinking that rhyme and rhetoric will solve problems. Black people are going to have to stop finger popping and singing. Black people are going to have to stop dancing and clowning. Black people are going to have to stop laughing and listening to loud radios. All these behaviors and many more have absolutely nothing to do with addressing the challenges and conditions of the open warfare continuously being waged against the black collective. We black people do not see the war being waged against us because we don't want to and because we're afraid. We're engaging in behavior designed specifically to block out any awareness of the war, our true reality. Our behavior thus forces us into the insanity of hoping and begging as opposed to the sanity of analysis, specific behavior pattern design, and specific conduct in all areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. A major strategy in the war against the black collective is the killing of black males. Black males are being killed daily in ever-increasing numbers across the country. Others as non-white males also are being killed in ever-increasing numbers. These black and other non-white males are being killed by white males in uniforms who have been authorized to carry guns. This particular form of murder and slaughter is called justifiable homicide. Our black collective today has no greater understanding of this war and phenomenon of justifiable homicide than it did when black males were being lynched and castrated daily 100 years ago in the period of Reconstruction or reestablishment of white supremacy following the Civil War. Nor does the black collective have a greater understanding of the current open hunting season on black males than it did 2 and 3 decades ago. Because we really do not understand what is going on in our impotence and ignorance, in our powerlessness and frustration, we start getting mad. Fussing, crying, rhyming, begging with picket signs, rioting and misdirection, hooping and hollering, moaning in our churches, and preparing again to vote for any white man who smiles at us even though he lies to us. These behaviors are all absolutely useless. Such behaviors are in vain and will take us nowhere. They will all come to naught, and the problem, the war, will simply continue and intensify. The stage has been reached in our experience of captivity out of Africa, wherein we are being challenged to demonstrate in deep self-respect, requiring us to use our whole brain computers, not just the right side, which permits us to engage in rhetoric, rhythm, and rhyme. Now we must begin to exercise and use the left side of our brain computers, the left cerebral hemisphere, which permits us to analyze critically and decode what is happening daily in front of our eyes and to organize a self and group respecting behavior response to which the environment is presenting us. We must have a disciplined, self and group respecting response to the specific war being waged against us. Without critical thinking, however, there is no self-respect. Without self-respect, there is no courage, no self-defense, no justice, no peace, no progress. In the struggle against white supremacy, the great leader of the Chinese-speaking non-white people, Chairman Mao Zedong, accurately stated, as recorded the collected works of Mao Zedong, "It is well known that when you do anything, unless you understand its actual circumstances, its nature, and its relation to other things, you will not know the laws governing it, or know how to do it, or be able to do it well." With this in mind,
All black people everywhere must begin to understand the exact and specific nature of the war that is being waged against the black collective. All black people must begin to understand in depth why we are witnessing black males being shot dead almost daily by white males in uniforms, why it will soon escalate to more than one per day. Without the specific understanding of why we are seeing this behavior, we're unable to organize behaviors to meet this war strategy effectively. Furthermore, black people everywhere must begin to understand why the black collective, and black males in particular, have been under intense attack for the past 2,000 years. Indeed, Jesus was a black male who was lynched by uniformed white male Roman soldiers 2,000 years ago as a result of the same war that has continued into the present day, extension of the same Roman white empire. Whenever there is a sense of increased vulnerability within the local and or global white collective, as for example, caused by inflation, currency devaluation, unemployment, loss of war, or counter-struggle by non-white peoples, Arabs controlling and limiting oil supplies, Iranians taking white hostages, black guerrillas struggling in southern Africa, and the loss of the Vietnam War, there will be an increase of the ever-present normal daily slaughter and murder of black and other non-white males by those both legally and illegally authorized to do so. This murder and slaughter will be logically viewed as justified within a specific logic framework of the fear of white genetic annihilation. Within the historic framework of Western civilization and culture, the civilization and culture are organized to prevent white genetic annihilation. All white peoples have the spoken or unspoken mandate to participate actively in their collective struggle for global white genetic survival. This specifically means, of necessity, the murder and slaughter of black and other non-white males whenever it is felt within the white collective to be necessary and therefore justified. Because black males of all non-white males have the greatest potential to genetically annihilate the white collective, black males will experience the greatest ferocity of white supremacy's attacks through justifiable homicide. Because black and other non-white males have the potential to produce white genetic annihilation through their use of genitalia, and because genetic annihilation is the most fundamental fear of the global white collective, this collective, consciously or unconsciously, evolved a counter-weapon or system of weapons that theoretically could achieve non-white genetic annihilation. The sport of hunting animals. In most instances, they have black or dark brown fur. In the white supremacy system culture, wherein this is thrill, excitement, and pleasure associated with the killing, is the way in which the white collective, most specifically the white male collective, stays in physical and psychological readiness for killing black and other non-white males, justifiable homicide. Albeit that this obsessive practice may be functioning at unconscious levels of brain-computer activity. Unlike black and other non-white peoples who killed animals for food and shelter purposes, the white collective engages in this activity as obsessive sport and play. By using the gun, the great equalizer, against helpless animals, they attempt to achieve a sense of manhood and security. A fleeting sense of manhood can be achieved by the white male sports hunter because in killing the large black or brown animal, the symbolic non-white male, there has been a symbolic destruction of the major threat to white genetic survival. Since the achievement, however, is only symbolic, it must be repeated, and so as soon as the hunting season opens, it is time to hunt again. It is in the same period in which there has been an increasing incidence of justifiable homicide. There's also been an increasing enthusiasm for killing helpless animals, making such hunting locations as Potter's County, Pennsylvania, world famous. White adult males have been taught by their fathers to kill and destroy helpless animals for sport, and in turn, the next generation of white males is taught the means by which to ensure white genetic survival. Non-white males may say that they also hunt and enjoy hunting, but obviously hunting does not carry the same unconscious meaning for the non-white male as it does for the white male in the context of global white supremacy. Furthermore, black males never have gotten a thrill from hunting down white males with dogs and rifles, as has so frequently been practiced by white males against black males. It is absolutely critical that all black people examine and think through the meaning of the following facts. At the very same time, black males are being shot down in the street in ever-increasing numbers. August 31st, 1980, Washington Post reported that Poland, a so-called communist country, already is asking the United States to increase credits for grain purchases from 550 million in the current fiscal year to 670 million in the fiscal year that begins October 1st, in order to finance the feed grain it needs to build up meat production. Do enemies provide finance for feed grain to build up meat production for one another? On August 12th, the press reported a West German loan of $672 million designed to help bail Poland out of the economic difficulties. On August 22nd, a consortium led by the Bank of America granted Poland an additional $325 million. A recent unclassified CIA study reveals that the West has lent Poland a total of $21 billion, the bulk of it in the last 5 years. The same study reports that the West has lent the Soviet bloc as a whole an astronomical $78 billion, an amount equal to the total assets of Exxon and General Motors combined. Other experts put the total debt figure well above $100 billion. Why are we bailing Poland and the Soviet Union out of their economic difficulties, feeding them massive transfusions of hard currency to buy bread for the restive masses, and technology to boost their obsolete centralized economies? Why are Western banks relieving the USSR of the expensive burden of propping up the Polish economy and regime? The answer lies in a terse banker's paradox. Make a small loan and you have created a debtor. Make a large loan and you have created a partner. The $1 billion which Western banks have funneled to Poland during the current crisis is a startling political intervention on behalf of that country's communist regime. The critical question for black people is, who is the real enemy? While massive numbers of black males are unemployed and increasing numbers are being shot down in streets in a presumably capitalist country, the same capitalist country is helping white communist countries and their workers return to their jobs and have sufficient meats and other foods on their table. Basically, the U.S. is supporting the whole white so-called communist bloc. This does not include the Chinese-speaking non-white people. What is starkly illustrated here is that capitalism and communism are not two enemies, but simply the two extreme ends of a total spectrum of economic practices under the system of white supremacy, wherein it is all of priority that all whites, males in particular, have jobs, whether they are at the right or left economic ends of the white supremacy spectrum. The same would be true of the Democratic Party, Republican Party political spectrum, which in this area of the world is the total political spectrum of politics under white supremacy. Also, it must be noted that while black males are being shot down in increasing numbers and experiencing high unemployment, white Cuban communists in mass numbers are being admitted to find their places, jobs, and housing in this capitalist country and are referred to as political refugees. Black Haitians, however, are not admitted and treated similarly. In the global white supremacy system, all persons classified as non-white are outside the white power spectrum and are in effect the real enemy. Thus, they are manipulated or eliminated at the will of that power system. In the context of global white supremacy, the only permanent enemies are those persons capable of white genetic annihilation, meaning black and all other non-white people, most specifically male. In the most narrow perspective, justifiable homicide refers to the overt shooting murders of black male or black males by white uniformed males. In a broader perspective, justifiable homicide also can refer to the numerous, more subtle tactics of black male control and destruction. To deny black males jobs and genuine upward mobility is to deny them the functional roles of husband and father. To deny black family units functional husbands and fathers on a massive level is to deny these families stability, and to deny male children models for adult male functioning. Deprivation of male models for male functioning means permanent black male social dysfunctioning, affecting all areas of people activity for multiple generations. The massive increase of black male bisexuality and homosexuality to epidemic proportions can be correlated directly to the debased functioning of adult black males and black family units by the racist system. The large number of black males engaging in drug use and abuse, including alcohol, also is tied directly to severely crippling black family structure, brought about through systematically denying black males functioning roles as husbands and fathers. The massive numbers of black males trapped in the juvenile system and the penal system also are related directly to the absence of truly functional fathers and families and husbands in the home from which these victimized males have come. Current statistics from 1980 indicated among blacks, the proportion of one-parent families is a staggering 49%, 1.8 million families. This is 83% higher than a decade ago. Poverty rates among one-parent units are enormously high and higher than among two-parent units. The television media also plays a major role in reinforcing the debasement of the black male. Bill Cosby is debased by always being depicted conversing at the level of infants. Muhammad Ali is debased by always being shown clowning, chasing roaches and biting into sandwiches instead of watermelons. Sherman Hemsley character Mr. Jefferson in the Jeffersons is always clowning, acting like a monkey, and climbing over furniture in spite of supposed superior economic attainment. Mr. Jefferson is contrasted to a more intelligent, manly white male who is married to a black female, who in real life is married to a white male. With the massive failure and absence of black adult male models and family constellations in real life, television provides black male youths with the white father model of the white shadow, the conditioning these children to get used to the absence of black male models and to look up to the white adult male as the man. This theme is advanced further in Fantasy Island, starring Herb Villechaize, and Different Strokes, starring Gary Coleman. Most black people will look particularly at Gary Coleman and say he's a millionaire. However, both Gary Coleman and Herb are non-white males with constitutional or genetic deficiencies, causing their physical stature to be abnormally short. Yes, they are indeed excellent actors, but is their genetic or constitutional abnormality playing opposite adult white males of normal physical height? That is the core white supremacy presentation in both of these popular television series. The profoundly destructive statement that black and other non-white males are genetically and constitutionally defective compared to white males is the subtle core message that is being propagated over the airways. This image of non-white male genetic and constitutional abnormality is set forth weekly, while as background, newspapers and radios give continuous coverage on a discussion of Nobel Prize winner Dr. William Shockley about the supposed genetic inferiority of black people and the need for their sterilization. Several years ago, the weekly television presentation and promotion of the black male as a female and a transvestite as portrayed in Flip Wilson's role of Geraldine was a similarly undermining of the black male's genetic makeup and masculinity. There is no such similar weekly television portrayal of a well-dressed white male as a female and a transvestite in white supremacy system and culture. Blacks and other non-white people do not perceive these messages because they are blind to the context of white supremacy power structure that surrounds them. They look at such programs and are pleased. They smile, laugh. Nonetheless, this continued presentation of black genetic inferiority makes the final destruction of blacks appear to blacks themselves as a relief from the burden of their own genetic inadequacy. One can be assured that there will never be a weekly television presentation of a constitutionally and genetically deformed, blue-eyed, blonde white male playing opposite an intelligently behaving black male of normal stature, as long as the white supremacy system remains intact. These more subtle means of achieving justifiable homicide all serve to advance the ultimate goal of white genetic survival. For with black adult males unable to function as men, on drugs in prisons, as clowns and buffoons, as infants and perceived genetic defectives, transvestites and homosexuals, there will not be a major threat of white genetic annihilation, and white genetic survival is assured. The white collective cannot be asked to cease their drive for justifiable homicide in its gross and subtle forms. To do so would mean white suicide. It is therefore the self-respecting task of blacks and other non-whites to understand the war and the behavior dynamic of white supremacy, in which they are presently trapped. Though this understanding, we must evolve our own behavior in all areas of people activity that will eventually checkmate this global white necessity and injustice. Black people may begin by educating all black male children to understand white supremacy by putting increased pressure on black males to recognize their role as husbands and fathers. This understanding means that black men must work and provide support for their families, which the white collectives attempt to prevent them from doing. Males who do not demand and fight, if necessary, to have jobs cannot become husbands or fathers. Most certainly, teenage male children cannot become parents, which means that black females will have to learn when, and under that circumstance, they should relate to black males in the act of sexual intercourse and self-reproduction. This internal pressure to preserve the role of black manhood becomes a means by which the concept of black manhood is developed and preserved by black people themselves. This activity will counter the thrust of the black male as female, clown, infant, buffoon, transvestite, homosexual. Black males who are unwilling to fight for their manhood are thereby indicating that they debase black manhood and will not be able to teach it to the next generation. These males do not deserve the privilege of procreating themselves, and this should be enforced by all black females who are self-respecting. White supremacy is war against black people in general and against black males in particular, as embodied in such tactics and strategies as in justifiable homicide. It would require a total commitment and counter-war effort on the part of all black people to neutralize, by every means at their disposal, this war of racist injustice. As black people, we also can adopt a definition under the conditions of white supremacy. Black manhood does not mean macho or money, but instead it means warrior or soldier against white supremacy, embracing everything that the words warrior or soldier imply. Those who do not wish to be warriors or soldiers should not procreate themselves, as their offspring can be expected to be destroyed by white supremacy anyway. This is by no means a definite statement on black response to justifiable homicide, but it is an attempt to elevate the discussion on the specific white supremacy war strategy. Further discussion amongst black people will help to define all necessary behavioral response.